Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told. And I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days.
The semi-finals are underway here in Paris, and after game one, both big matches are still wide open. Let's start with Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, a classic match between two eternal rivals. Fabi gave a pawn for positional domination. However, it remained a balanced affair. When everyone expected a draw, Fabi decided to push. He broke in the center, tried to create chances, but perhaps overpressed a little. Magnus defended calmly, and while Fabiano was never really in danger, the game fizzled out into a draw. Over on the other board, Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer was a completely different story. What started as a slow strategic battle suddenly turned sharp. The position exploded.
Yeah, it's odd. I like Vincent's position as black. I hate his clock time. But Hikaru's getting excited. Hikaru's pacing around. He's getting a bit twitchy. He's sensing something. He knows that the critical moments are coming.
Vincent was down on the clock, Hikaru pacing around the board, sensing his chance. But Vincent stayed solid, held everything together. After time control, it was Hikaru who offered a draw, which Vincent accepted. Everything is still in play for tomorrow. In the fifth place bracket, Jan Nepomniachtchi took the lead against Arjun Erigaisi, building what David called the most beautiful pawn chain ever.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, though, used a motif that is so instructive in chess. He already had the connect three, a very nice foundation here. He built a wall of pawns by sacrificing his rook.
Nadirbek Abdusattorov also scored a win with a strong attack against MVL's king. In the match for 9th place, the first game between Richard Rappo and Pragnananda ended in a draw. On the next day, all eyes will be on the top bracket. It's Carlsen versus Caruana, Keimer against Nakamura. 4 players, only 2 spots in the finals. You stay tuned with us.
Welcome everybody to Paris for the Grand Slam second leg of freestyle. What an amazing tournament and event. We are in the semifinals. First day is done yesterday. Today is the second day. Today we are going to see who is going to be the 2 finalists. But I'm Grandmaster Judith Folgar, and together with me again, Peter. It's a great pleasure that again we can break it down together, this whole event. What do you think about yesterday's match between Magnus and Fabi? What will be the strategy for Magnus against Fabi today?
Thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. Well, Magnus held a position where he had to be careful a bit, but very convincingly, and now he will get the white pieces. So it all depends also on the new draw, the new position, how much possibilities you get. We know that in freestyle sometimes there are positions which look very attractive for white, and sometimes you can only play a slow game. In this regard, the drawing of lots will have a lot of impact, and we have to see. But clearly, Magnus thinks like, okay, I'm professional, I made a draw with black, now I will get the chance and I'm going to squeeze Fabi. We have already seen this narrative, Fabiano losing to Magnus in the final last year in Weissenhaus, in the very first freestyle event, so there is this kind of connection. But Fabi, I think he just enjoys that after this scary round-robin stage where it was even a little bit shaky if he qualifies or not, he's in the semi-finals and he has all the chances to move into the final himself.
Absolutely, we are going to be talking about that yesterday's game also. And of course, we have Nicholas Huschenbert with us. And what do you think about Nakamura's match in the semi-final? Because we've seen that Nakamura kind of, I have the impression that he feels, of course, that he has the better chances. He's the favorite in the match. And I'm not sure we can say that the top players already believe how great Vincent is. So what do you think, what will be the strategy of Nakamura today? Because yesterday he was playing with the white pieces. It was not clear whether how much chance he had or not, right? So what do you think his strategy will be for today, the second game?
Also from me, a warm welcome to the second day of the semifinals. And I believe Nakamura will have a solid strategy today, because he said in an interview already, if it goes to the tiebreaks, if it goes to rapid, he believes he is a clear favorite. Probably Jan Nepomniachtchi felt the same way, and then Vincent surprised us all with a convincing victory over Nepomniachtchi in the quarterfinals. So even if it goes to rapid, it's definitely not clear how it will end. But first of all, Vincent has the white pieces. He has beaten Magnus and Fabiano with the white pieces in the last event. So this will definitely be a challenge to Hikaru. And I think with every game, with every one match that Vincent wins against one of the top players, they realize more and more how dangerous he is in this format, Judith.
Yeah, it seems like he's not only dangerous in classical chess, but in freestyle chess, it seems like it is very much his piece of bread, right? Because we see in the semifinal that we have the three old experienced guys, Magnus, Fabi, and Hikaru. They are playing already so much, decades, we can say, that they are playing with each other. At the same time, Vincent is there, a baby, like in this environment, right? And I tend to feel that he has to prove himself again and again and again. Even though he plays so well on the board, people still don't believe it that he can do it.
Yes, absolutely. It was also very interesting to hear Hikaru's interview yesterday, because he mentioned my name. Yeah, he says that I don't really understand. Vincent is coached by Leko, who is a very classical player known for very good repertoires, openings and everything. And then why is Vincent so good in freestyle chess? Yeah, well, one of the big secrets is that that's exactly the reason how our connection with Vincent got established. That I got to see that he has this incredible feeling for chess, for harmony and for nuances. And I never wanted to spoil him with just, memorization, and you have to learn non-stop openings to keep this freshness, to keep this joy of the game. And he's so happy to be playing freestyle.
Yeah, which obviously in classical chess is the biggest challenge, what to do with theory, how to handle it, how much time to spend on it, and how difficult it is to keep up with the modern theory and all the materials and data and memorization and etc. And of course, freestyle is something that all the players are relieved that the preparation is not about memorizing things and trying to figure out what is your opponent's strategy, which opening they play. So it is very different right here in this event, because it's freestyle. So just in about 10 minutes, we're going to see what positions they are going to be playing. And the players have only 10 minutes to figure it out, what their strategy is going to be. But let's see the format. What is the format of the event? So just to get familiar and get into the mood. So this was the phase one, was a time control of 10 minutes and 10 seconds. They had very tough days in the beginning in the qualification phase. And then things calmed down, but not on the chessboard, but in time-wise, because they play, as today, they play the second game of the semifinals, 90 minutes and 30 seconds per move, which can end up in a big blitzing kind of game at the end, but we'll see how far they go. And let's see the event series of freestyle also, because this is the second event of the freestyle. The first one was won by Vincent. I'm pretty sure that he's not thinking too much about it while playing here, though it's always nice to see for him this graphic that, okay, he is the one who won the first one, and he's still playing for the first place, right? So he might be ending up in the finals tomorrow, but we'll see. We have later on in July in the US, that will be also a fantastic event, later on in September, and the final in South Africa, which will be quite amazing, not only because of the location, but also because the players can double their points of the Grand Prix points, so everything can be shifting in the big rivalry for the top seeds. And let's see what are the prizes of the event, because there are also a lot at stake, and which is quite nice to see that the first prize is $200,000. But of course, as a sport person myself, I know that when you go to a tournament, the first thing is you want to show what can you show on the chessboard, what is your performance, can you please yourself first and the audience and your fans that you play incredible chess. But of course it matters also that it's not only that you play incredible chess, you make great decisions, but you collect the point. And after you collect the point, you look around, how much did I win? And this is already a good number to see.
Exactly, yeah, then you feel like my good play was really rewarded.
Exactly. But we can also see that maybe only one single move can cost you quite some thousands of dollars in the event. So it's a huge prize fund what the players have. So actually, what are you expecting today? Like, what are the moods of the player? Because, of course, they have a very different strategy from yesterday, because when you play a mini match and you play the first game, you say, okay, I want to play solid, I want to fill the opponent, and draw is okay, but then you just postpone the decisions, right? And how important it is which color the players are playing.
I think that it's very important if you get a good draw. Yeah, if you get a good draw where you understand what you're gonna do. Yeah, and it's easier for white to play. Yeah, there was this one round, I think it was the fourth round of the rapid section, where we were all shouting it out that G4 and white is better, and it's so unpleasant to be black. Well, the white players are clearly hoping for that situation. But if it's not the case, it's a normal position, then I don't really believe that it's such a big difference playing white or black.
Yes, this is what we are discussing also time to time, that in freestyle, of course, you don't know whether how good the position can be. Here we see also the upper brackets and also the other players who are playing for the places between 5 and 8. We had an amazing game with Nodirbrek. I was so impressed by him. He was so unfortunate not to be able to bounce back against Magnus in the quarterfinals. But yesterday he really made an amazing game against Maxim. And here we see incredible, fantastic players, but they are playing only for the 9th and the 10th place right now between Pragnananda and Rapport. Incredible players, incredible games they also play, but somehow things did not work out so well, neither of them, and actually both had chances. Pragnananda had an opportunity in the qualification phase to almost win in one move, but definitely to get a good position against Magnus. And Rapport had also an incredible game against Magnus, yes, because Magnus was amazingly playing in the qualification part. And here we see the players arrived, and they are nice and cool and give signatures to their fans. And I think it is very important for the players to do this, because they do have so many hundreds of thousands of fans, and there are only a few of them here. But for them, it's a lifelong experience to make a picture with them. But I also see that the players have a completely different mindset than, let's say, 20 years ago when I was playing in these events and you were playing on these events, because somehow we were not so cool, I must say, because we were so much focused on the game before, and we tried to exclude all the disturbance or taking away our energy or the mindset. We were so focused. I mean, when we were playing in Linares and with Kasparov, I mean, this would have been impossible, right, to see Gary making signatures. But by now, everything is changing in the chess world, and this is something very typical preparation. This is what we had also. Walking on the fresh air, we see Magnus also trying to get away from the cameras.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the best preparation you can do. Yeah, you just chill, try to get yourself into the zone, the right mindset, and yeah, it's not about leaning back and enjoying the sun. It's getting ready for the battle.
Yeah, I'm curious how Magnus is actually being ready, because as much as he was really said in his interviews, also after game interviews during the qualification phase, you could see that he's enjoying every bit the discovery of the new position, that he was able to shift around. And then in the classical game, it seems like with too much time, I don't know. Does he have the patience for it, or he's overthinking some positions, or what can? Because all the three classical game, we can say that it was not perfect. It somehow out of the opening, he didn't get the position he would dream of.
Well, I think that already yesterday was a big step in the right direction. We also heard Magnus in the confessional booth. Yeah, he was very happy. He was mentioning hundreds of lines we even couldn't really keep up with. Especially because I misheard A4 for E4, and then I simply lost he kept on hitting out with all the moves. But yeah, we also see now the player's card, and we talked about this, that whenever we see this, the big strategist, 99 score for Magnus, and this is what he wants to get today. A nice position where he gets a comfortable position, he knows what he is doing, and then he will master the strategy. With iron grip, he will try to suffocate Fabiano. And Fabi will have to be extremely careful in the first couple of moves that he doesn't give the advantage to Magnus, because I think then we will be seeing the best of Magnus today.
Yeah, I believe also that Magnus is really happy to play with the white color, because I feel that if you make the first 2-3 moves right, you can really pose a problem to your opponent. And it's also interesting what Nakamura said, that the more they play the freestyle and the more they get familiar with the different patterns, understanding of the pawn moves, pawn structure, the more we are going to see similar setups in the future. Because in the beginning, we were like in Weissenhaus, we were saying, okay, where to put the pawn, where to put the pieces, what to do with the h1 knight, what to do with the a1 bishop. And then we were just playing games and trying to figure out just as much as the players as well. But now I feel that they are going to understand it more. They are getting more into it. They also understand, while they are analyzing the basic position, they also understand the other one, how the others are thinking, and they are grasping all this information. So are we going to see clear opening structures, you think?
Well, but also, as Hikaru said, that it's very nice to feel the patterns and to know patterns, but then just one small little detail, one minor piece stands a little bit different, and you can forget about everything that you were thinking about the position. So that's the extremely big challenge, but clearly the players are getting more and more into it. Now we see the player cards of Vincent and Hikaru. Well, 91 points versus 83, but this is not based on freestyle rating. Yeah, it's based on 2024's classical games, blitz games, rapid games, everything combined. So in this regard, it's not a surprise that the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, is ahead of Vincent, but Vincent has his extremely big strengths. For example, the strategy 93, there we see that that's probably the only moment where he gets better score. Yeah, 93 versus 91, and that's exactly what he would like to use.
I think yesterday there was a very important moment. I mean, several important moments, of course. But I want to highlight one moment where he played Queen e6. And basically it was not clear who avoided the repetition of moves, right? So it was not clear how psychological all the players, if Vincent would have been repeating the move, then probably Nakamura would say, okay, come on, little boy. I don't want us to repeating, of course. I want to go something else. I just played the cat and mouse story. So actually Vincent wanted to outsmart him and say, okay, I'm not even going to test it because I know you want to play on, so I choose to play on the game. So that was one psychological part, which was an important thing, I believe. And later on, it seemed that Vincent had such a good strategic and structure and strategy, the way he put his pieces, that he could even afford losing 2 very important tempes, because even after that, Nakamura was not able to show that his position is better. And I think, for example, this was really frustrating for Nakamura, that he was given 2 more moves to make, and even then he couldn't prove it that he has a better position, right?
Yes, exactly. Basically, all he could use is to try to be active, but by active, actually also trading pieces, and it resulted in a drawish endgame. It was a very big strategical battle. I think Also, Vincent learned a lot about Hikaru. Hikaru learned a lot about Vincent. We also talked about it that they never met in a mini match. This is their first match ever, and now they are getting used to each other.
And now let's see the draw of the next game.
Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Steilantini. I'm delighted to be your host today. It's game 2 of the semi-finals. Tonight we will know who will be fighting for the title over the next couple of days. Before we get to that, let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Welcome to the world of freestyle chess, also known as Chess 960. No opening theory, no prepared moves. Instead, 960 possible starting positions drawn at random just before the game, and every game begins in the unknown.
I think it's possible to learn 960 starting positions, but it's impossible to then learn the different variations that could happen, because it's already difficult in chess in just one position to learn all the different openings. It's close to impossible as it is, so if you multiply that by 960, I think it's going to be impossible.
I think it would defeat a little bit of the purpose of freestyle to try and learn the intricacies of every position. I think what is more realistic is that you group certain positions together, that there are certain patterns that will emerge where you can learn if certain pieces are on certain squares, if there are certain configurations, then these rules may sometimes apply and so on. I think that can be done a lot faster. To actually remember preparation for every position, I think is very hard.
Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen played to a draw, but what else can you expect when two of the world's best players face off?
Well, I was suffering from a risk-free position, so of course I never went outside of the bounds of a draw, but I can't really make progress. That was also what I felt, and then at some point I just started to get worse, so I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
Hikaru Nakamura offered a draw to Vincent Keimer, and the two agreed to split the point.
My sense is that I was much better in the opening. I suspect that I had some chances, but it was very complicated and probably came down to like 1 or 2 moves. And then at some point, once that moment had passed, I kind of should have just made the draw. It wasn't a great game, but I think a draw is always good in a match format.
In the match for 5th or 7th place, Nodibek Abdusattorov scored a win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, showcasing sharp play and strong technique. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi concluded his game with a commanding victory as Arjun Erigaisi was forced to resign under mounting pressure. The draws today keep the tension high heading into the second day of the semi-finals. Stay tuned.
So we heard it there yesterday. Both games in the semi-finals ended in draws today. A high chance for a playoff. We'll see if we get our first Armageddon. But first off, it is time to draw the first position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage Louis from Wallauer. Give him a round of applause. Louis. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to our audience, please have fun.
assume like what probably, but I mean I think every move. Like,
Every move,
like H4 probably is playable. B4, A4.
E4.
Okay, actually no, yeah. C4, C5 probably. I mean with the square is probably nothing.
Maybe
Right?
before here. Before
Yeah, no, C4 is probably not a move. Let's start with B4.
Well, it should be G7.
Wait, so which move here?
I mean, like, like we grab the center. This is
definitely critical because
yeah, also.
maybe B6 here.
In D5 you go A4.
Yeah, B5, A4, right?
I don't think we should go.
Yeah, B5 looks wrong. So this is very critical.
You can't. Everything is defendable. Could also be boring.
Yeah, this is probably just boring with C5 max board. No center really. Yeah, C4, C5.
What about B5?
B5, D5.
Or even A6 maybe.
Yeah, I mean A6, D5, even E6, D5 probably is not. No, this is probably very boring. So B4, okay. A4, whatever.
E4, B5, I think, yeah.
So E4? E4?
Yeah, but B5
B5.
What about C5? What about C5?
also.
Because you have B6, bishop A6, or bishop B7 very quickly. No, this one I think is
D4.
D4. Okay, now two options. D5. I mean, also B5 maybe, but okay, let's just say D5. Solid.
Okay, I like B5,
B5, yeah, B5, B5, A4 also. Knight D3, A5, bishop A6. Yeah, that's probably okay.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, A5. But even this, I mean,
if we want to be
yeah,
solid. But like none of us mind being solid.
yeah. I'm happy to be solid, of course. No, but somehow this just looks wrong with the queen on A1.
93 and C4 is coming.
93. Ah, okay, you're very fast.
Okay, let's see D4, D5, C4.
Yeah. D4.
D4.
No.
Yeah, but okay, whatever.
Or actually B6 because
D4.
anytime you know that this is going to be a problem, anytime you have B3.
And then C5, D6.
I think black is just better.
Yeah, it could be, it could be like I go like knight C3. I mean, depends on how much can I do on risk.
Yeah. But I'm yeah.
Get B3, 96.
93. This makes no sense. Yeah.
96 doesn't look like
Yeah, I mean I don't like 96.
I would prefer like to F6 probably.
It's like B6 here for C4.
Yeah, like is C4 really such a big threat?
We can't really play.
And if we go like C6.
You want to play this one?
It's queen, yeah. Yeah, but okay, I play like regularly like bishop whatever something there.
This is probably not bad. Like
Let's say
bishop
if
C7,
I play
knight
bishop.
F6.
Okay, bishop F5. Let's try bishop knight F3.
Knight F6, bishop 7, queen D8.
Yes. I mean, or maybe bishop C7.
Yeah, it feels a little bit. But I don't know. But if white's not getting E4, I don't know. Like bishop C7.
Bishop G4.
Also bishop.
Bishop G4. Yeah, bishop G4 and the knight. Yeah. This makes sense.
Bishop,
Yeah.
to G6, maybe bishop to G6
Yeah.
later on.
But bishop G5 is.
No, this is probably okay.
Bishop G5 maybe 96.
But it's still.
Okay, take also. EF6.
But
Yeah,
I mean, is there really nothing
take
else?
and
In
then type D5.
D4?
How do you take it twice?
Like what's wrong with B5? I mean, is there something?
I mean, the structure is a bit concerning.
I still want to go B3 like this. Okay.
But at least B5 should really see good because we don't really want to put bishop B7 battery because of narrative there is always a free for.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Looks also like a weak
Like queen's in also B6, bishop B7.
And C5.
Bishop B7? Yeah, D5, yeah.
Yeah, I think D5. D5 looks right. Yeah, D5, B3.
In general, A5 is probably not the way, no? Like in a moment, yeah, because white's knight goes to C3.
Yeah, with knight D3, knight C3 very fast.
It's only B6, because C4 I have bishop A6. Could be.
Bishop D3?
Yeah, just.
Or knight E3, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's.
So let's say
No,
E6.
no, bishop A3.
Ah, okay, so okay, knight F6 now. Also knight bishop F3.
Yeah, it feels artificial.
Bishop A3. I mean, this looks very.
Just thinking about it too.
You get quite a lot of time, right?
What about 1b3?
After C5 for B6.
And c5. Or c4. I mean,
c4, c5, b3.
Yes.
But here, knight c6 maybe.
Yeah, but then you're messing up the queen a little bit, huh? We got
F4.
F4, e3.
Also, do we want to include h4, h5?
Yeah, this is a question at any moment.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, casting will be kind of tricky.
Yeah, we probably don't want to cast something. Or maybe we can start. Yeah, unfortunately.
But I guess if you want to get this done, it makes sense to start first with c4, right?
I'm not sure we need to meet h5 with h4. Just like we got...
Yeah.
Especially with queen in the corner, time can...
Yeah.
Also h5, there might be some like f4 setup, right? Like f4 e3 and then g5 h4 and these squares.
This is what I mentioned. No. Yeah, but it looks very nice. Huh?
Yeah.
At least somewhat.
d5 maybe is too much.
Probably don't need to scale all day. Actually, we want to go.
Why? Never mind. d5?
Yeah, just d5.
Queen b2. This is an extremely harmonious setup, no? Bishops are perfect,
Yes.
and knights are really good.
It's always...
And we're not worried about like some setup where black goes, I don't know, takes, like black will set up e6, f5, and kind of blunt this.
At e6 we can even go e4.
Like now we can start.
Yeah, also.
But e6 bishop e3 already played d6.
Yeah. Black doesn't have time. I think black.
c4, b6, like if black tries to do one.
Yeah, this is maybe. Yeah, this is the thing, because I kind of wanted b3, b6, and then d4. Just to sort of trick black out of. Maybe b3, b5, yeah. c4. Okay, we're assuming b5, cba 6 is not that great.
It doesn't feel like that down.
So b6, like b6, b3. Is there really a better move here? Yeah. What's this? Like, see, let's say here black goes f5. Okay. I mean, we're either winning or worse, right? I mean, guess you want to take or 93?
Players 30 seconds to start.
ED.
Maybe winning, maybe probably here.
We have witnessed quite an amazing analysis between the players, and I think it was something that they took away with them. And the players who are playing with the white side, including Magnus and Vincent, I have the feeling that they are extremely happy with the draw of 0-0-4 position. What do you think, Peter?
Well, it's on one hand nice that it's kind of a harmonious position, but it means that if it's harmonious for you, it's also harmonious for your opponent. We did hear Hikaru saying, "I don't mind being solid." Yeah, that was a very nice remark. And when then we looked at Team Magnus, then I felt like Magnus really got into the analysis. I haven't seen him so much involved. Yeah, he was the one calling the shots. And he was trying and he was advocating for c4. For some reason, he feels like he doesn't want to allow black to play b5. It's a move that he loves. For example, in the Reti, he was doing often this b5, bishop b7 setup. Then also the queen on a8 makes perfect sense. And he kind of influenced the team members that, yeah, c4 is the right direction. I have discussed the position a little bit with Nicholas, who checked with computer, and actually computer was saying that d4 is in fact the best move, and you shouldn't be worried about b5. Then you just play b3. We'll be talking about it. I just wanted to say that there is also a very interesting kind of moment inside the teams. Will Vincent think now and overrule Magnus's explanations and go, for example, after 10 minutes of thinking d4, or will he stick to Magnus's approach with c4?
I think it's very important for the players to make their strategies. How do they deal with all the information, what they receive from the other players? And you have to be very calm-minded to focus what the others are saying in these 10 minutes, at the same time to filter it very quickly. What are the moves and the patterns which might be important for me? And as it's a classical game, it makes sense to sit there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even more, like Vincent did 20 minutes in Weissenhaus against Magnus in game 2.
No, against Fabi.
Or against Fabi. Yes,
yeah.
Against Fabi. So I'm not surprised if there will be all players or most of the players will be thinking about it. And I think this is the moment where, Nicholas, you can help us out to show and explain a little bit really what are the best moves, what is the strategy, and then we're going to see how the players are thinking and what they're going to be playing.
Let's have a look together. So this is the starting position. Maybe we can just take a look what is happening, where are the pieces placed. And what is important to note, of course, is that the king is already castled. This is always quite nice because you have your king tucked away on the right side of the board, so you don't really have to worry about it so much. You only have to worry about this rook to get this rook into a game. And in these kind of positions where you have the rook on h1, the king on g1, it's very typical to at some point try to go h4, claim some space on the right side of the board, and then maybe even develop the rook to h3. It is a bit more difficult with a bishop on c8, which is controlling that square, but still h4, even already in the first move, is quite an interesting option. So other than that, I think Magnus was saying in the preparation, the knights are well placed on e1 and d1. They can come to action quite quickly. They can go to f3, maybe to c3 or e3, and you don't really have to worry about the knights. The bishops are also well placed. We had many positions where the bishops were in the middle of the board on e1 and d1, and Vincent also said in an interview here, it's just always awkward with these bishops. What do you do? Where you place them? It's much better if the bishop is on b1 or maybe also on c1, because then it's easier to develop them. With the bishop on b1, you just play c4, as some of the players have already done, and you immediately have the bishop opened up. And lastly, the queen. The queen is in the corner, but here it does not feel like it's so bad because you can play a move like b3 or maybe b4 at some point, just open up the queen. So in general, quite an harmonious position. The computer likes d4 or h4 as the first move, but I was also looking at c4 in quite some detail, and so far 4 of the 5 games have started with c4, and in fact I have not seen much wrong with it either. It also seems to be a very reasonable move. The reason why Camp Magnus, the white players, did not like d4 so much was because of b5, opening up the queen and controlling the c4 square. Also here white should be a bit better, but c4 has the idea to stop b5 and then later on play with d4. And objectively, a position is a bit better for white, so definitely a good start for all the white players. Now the question is, can they do something with the advantage, Judith?
Yes, it's a very interesting situation because Magnus had such a strong influence on the players, right? Everybody believed him. And obviously, it's not that they were analyzing it for hours and they came to the conclusion. No, they do respect Magnus the way he was telling it so convincingly. No, d4, b5, and then c4 you cannot play. No, we have to go c4. And then somehow everybody turned into that direction. 4 out of the 5 games today is already c4 on the board. Would you have played that also?
No. I actually like what Vincent is doing. Maybe I will play c4, but not just because Magnus said it, yeah? I talked about this with Vincent, why he loves the classical format of the freestyle chess, that whenever we have this team discussion, when he's in a rapid game, then he feels that he's obliged to play the move that they discussed, even if he doesn't like it, because he has no time to overrule it. I was even suggesting for him for the second day that, okay, if you don't feel like being with the team, then sit alone, because I don't like this that you spend 10 minutes, you are very polite, you are very nice, you are listening to everyone, and then inside you are burning that actually I would like to make another move. And in a classical portion, it's always like this, that Vincent is listening to everyone, yes, and then he goes there and sits there, thinks for 10 minutes before deciding on his first move. Everywhere else, c4 had already been played. The problem with c4, what I see, that after c4, c5, b3, b6, which happened, it is very tempting for white because the bishop will go to b2, you get harmonious setup, but the same applies for black. Black will also very nicely just put the bishop to b7, exactly mirror you. One thing I just want to mention, because it's very funny, that we talked about this mirroring, that in this starting position there is the possibility to lose in one move. Yeah, if white plays the move knight d1 to e3, and black copies it with knight d8 to e6, aha, what you want to do, I can do the same, then suddenly knight d5 or knight f5 is a deadly threat with knight takes e7, and black is unable to parry that. So it just goes on to show one more time that weak spots needs to be carefully taken care of right from the beginning, and you cannot blindly just copy your opponent.
Yes, indeed. Of course, this is one of the things what people like about freestyle, that you have to be focused from the very, very first move, because in one move already, first move, you can make a blunder and not paying attention on some of the weaknesses or unprotected pawns, and then it can be grabbed so easily. And I think when we will bring up the board, we should show this also, because it is not happening too often that this can happen, that really an innocent kind of mirroring can cause almost a losing position immediately. But it's interesting for me that Vincent is really taking this time to be thinking. And do you think it's also not about what is the best move, but about the match strategy, that he wants to go to a position somewhere where he has the upper hand, he can press in the game. At the same time, he doesn't want to sharpen out things, or it's not the moment yet when he's thinking about that?
Well, I think he just wants to understand that how can I get a type of position which I'm happy with. And here with this c4, c5, b3, b6 business, I'm a little bit afraid that he might not know later what to do, yeah, and he will have to make up his mind. So maybe it's easier for him to, wait a second, I don't want to allow this symmetry, and I'm seeing at least 60%, maybe even 70% chances that Vincent will go d4. Because if he really goes c4, it was pointless to think for 10 minutes. Yeah, then you could have just played c4 and go with that.
At the same time, we've seen this with great giants like Ivanchuk, for example, that he was thinking, let's say, in the first move and thinking a lot, and after that, blitzing out what was expected from him, right? Because, okay, Vincent can be thinking about it, so is it correct what Magnus was saying, d4, and we see d4?
Exactly. Vincent is my boy, yes, I know him. And I'm actually very happy that he played d4. It also goes on. Yesterday I was speculating. You remember that Arjun already played the move f6. Vincent will not play f6. He always wants to. Then it also turned out we had a discussion with him. He was not even looking at the other games. Because he wants to be in his own zone. He wants to play according to his own ideas. Doesn't want to be influenced by the other players.
I'm curious actually whether was he aware of it that on the other boards it was 1c4. For the audience, I just want to clarify that the playing hall is not a classical playing hall where there is a stage and all the players are there and you just turn your head and you see the monitors immediately what is happening. But the setup is very special and you have the boards in different small stages. So you don't really see what is happening on the other boards that much, nor only from some spots you can see the monitors. And before I was not seeing Vincent looking up, searching for some information, but now maybe he sees it. But it is very good that he can exclude himself from even Magnus to influence him or other boards influencing him. And I think this can be a very strong character trait for Vincent, that he can do this.
I know that I cannot influence Vincent, yes? So I'm already his coach for 7.5 years. And yes, he always needs to have his freedom. He has to listen to his inner feelings, because whatever I tell him to do that, but if he cannot identify himself with that, then it will simply not work. Yeah? So he always has to find the best method for himself, not like, I did this all my career, this is good, this is the way. It doesn't work like this with Vincent.
Yes, this is very important. Now we see actually Fabiano thinking against c4, what to do against Magnus. It seems like some of the players are walking around, looking around what's going on the other board. They feel that it can only help them to know that information, who played what on the board. And it is very important, going back to Vincent again, because he's the young guy here, and he's in his developing period. So his personality and chess understanding is not there yet. He's there to grow so much,
Exactly.
right? While Nakamura, he grew, he's there. The question is, how can he maintain his strengths and fitness in every way at the chessboard? Because he became more and more professional from the sense, I think, as he's doing a lot of other things, like he's one of the top world's chess streamer. I think also every day after the game he goes back, he records his version of understanding of the day of his game and shares it. That he's very focused, he knows in what moment, which hour, what he does. And also he's extremely efficient in his chess preparation, because I think he understands it very well who he's playing with. He understands himself, what he wants to get out of this game. And he makes great strategies which fits for him very well, because he understands himself, how he works. And I have the feeling that he's not so comfortable and happy to have this position with black.
I wanted to say the same, that actually by going d4, Vincent makes sure that Hikaru cannot really follow the other games. He cannot use any information from, and Hikaru, because he's the player who usually plays much faster, yeah? He has the luxury to walk around, and he's also so super experienced, he has all the knowledge. Not that he might copy everything that happens in the game, but he can draw conclusions that, wait a second, what happened here, I actually dislike, because he already sees motives, how the games are developing, so he could actually play even stronger than the players who already made their moves. And by just going d4, Vincent says, you know what, we're going to play here on our boards, we're not going to see anything that the other guys are doing. And Hikaru also has to make up his mind. Does he do the mirroring strategy with d5? He removes the jacket, I think it also shows that, yes, Hikaru means business. After d4, I have to think. I cannot play a routine move. After c4, c5, b3, b6, and then the ball is back on white's court. Now Hikaru, d5, b5, which direction I'm going to go?
But you know, it's funny, like we as experienced old-timers, Peter, we understand that when an opponent stands up and takes his jacket off, that's usually happening in the middle of the game when you've warmed up. You understand that it's the game starts to be difficult.
Yes.
I will have to make fast decisions.
And tough decisions.
Yeah,
yes.
and then you take off your jacket, right? But this is move one.
Yeah, it shows that the game starts, the real battle starts already before making your first move, and this is unique. This is fantastic. I just love that you cannot make a single routine move, and the reason why I prefer d4 so much more, that it asks more questions. After c4, you close your eyes. Even in the blindfold game, you know that you have to play c5 and b3, b6, and then you will take it from there. After d4, there is no obvious direction, because to decide for d5, that's already a very committal decision. Yeah, that means that you are going along the mirroring strategy where white has an extra tempo. Should I break the symmetry now with b5, but then I'm maybe giving up the central control a little bit? Yeah, there are lot of questions.
So what do you think? Let's pick his game and...
Well, the big question, which game? Because here after d4 there is nothing yet. Should we maybe discuss Magnus's game with Fabi? Because there Magnus gets his preparation on the board. What you want to do?
I still think I want to go to Keimer, because I want to talk a little bit about this d4. Like, what is really Nakamura is thinking about? Because I think the mindset and the match situation is very interesting, and it's interesting to try to analyze and go into their brains, what they might be thinking, why Hikaru is kind of feeling that it's a crucial moment already in move one. Because the thing is that before I asked you that, is it already the stage before move on for Vincent, thinking about the strategy of the match, whether should I play c4, c5, but that would be symmetrical, and it also means that probably for Hikaru it will be kind of easy to play position, right? While if I go d4, Magnus was not so big fan of that. Actually, clearly he emphasized it, that after b5, he thinks it's not the best move, d4. At the same time, then the pawn structure is not symmetrical, and actually Vincent controls the center, which is also quite very much in his style, right?
Yeah, and also I think here very important to highlight that Vincent is a natural-born d4 player. Yeah, all his childhood, all his career, he was playing d4. Then he combined with first move knight f3, c4, and everything. But still, deep inside him, he's really a d4 player. And then in such an important game like today, in the second game of the semi-final, he probably wants to be in a situation where he feels the most harmony. Yeah, after c4, c5, for example, for a player like Magnus, okay, I have played hundreds of c4, c5s in my life, with white and with black. For Vincent, probably he never in his life played ever c4, c5 from the black side. Yeah, that's a completely different kind of situation. In this regard, I'm very happy that he opted for d4.
Well, it is, I think, a very interesting moment from the point of view that it's already from move one, the psychological battle is starting as well, also as in the board. But let's see what Keimer had to say before the game. How did he feel about the match?
Vincent, how are you feeling before this rather important day?
Yeah, quite good, and also surprisingly calm. Maybe it's... Yeah, because things have been going quite well, and also, you know, the feeling is clear that I can't do much to prepare for the game. So, yeah, I just came here as fresh as possible and will now give my very best to play as good as I can.
Interesting to say that, because I was going to follow up with a question within that. Can it sometimes be almost a little frustrating to not be able to do more in advance? You want to do something to prepare, but it's hard to know what?
It could be, but here I'm just enjoying it. So the games themselves are very tough, and also, we have to play from move one, and we can't really rely on experience or structures we know. So for every move, we really need to spend quite a lot of time thinking, and we can't. Every imprecision will be punished on that level. So yeah, that's kind of tough. So it's good to have some time left to refresh instead of having to prepare.
And you feel good today?
Yes.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
It's nice to see that Vincent is enjoying. And I think this is a very important sentence, what he said there. And we've seen this with Magnus also in the first 2 days, that he said it and we could feel it also. Because in such a position, of course, it means a lot, I think, if you're enjoying the game. Because if you're enjoying it, it means that you're happy to investigate, you're happy to be curious, looking the details, the ideas, right? So it was very clear from his interview also that he knows it. It's move one already where you have to be sharp and ready to make very serious decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. And as he also says that, he just tries to not think about chess at all. Yeah. Also, when we discuss something, it's about when do you go to sleep? Did you have enough sleep? Did you go for a walk? Should we go for a walk? Yeah, those are the kind of preparational moves that you want to make for a freestyle chess game. And that was also very much the philosophy of Bobby Fischer. Yeah, I had the chance to talk to him in the period of 98, 99, and we discussed about this. And he told me that professional chess players' life, by working 6-7 hours and then not sleeping because still it haunts you during sleep, that how do I play, how do I get advantage with white, how do I neutralize or create chances with black, that actually this is very unhealthy for a chess player. And in order to have a long career, it would be so nice to play Fischer random chess, yeah, which now we call freestyle chess, and then just enjoy, go fresh to the game.
Yes, and we have a move by Nakamura, a symmetrical game, playing d5. But before we go into this or we jump somewhere else, I want to invite ourselves to look into what Magnus had to say, because he already visited the confessional booth.
I think we gotta find a new chess variant. This game has become so dominated by preparation, so monotonous. You see, three of the games are in the same position. To be fair, those moves are kind of so blindingly obvious and natural that it's hard not to make them. And as we analyzed earlier on, it's a very, very superficial look, but it seemed to me that white would have quite a pleasant game after gaining a little bit of space in the center and bringing the queen into the game. Of course, I lose a little bit of time, but unless he can successfully execute d5 probably without the queen being super active, then I should have some initiative. It's interesting to see that Vincent has gone his own way, though. I'm sure he had his reasons, but yeah, I kind of like the way things are going.
Well, it was an interesting confession he made there. It seems like he's not very happy that it's in 3 of the boards we have the same position, because it's already kind of a very obvious opening development, right?
Yeah, I think he was also typically Magnus's kind of humor, cynicality, that already freestyle chess has ended, so we have to find a new variant. Yes, because as he mentioned, the c4, c5, b3, b6 is so natural, so tempting, especially for him, that he considers that since white was the one who was able to break in the center first, with d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, he activates the queen, and he says that I'm trying to play a hedgehog type of position. If I'm able to establish a Maróczy bind with future e4, knight c3, and then develop the pieces, then white will have the upper hand, and probably he's unsure how black can really stop that. He's enjoying his position. That's why I also said that I don't know exactly why Vincent overruled my judgment, I was being very honest. I was sharing my absolute deep feelings that, yes, definitely c4, c5, b3, b6, d4 is the way. I saw that, yeah, Magnus was highlighting in a preparation that, yeah, d4 is kind of the key. I'm loving the fact that we activate the queen, and he seems to be happy.
Well, indeed, and I see the position, look at the position, and I see that it can be easily the situation that we end up having the two knights to f3 and c3, having rook on d1, the other one from h1 jumps and castles to f1, e4, and indeed we have a very good position for white, very similar what we are, our understanding is about Maroczy-Bind type of position, and white has great space advantage. At the same time, the bishop is on b8, which can be already useful because sometimes it makes a lot of maneuvering from e7, d8, c7 to get there. Probably black is not in a rush to play d6 because that would close the bishop. And while talking about this, it's also interesting that he noticed that Vincent, he's not agreeing with him, so he's going on his own road and path, right? So if Vincent will be successful today in this game and win against Nakamura, the top guys will remember that, okay, this guy is going off the routes we showed him how to do it, and he goes on his own footsteps.
Yeah, shows confidence, yeah, that I don't try to get advantage by listening to Magnus, and then Magnus reveals, this is the right strategy, I'm going to play like this, because Vincent has his own feelings. Now the big question is who will be right. One thing I just quickly want to mention, that while we were listening to the players, Magnus did mention something like that, are we afraid of something like f5, e6 construction, trying to play against the b1 bishop? And then the other players kind of said that, no, we don't really afraid, and we don't think that that's critical. So it again shows that Magnus has this very interesting kind of idea, similar to looking at the pawn structure. How can he fight against e4? How can he shut down the b1 bishop, for example, and then try to make good use of the two bishops, yeah? If, for example, let's just put few moves, yeah, now maybe this is a bad move, but I just want to illustrate a couple of moves that what Magnus probably was thinking about himself, that a setup like this, and all of a sudden computer already says that black is clearly better. I just wanted to highlight that the structures, yeah, that thinking about where the pieces go and suddenly black is the one having perfect harmony, you have to have a completely open mind to deal with all these things. What Fabi has done with 96 is very interesting, because it shows that, just as Magnus said, that the question will be black in time to play d7, d5. So I'm expecting the knight to jump from e8 to f6, followed by bishop b7, and d7, d5. You highlighted with white that it would be nice to play knight c3, knight f3, rook d1. The same applies for black. Moving the rook from f8 and then potentially castling short and supporting d5 break will be, I believe, the critical direction. Magnus will have to establish that pawn to e4 to stop this break.
I think this is a big question, whether will white be able to play e4
exactly,
and control the center and have the full space advantage in the game, or not. But I think the best person to ask this is Nicholas. What do you think? What can you tell us? Will white be able to play e4, or black will be able to do something against it?
Let's have a look together. I was just analyzing a lot this position because I was trying to understand how the computer want to handle it, since the current position that is on the board in a number of games already in one variation or another is, I think, pleasant for white, because black will not be able to play d5 under good circumstances. For example, let's just take the current position. Let's say the queen drops back to d2, black goes knight to f6, white puts a knight on e3. Apparently this is more precise than putting a knight on to c3, so there are some subtleties to understand as well. But let's just say knight e3, black goes bishop b7, and now white can play, for example, f3 is something a computer quite likes. So if black goes d5, we can also target the pawn on e7. This is one pawn that black needs to defend. Rook e8, there's maybe some knight f5 happening already. So white can use the specific circumstance in the position to put pressure on the pawn on e7, and this is actually quite unpleasant. So f3, controlling the e4 square, and maybe for later, preparing knight f5 and e4 to really get the grip is a strong move. Also going for this pawn on e7 is a common motive. I want to back up a little bit to understand what should black have done in this position actually after b3. And this is always a big question. How long should you mirror? Should you mirror at all? When should you stop mirroring? And the computer quite likes to play with maybe with b5 at some point, even sacrificing a pawn, maybe already here to go b5. And if white takes, you don't even do a6 or anything like this, but just keep on developing knight f6, and you just play like this. So if white now goes d4, then you can take on d4, you can play e5, you can play d5, and then it's somewhat obvious that you have some compensation or good compensation for the pawn. But this is very difficult to understand and to play like this. Actually, Richard played knight f6 here, which I like, because now if d4 is played, which was not played by Pragnananda, then you could play here b5. And I think this is more understandable, to play b5 when already white has the queen on d4, so that we get the same position, we can push the pawns forward in the center, we get a nice strong center, and we do have some compensation. But very difficult, very tricky to understand. I think maybe the player should have taken a little bit more time than just mirroring, because here Magnus understandably is quite happy since he has a nice grip on the position. It's fairly clear what he needs to do and also what the other white players need to do. It's all about the pawn break d5, and if they can control that, they will just have a nice edge, pretty much no risk, and have a nice control of the position. So I think c4, after all, was at least practically a very good choice, but maybe d4 was also a good choice. So we will see how the games develop in different ways, and how maybe the black players here in this position, we saw knight f6, we saw knight e6, can deal and try to free themselves under good circumstances, Judith.
Yes, it is a very interesting insight what you highlighted there, whether b6 and playing symmetrically, how good it was. But we have Magnus again going into the confessional booth. Let's listen him what he thinks about the position now.
I was actually considering to retreat the queen not to d2 but to b2. The kind of cheapo you might find after d5, knight e3. For instance, let's say d takes c4, knight f5, and black is already busted because of the dual mate threats of queen takes g7 and knight takes e7. Yeah, ultimately I decided it wasn't that great, but I think by now most of the players have probably, or all of the players have probably spotted that trick, and it's kind of the smothered mate is so kind of irresistible that I think we're all looking for it in every position, which is probably not very healthy.
This is amazing. Thank you, Magnus, because you're so kind that you highlighted this. And I want to show it again. It is so brilliant. And how Magnus is thinking, right? He's really enjoying entertaining himself. Queen d2 is kind of the normal obvious move, and put your bishop to b2. But he spotted out this queen b2, and if d5, knight e3, d takes c4, knight f5, the weakness on e7, you think, okay, nothing really happens. And then after queen b7, amazing, look at this, smother mate. Queen g7 and knight h6 mate.
Yeah, fantastic. And how nice it is that he came to the confessional booth, because otherwise this amazing variation would have been left behind the curtains. The move queen d2 makes so much sense from a professional point of view, that you know exactly that queen belongs to d2, but keeping this open-mindedness that Magnus is having and spotting all this, he did reveal before that he thinks that it's all about will black be able to push d7, d5 or not, and that's why his brain find out, wait a second, if black is playing for d5. Maybe I can let that happen with queen b2. But yeah, he also said that he has way too much respect for his opponents, especially for Fabi, that Fabi will never fall for this cheapo. Should he have tried it? What is your feeling, Judith?
No, I don't think Fabi would have entered into this d5 and allow
he would
him.
have played knight f6.
He would play knight f6 and keep it in mind that white cannot go e4 yet.
Yes.
Right, because it's controlled by the queen on a8 and d5 anytime.
And after knight e3, maybe even just a move like rook e8 and then setting up short castle, getting harmony, and with the knight on e3 and queen on b2, it will be very difficult to fight in long term against d5.
Yes, this is of course a big question. We've seen yesterday Magnus playing d5 at the first possible occasion. It is important to somehow to give space and opportunity for your pieces, and d5 is simplifying the position, and after that, if d5 is possible, white doesn't have the space advantage anymore. So that's why it's very important.
Exactly.
But look at that, Magnus is turning around. He's really following what's going on the other boards. Maybe more than he should?
Well, I don't think this is, maybe even he's just curious to follow how things are heating up, who played what. We are having exactly the same position in Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Nodirbek Abdusattorov game, just like in the Magnus Carlsen Fabiano Caruana. That's a very special kind of situation. Magnus obviously already has his idea. He knows in which direction he wants to go. But it's kind of funny. We also see a different direction in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Jan Nepomniachtchi. If we will have the bird's eye view, then we can kind of compare. Maybe should we have the bird's eye view?
Yes,
I think it would be nice, yeah.
Just 1 second. I was thinking that black can also go knight f4 with an idea of king g2.
Yes. Yes. But with queen d2, we did the prophylactic, so then we'll be able to play knight f3 and cover this.
Yes, indeed.
So let's just compare. In the game between Magnus Carlsen and Caruana, it's exactly the same position as Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Abdusattorov. In Arjun Erigaisi Jan Nepomniachtchi game, we see a different dynamic. Jan started with knight f6, which gave white the chance to first develop the knight to e3, and then the knight was heading to c6, targeting the queen, and now white has to decide, do I retreat it on d2, do I maybe put it even on h4? There are many different kind of squares for the queen. What would be your instinct where you want to put the queen?
I would go to h4.
To h4, yeah, just to be closer to black's king.
Well, I think it's very stable on h4. White has the opportunity to jump knight e5, knight f5, knight d5. Bishop will be able to possibly go, even knight g4. I mean, there is, at some point, if black would be castling eventually, I mean, after that. But of course, knight f5 can be incredibly unpleasant already in the next move. And the c1 bishop will decide whether it's going on b2 or after moving the e3 knight, it can also go to f4, well, more to g5. But I think it can be a very challenging position for black after
I think that Nepo's idea with knight c6 is, because it's slightly mysterious move. Yet why do you close your queen on a8? Yeah, that queen was having wonderful life on the long diagonal, but he probably wants to be ready to meet bishop b2 with bishop e5, trading the dark squared bishops. I believe that this is kind of the idea behind knight c6. So I'm kind of curious that after queen h4, would he play a move like e6? Stopping knight f5 and inviting please bishop b2 then bishop e5, but white is not forced to play bishop b2. You can start with knight f3 setting up bishop b2 idea.
I was also thinking that maybe after queen h4 he has an idea to regroup the knight to e5 and possibly to g6.
Yes, that was my first intention as well, knight e5 and knight g6, but then you have all this kind of knight f5 and after knight g6 I'm still in this mother-made territory. Luckily queen h6 does not work.
Just a draw.
Yes.
That's a perpetual check.
It's a perpetual check. If you need a draw, yeah, if you want it, let's just show them. Maybe if we can go there because this is a beautiful line.
So let's pick Arjun Nepomniachtchi game for a moment.
We have to show this. This is so beautiful.
Let's see the Arjun game because indeed it gives funny ideas, mating, drawing patterns, having the king on g8 and the rook on h8 and f8.
Yeah, so the move that you wanted to advocate was the move Queen H4, no surprise. You always loved the most energetic, the most aggressive of all options. And then we speculated that maybe after Queen H4, there is this idea of bringing the knight to G6, getting a tempo, hitting the queen on H4. And what was the line, please, Judith? Start telling to our audience, what did we discover?
Knight E5, knight F5, knight G6. And if white wants to go further, he can go rook queen H6.
If he needs a draw, then there is this beautiful draw, yeah? There is no way black can escape from the draw, and we already have tie breaks on. I know, because Arjun needs to win. In this game, it doesn't work, but yeah, just such a beautiful idea. King G7, knight F5.
Yeah,
check.
and unusual perpetuate check.
Yeah, never.
Practically, it would never happen because you don't have in classical chess the two rooks surrounding the king from both sides. But I also have a funny idea that after knight C6, maybe white can go knight F5.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Not retreating the queen, and after E6, knight H6.
Well, after E6, maybe I just move away with my queen to anywhere. To queen H4, and I don't know. I mean, is it going to be so good?
Well, but with E6, but knight H6 wins. Yeah, so I can't play E6. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, this is a real problem. It's a total disaster. Game over on the spot. And if I'm not targeting your knight, then you can move your queen to H4 next. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was your.
And
kind of
as
feeling.
we pointed out, that Arjun in a must-win situation, so he is the person who has to press.
But I have D5. I have D5. The knight targets the queen, protects the E7 pawn, and the bishop now gets access to the F5 knight.
Yes, D5, and after queen H4, you want already to capture on F5.
Probably I take on F5, yes.
And take on C4.
I think so, yeah. Now I don't really mind giving up my pair of bishops because I'm having a lot of activity. Don't know exactly. Okay, D takes C4. Yeah, let me take. You have to decide, do you take with the queen or not? Then I will somehow be able to activate my pieces very quickly.
Yeah, though it's still a very funny setup that on the king side. These 4 pawns and 2 rooks around the king.
Yeah, but I will play E6, rook D8 and short castle, and then also, how do you recapture the pawn?
And yeah, that's a problem because I don't want to waste time going with the queen to c4. So, but I had another funny or interesting idea. Probably it's not good because I thought queen h4, knight e5, knight f5, knight g6, bishop h6.
Yes, that was the other shocker.
But then simply you go e6, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, just to highlight, the queen is not hanging because after knight takes h4, there is a smothered mate with knight takes e7. So it's all about targeting that knight because g takes h6, queen h6 loses on the spot.
You can show again knight e8.
Yes, then queen g7.
Yes,
we already know this stunner. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, it just comes back to hunt black all the time. Smother mates everywhere.
The same kind, but in different forms still.
Yeah, beautiful. But, okay, beautiful. Arjun has to play for a win, and he plays the professional move, queen d2. Probably he says, wait a second, actually, what does this knight doing on c6 long terms? Because it really blocks the queen. We also know in the hedgehog kind of structure how often it is that the knight from c6 move back to b8, and then it's transferred to d7 to get the perfect harmony. Of course, here we are talking about many smother mates. It's not the usual hedgehog where you have all the luxury to regroup as you please.
Exactly. Can we go back a little bit to Magnus's game? Because now that we looked different things, what happens knight on c6, in that position, everything is the same. The only difference is that in Magnus's game, the knight, instead of c6, it is on e6. So if we can talk about it, what are the differences in this position? Like why on e6 the knight can be much better or worse, contrary. So for what are the pros and the cons?
Well,
knight on c6.
The pros are very easy. Simply the queen's diagonal is opened. The bishop clearly belongs on the long diagonal as well with bishop b7. This is also a typical hedgehog setup, bishop b7, queen a8, and putting a lot of pressure on the long diagonal. But of course the e7 pawn is vulnerable. Magnus wants to establish a grip, and he has played the move knight e3. What I really don't like from Fabi that he started to slow down. Yeah, that he kind of played this c5, b6, cd, queen d4, knight e6 quite quickly. And isn't it a little too late to think, because the structure is determined, and we talked about this, that if he is in time to push d5, then everything is fine, but it's all about the timing. Nicholas already highlighted beautifully that whenever black tries to go for very quick d5, he has to watch out for this knight f5, bishop a3 idea, also putting tremendous pressure on the e7 pawn. And how do you get stability? Will you have to play a move like rook e8, setting up short castle? I don't know exactly. It feels like Magnus got exactly what he wanted, and it's also like some Ulf Andersson's type of chess school. I remember that game that Magnus won against Gashimov in Vaikanze in a hedgehog, also following Ulf Andersson's classical games and winning a masterpiece there.
It's interesting that after knight e6, the biggest danger for black, it's two things. One thing is that he cannot go d5, right? Which is very essential in this position, that the pressure is on with the pawn on c4. But the other one is at least as important, that white is ready not only to stop the d5 move with the knight on e3, but it's ready to jump to f5. And what can black do against it? Because we've seen in, which game was it? Nepomniachtchi won against Gukesh in very early of the game. Black allowed knight to be on f5, and it was a crush.
Yeah.
So we know, and not only in that game, we know it from many games, that in such a kingside setup, right, the knight on f5 can be a killer. And actually it's supported even from a b1 bishop, where it cannot be better supported. Yes. And also when the c1 bishop, either on this diagonal can be powerful, or it shows up on b2, and it looks like deadly for black.
Yes.
Isn't Fabiano possibly already in very difficult situation?
Well, if you ask me, I would say that this is a very critical situation. When we look at the evaluation bar, then the computer says, okay, guys, why are you overreacting? Everything is fine. But how it is fine? How do we deal with this? Because somehow it really feels unfortunate, and I believe now it's a little bit cheating, because Nicholas already mentioned the computer lines. I think it was something like bishop b7, and then the point is that white is even in time to play a move like f3, blocking the diagonal, first of all. Also creating the idea of going knight f5 and then e4. White gets the grip, the Maróczy bind that we were talking about, when the knight on e6 will be a horrible piece, because knight e6 was based on the fact that I'm getting a tempo, hitting your queen from d4, and I'm going to go quickly bishop b7, knight f6, d5. If you are not in time, and this d5, knight f5, rook e8, bishop a3 idea was kind of brutal, because all of a sudden it looks like after rook e8, finally black is just one move away from short castle, and nothing immediately is happening, and all of a sudden white has another target, and he can target it with bishop a3, the e7 pawn.
I think, Nicholas, it's your turn now to try to cheer us up and the fans of Fabiano, that what is he going to be doing after Magnus's knight e3?
That is actually not an easy task to do that, because Peter was spot on. You guys said that this is the position that Magnus wants to get. He has a nice grip, and it's not clear how black should continue. Indeed, the prophylactic move rook e8, protecting this vulnerable pawn on e7, is the computer's first choice. Then you can also play castle. I guess I should make this error, because the rook will just jump over the king. The king will stay where it is. So let's say rook e8. Now bishop b2, just developing the bishop. Maybe also on some lines we can think about taking on f6. And in this position, let me just make this move castle. And once you castle, there's always also this option that maybe white will play h4. We always have to watch out for this move, that suddenly white is not castling himself, but tries to develop the rook in this fashion. So let's say h4. Let me just say, okay, I try to block with h5 so you don't advance further. And now white can take on f6. Black doesn't want to take with the g-pawn because you would open up the king too much, but after e takes f6, just your position is quite bad positionally wise with a strong knight on d5 and the double pawns, and already black is in a lot of trouble. So we just got a move. Let's see what, yes, rook e8 was played, a good move, so this is a good sign for the Fabi fans, rook e8. But now after bishop b2, the computer wants to see h5 maybe, but h5, difficult move to play, honestly. The other logical move would be to go bishop b7, but bishop b7 is always probably answered by f3, blocking the bishop, and then yes, still knight f5 is in the air, still bishop takes f6 is in the air. I would be worried here if I was Fabi, and we will see if he can get into a decent position. This could become quite dangerous in the next few moves already, it feels like to me,
Niklas,
Peter.
I have one question,
yes.
Because when we look at Maxim's game against Nodirbek, it's exactly the same, but instead of the move knight e3, Maxim opted for bishop b2. Can you just maybe show for the audience the difference between the two moves? Is there a difference, or it just does not matter?
It does matter because you have already committed the bishop to a b2, when in some lines you want to maybe play the bishop to a3 and target the pawn on e7, and here after bishop b2, actually the computer quite likes rook d8 to prepare d5 once more, and now if you play knight e3, you are not in time. Black can go d5. Black can go d5, and once black plays d5, he's actually better because of the bishop to f6, I have the intermediate move d takes c4, hitting the queen on d2, and black is in excellent shape. We'll take back next on f6, and no worries whatsoever. So bishop b2 was an inaccuracy because of the rook takes rook d8, sorry, instead of knight e3 here, white would be actually forced to take on f6, and then at least you get rid of the bishop, you know what structure you will have. Of course, white has the square on d5, but you do have the bishop pair, and you will probably be okay here with black. Maybe bishop b7, knight c7, try to fight for the square. You have the worst structure, but you do have the bishop pair, and your king is also feeling much safer now with this structure. So coming back to the position here in the Magnus game, it was very precise and good by Carlsen that he played knight e3 instead of what MVL did, bishop b2. And this really put the maximum pressure on the black position. Now bishop b2, now that the rook has committed itself to e8, there's no more d5 break, then white is increasing the pressure on the black position. Let's see how Magnus will continue.
It's quite unpleasant for Fabi. You couldn't cheer up the Fabi fans, to be honest.
Sorry.
You have the engine, and even with the engine, you couldn't come up together with something. It means that it's a very, very, very difficult position for black, because
yes.
It happens many times that it looks not so promising, and then the engine comes and says, "Come on, guys, okay, you're overreacting on everything." And then it says something, and then we have to reconsider it, that, okay, our enthusiast approach was too much. But now it's not the case. Now the case is that actually the engine approves or our intuitive feelings about it. And really this knight, when it shows up on f5, but of course I think Magnus will be not in a rush at all, because he wants to keep an eye on stopping the d5.
Exactly.
And it will come when it hurts the most, as we say.
Yes, and also big thanks for Niklas for explaining the differences. I sensed, and that's why I also deliberately asked this question between knight e3, bishop b2. It seems like it doesn't matter, and then this small little detail, yeah, that against bishop b2 there is rook d8 and d5. And I would also say that in this regard we can again appreciate Magnus's feeling, intuition, knowledge, and everything. When we compare two players like MVL and Magnus Carlsen, then we know exactly that Magnus has so much more experience in this type of positions, because Maxim is a clear 1e4 player, yeah, who is in his knight off absolutely brilliant. He's the best in the world. But in the c4, c5 structures, clearly Magnus's intuition and feeling for all the details, all the finesses, is probably the best in the world.
And it's interesting just to chew it a little bit longer, this exact situation, that knight e3, bishop b2. Basically, intuitively, Magnus also thinks, of course, bishop b2 is a great move, knight e3 is a great move. And it's not something that it is decisive. These are the very small nuances where, okay, after bishop d2, rook d8 maybe stands better, more ready to act d5, right? After knight e3, rook d8 is not so good because the e7 is vulnerable immediately, and black is not in time to castle and to protect it with rook e8, right? So there are very small details, like we've seen a long time ago with Karpov.
Yes.
Where you see that he's not doing anything, really. He's just making moves. It seems to be okay. Sometimes he goes forward, sometimes he goes backwards. But somehow at the end he wins.
Yeah, and it works for him. And then you try to copy exactly the same moves, but you can never get it right. Yeah, something is always missing. And just one more time, very quickly to show this, that yes, if white plays bishop b2, then this rook d8, knight e3, d5. It's very much in the spirit as you mentioned yesterday, the move d5, and Magnus also played it. Yeah, he managed to break out, and after bishop takes f6, now there is this intermediate move d takes c4. Thanks to these tactics, it's working. The break is working. It's so important.
Though, if I ask you, do you think Magnus did not play this because of this?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
You think he saw it?
Yeah, definitely. Because the point is, when you start with knight e3, you simply see that after rook d8 you have knight f5. So after knight e3 you take away the option of black going rook d8.
But maybe your thinking process is that, okay, I can play in bishop b2 or knight e3. I say, okay, but knight e3, rook d8, I have knight f5. And then you don't even think about it longer whether you play bishop b2. You don't have to see, that's what I want to point out, you not necessarily have to see this very nice intermediate move which you showed with dc4 to understand that knight e3 you rather go to this way.
If you start with knight e3, then it's clear. I'm sticking with knight e3. It's nice. I can play bishop b2 whenever I want. But actually, Magnus, I think, for the moment is still thinking. So it's not like after the move rook e8 now he blitzes out the move bishop b2, even if it's the most natural move. Yeah, he's keeping open mind. He is ready to wait a second, yeah, bishop b2 is a routine move, but maybe I can even find a better idea.
Well, we discussed from the very beginning of the position when I said h4. I think h4 is always there to think about it with white. I don't know whether it's so good. Probably black will be playing h5.
Yes.
But also, when you play with white, you have to be aware of it, that usually this h4, h5 in classical normal chess, it does not work because you're not supported with the rook on h1. It happens much more often on the other side in like Sicilian or some even Queen's Indian, that you might be playing a4 and almost automatically your opponent will be playing a5. So this you have to keep in mind now on the other side with h4, that actually I can include h4, h5 in the position if it's beneficial for me. I don't know how beneficial.
Is it beneficial?
Well, it can be beneficial. For example, if I go h4 with white, let's say you go h5 because you don't want me to play h5 and gain space.
Yeah,
and then I would say, okay, after h5 to go knight d5. And then if we exchange and I have c takes d5, then the g5 square can be important for white. While the g4 square is not very significant from white's perspective, right?
Yes.
It's much weaker for black's position, seeing queen g5, bishop g2.
And
maybe it's not enough, but the king seems to be quite vulnerable.
Yeah, and then you will target the g7 pawn. Also, after c takes d5, now the queen on a8 is shut out of the game. Yeah, that's what I don't like. So wait a second.
And this is what Magnus pointed out in the very beginning. d4, cd4, queen d4, my queen is back in the game.
Yes, it's already activated.
Yeah.
Yeah, this very special feeling. Yeah, all these nuances, and why we love to hear the players and seeing the players be finalizing, and then also how they use their strategy that they discussed in the game that they are playing. And so far, I think Magnus got everything what he dreamed of and why he was advocating so strongly for 1c4.
Yes, actually, for him, it worked everything perfectly.
But wait a second, then how should black react? So this is the current position. Magnus is thinking, and since Magnus is thinking and he hasn't played the move bishop b2 yet, it kind of gives the signals us that Magnus is definitely thinking about when and how I could even maybe try to change the character of the game with knight d5? Should I then include h4, h5? Is black forced to react with h5 after h4? Yeah, many things to be thought about, but this is why we love the classical portion, that the players have the chance to think about all these nuances.
Indeed, indeed. And we have time also to try to discover all the nuances. And in this position, I think it's very clear that Magnus is happy about his position. And now he has the joyful moments to think about it. What is even the best move to put even more pressure on Black's position? And Fabiano will not have an easy game, it seems. But I want to see what he had to say to us before the game. Was he optimistic?
Fab, it's an important day today. How do you feel in general about your play and your physical condition now?
I think things are looking up in terms of my play, at least. The result is definitely improved from the first day of Rapid especially, and also from the second day of Rapid. And yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a very tough day, of course, no matter what happens. Whether in the classical game, it'll be very tough for sure. And if it's a draw, then the tiebreak obviously will be extremely tough, as they usually are. But I do usually have a tiebreak in the second match, at least traditionally in these events. So I won't complain too much if it goes in that direction. And hopefully I'll be playing well in Rapid this time around.
You were feeling a little bit under weather in the beginning of the tournament. How hard is it to play chess, really, if you're not 100%?
I'm still not feeling so great physically, but I've been in that position before sometimes. You know, what can you do? It's out of your control sometimes that if you're traveling around a lot, you can be exposed to something. And it's not the worst illness, just a bit of a cold. So, of course, it's not, I would rather not be sick. It's not ideal, but I've never noticed that it kills your chest unless you're really sick and you just can't. I've had that sometimes. Like in the World Cup in 2017, I had tonsillitis. I basically couldn't speak. I couldn't swallow. It was a nightmare, and I was on like very heavy medication during that tournament, and it killed my play. But outside of something like that, some minor illness is usually not the worst thing.
The version of Magnus that you're playing here in freestyle compared to classical chess, is there a great difference, or is it the same Magnus Carlsen that shows up, you think?
Basically the same. The only difference is that maybe the likelihood of a draw in classical is a bit lower in freestyle, I would say, just because you have that additional randomness. And in classical chess between two top players, usually you can expect a draw. It's not always the case, but it's very often. And especially, he might not want to take so many risks in like classical chess because you don't have so many. Like he might try something kind of safe and just test me a bit in the opening. That might be like a different strategy. Here you can't really have a strategy because you just have to play the position that you get and you've seen for the first time 10 minutes ago. And you hope that it's a good position, but you can't control, of course, which position you get.
This is a battle we really look forward to. Good luck to you today, Fabi.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, very interesting interview, to be honest. First of all, it was very clear that he came here knowing that it will be a very tough day. Very tough challenge to play with Magnus, and as we heard it, his health is also not 100%, but of course, all chess players, no matter what, you get a little cold, you don't feel good, there is no way, no postponing the game. You have to play it, you have to give the maximum. We were there, all of us, before, and so it was interesting what he said, and I think he's very much ready for a playoff. More to that, I think he would be happy. Already before the game, he gave the impression to me that it will be a very tough classical game, and he doesn't mind if it's a draw, and then he goes on to the playoff.
Yeah, but this was the thing that I did not like so much about his mindset, that I felt like he was thinking too much about the playoff. That, yes, playoff and so on, but you still first have to survive this game, and playing with Black against Magnus, and we also see that he's under pressure. When you ask me, when I look at this position, my feeling is, where is that playoff? That's very far away. For the moment, the question is, how will Fabi survive the next 2-3 moves? If he survives and he somehow establishes a normal situation, then I'm willing to be thinking about what are the chances and so on. But for the moment, it's all about survival.
Yes, but we should not forget that that interview was done before even they knew what position they are going to be playing out, right? So I think also Fabi is not very busy with his thoughts about the playoff strategy at this point, because he knows that it's an extremely dangerous position, especially against Magnus. I don't think otherwise he would be very happy with the position, but maybe he would be not complaining too much. And but maybe we just overreacting a little bit. Maybe it's not going to be so easy to have a really huge advantage.
Yes, well, the evil bar says that basically nothing really much is happening, but the feeling is that there is danger. Yeah, there is real danger hanging in the air. That's why I said that if the next 2-3 moves go normally for black and he establishes control and he will kind of stabilize his position, then we can talk about tiebreak and forget about all the dangers. But at this moment, it's still very scary for black.
But at the same time, I think it's also interesting to notice that Magnus is a player who plays faster than his opponent most of the time. He has a fantastic position. He knows it that he has a fantastic position. At the same time, he's 20 minutes behind the clock. So maybe he knows that it's a critical moment. I have to find the right path to get the maximum out of this position. No, he's not ready to accept that he's just a little bit better. He just plays bishop b2, let's say, develops knight f3, he brings the rook, and just has the general Maroczy bind kind of space advantage, right? He's looking for more. And bishop b2 on
the board. He plays bishop b2, so it will be interesting, and Nicholas will be the person to discuss this h4, h5, knight d5 transformation of structure, for example, where that would have led to. It was impossible for us to understand immediately. Magnus plays the move bishop b2, he runs away. It's a sensible move, it's a developing move. But yeah, I would turn to Nicholas immediately that please, Judith, hit me with h4, h5, knight d5, creating direct threats against my king, how I should have reacted.
Yes, it's a very good question, one that certainly Magnus also pondered. What about knight d5, either directly or after h4, h5? So let's just insert the moves h4, h5, just to understand for the viewers why is white playing h4. That allows you to grab some space on the right side of the board and maybe also develop the rook in some lines to h3, h4, maybe get it activated in this way, because this is really the only problem piece in the white position, also in the black position, where you're not quite sure how you can include it and get it active into a game. So h4, h5, black doesn't necessarily want to allow white to push the h pawn further and gain more space, so h5 should be played. And now after knight d5, indeed you should not take this knight on d5, because if you take here, white is definitely better. Let's say knight f4 attacks the pawn on d5, but white goes e4, and the queen is a bit out of the game. You have a nice space advantage in the center, and white is better.
Sorry,
bishop
a6?
Yes.
Bishop a6
Simply
is a good point. Yes, knight d3, you can allow this to happen, and now we might have some trades, but in the end, white is still better here. Good point. So after knight d5, in fact, you should play the move knight c7. Also after the direct knight d5, you should go knight c7 and try to challenge the knight in this way. Also exchanging the knight on e6 rather than the knight on f6, which is better place, the knight on f6. So for example, now if e4, then knight c takes d5, e takes d5, and black can immediately try to challenge the white pawn chain, and black should be all right here.
And wait a second, after knight c7, why can't we take on f6 and enjoy?
Yes, you can play like this, for sure. You have the better pawn structure, but black is ready to go d5, next move, and it seems to be all right for black.
And if e4, then bishop b7, and if f3, f5, and ef d5, that's how you break my construction?
f5 or maybe even b5 here to try to break the construction. Yes, b5, and now I can play d5. The floodgates open, and black's actually doing quite well. So this is definitely something that Magnus spent a lot of time on, which is why he took his time to play bishop b2. Now bishop b2 is on the board. And we already looked at the move castle here, which is dangerous because now this h4 move gains in strength, since after h5 you already have committed your king to g8, and then it might be vulnerable after bishop takes f6, e takes f6. Now knight d5 apparently is quite strong, because also there are always some threats in the air, like queen d3. Now this battery along the diagonal, black cannot really play g6 because of knight takes f6, and you really have to watch out for this. So this is a very crucial moment now in the game, where Fabi should either play bishop b7 or h5. Any other move is definitely worse. And let's see what he decides on. It can definitely become quite sharp here. And he is under pressure, but at least he's up on the clock, 17 minutes. So critical moment now. He should not play castle. He should play either bishop b7 or h5.
Okay, I think we kind of understand it pretty well what's going on in this game. So let's go to the bird's eye view maybe first to be able to see the others. This is also interesting, but I want to see what's going on here. As there is another game, I see that you spotted that game which you picked.
Well, that was the Maxim game, yeah? Maxim against Abdusatov, which is the same where bishop b2, rook d8 actually happened.
Yes.
And then Maxim took on f6.
Okay.
But we already talked about this structure, and then suddenly h4 appeared on the board between Vincent and Hikaru, and that's why I felt like, wow, if finally the move h4, which we are talking so much about, that even in a symmetrical d4 position, and we haven't talked about this game too much, and the c4, c5 structure we have already covered, that maybe it would make sense to get an update.
Yes, I completely agree with that, that let's go to find out. But before that,
I understand.
Arjun's game.
Yes.
That against Nepomniachtchi, okay, he's in a must-win situation, right? And he went long castle in this type of position. So that's what I just wanted to take a glance on.
And another one that hit me with reports b7, b5 sacrifice that Niklas highlighted, that the super engine says that there is this pawn sacrifice idea, and not just that I will try to play in the banker gambit spirit that cba6, but just to play in the center. And Ricci came up with this, also combining it with a quiet little rook e8. I find it just that, yeah, the players are playing for the ninth place, but they are geniuses. And I'm so happy to see this.
Okay, so shall we go to Vincent's game? Because this h4, it's heating up a little bit, and let's discover what is really going on in that game, because we've seen some pawn structure, interesting pawn structure, and maybe let's go back a little bit,
because
right?
this is move 9. Let me just jump one more time back to h4. This is move 9, and we know that the game started out with d4, d5. What happened here in the last 6-7 moves? It's kind of completely insane. White played the move b3. Which we talked about, at least with Niklas, we talked about that, yeah, that's the main idea, d4, d5, b3, supporting the idea of c4, also getting ready to play bishop a3 in some circumstances. For example, if black plays the move b5, stopping c4, that would also lead to the structure that Vincent so beautifully used against Fabiano in the last rapid section. So it was clear that Hikaru will never ever play the move b5. He opted for knight d6. Vincent plays knight e3, and that was the point. The knight e3 targeting the pawn on d5, and once again setting up the idea of going c2, c4. Hikaru played the move b6. Vincent got the upper hand in the center. He was the first to strike with c4. D takes c4, b takes c4, c5. The first transformation of structure. Yeah, it becomes very unbalanced. However, then Vincent decided to simplify things. He opted for d takes c5, and the reason why he opted for d takes c5, I felt like, okay, let's stay on the Magnus game and let's discuss all these c4, c5 things, because game is rather slow, but things are heating up. Knight f3, f6, wonderful move. You have to close the long diagonal, that's clear. Vincent played the move rook f1 to d1, a move that computer did not like so much, that maybe there was something more genetic. However, After e6, Vincent, instead of castling, everybody might have expected you played the move rook f1 to d1. It's the second game. The first game was though you don't want to take risks. That's not how Vincent functions. That's why he also has so much fans. He goes for the maximum. He goes h4, tries to combine all kinds of elements. What is your feeling, Judith?
I like h4. You know that I'm a fan of h4. And we see on the board a very quick or pretty quick reaction, I think, h5. Because this is the first move comes to mind. And of course, a player like Nakamura, he does not want to see the white pawn on h5 because he can't stand it if he's going to be pressed, if the opponent has the space advantage, and how difficult black's position would be after white playing h5 because of the bishop you're highlighting from b1 to h7. So it's kind of a must to play h5. At the same time, there is a great weakness on g6. The question is whether white can be able to exploit that. But before going into the depth of this position to understand, let's get some help from Vincent himself, what he had to say just a few seconds ago about his position.
I think today's starting position was quite solid for black. Yeah, what we discussed and what happened on most boards was this c5, c4, c5, b3, b6, d4 in some move order. I was not that convinced, both because of cd and f5. So that's why I chose to go for first move d4. Also here, I think first move b6 was not that stupid, like c4, c5, and then if I go b3, it will transpose, and after d5, f5, it is a better version compared to what we discussed, but I still wasn't entirely sure on how to evaluate that. He went for d5, which also has to be reasonable, but I was hoping to get a small edge after b3. I think his reaction with knight d6 was good. Knight e3, b6, c4, take, c5 seemed like a good choice. I can play d5, but I was kind of worried that f5 might be an issue somewhere. Like after f5, I can block f4 with g3, but then, I thought e6 or e5 even is an idea at some point. c4 might become weak. Like this knight on e3 is just kind of in the wrong spot. I need to play e4 there for the structure, and I don't have that option. So I wasn't really happy with that. That's why I went for dc, and it might look quite dry at first, but I do believe that we will get a very exciting game, simply because this knight on d6 is kind of weirdly placed. I mean, it's not a bad spot for the knight to be, but it blocks the bishop, and as soon as he moves the e-pawn, which he did in the game, also the knight becomes kind of loose, and like the d-file. So what we got now is, like my knights on e3 and f3, he kind of blocked with his pawns on e6, f6, so that's quite nice for him, but his king will be quite weak. I think castling will be incredibly tough for him. I'm not really planning on castling since I just played h4, so in case I manage, I would love to activate the rook rider h-file, and basically my big trump is this bishop on b1, which is open in comparison to his bishop on b8. c4, c5 are quite easily protectable for the moment, so I don't think there's that much going on the queen side for now. But I mean, my attack is not really something I'm really hoping to crush through directly, but it's more of a long-term idea to kind of tie down as many defenders as possible and make the development of this h8 rook a little difficult. So in general, I would say I'm quite happy with the position, but it's double-edged, that's what I would say.
He was very rounded in his explanation of the game, right? And maybe it also helps him, no? It's a full summary what was going on in the opening phase of the game, why he chose this, why he didn't play d5, he went here. But one thing was very clear, that he's aiming to hunt Hikaru's king if he is not paying attention, and let's say he moves away his rook from h8, which I doubt that he will do in this game.
Yes, it was about long-term king safety, that Vincent felt like he has the better king, safer king, the bishop on b1, beautifully eyeing that king. So probably Hikaru will not try to castle at all. He will try to maintain the position, improve his pieces. One factor that Vincent highlighted, that he's believing in his position and the potential because of this bishop on b8 is kind of blocked by the knight on d6. When I look at the position, I feel like the knight on d6 is actually a strong piece, but if you look at from this angle, then yet it really blocks the bishop. I was a little bit not sure long term this knight e3, knight f3 structure against the pawns e6, f6. Vincent also mentioned this, that he believes that those two pawns are beautifully controlling the knights, but it came at a cost of weakening squares on the king side. Yeah? So all this combination of factors gave Vincent the hope that he might be able to get the initiative. We did see that some of the decisions or some of the conclusions that Vincent came up with, that after the c5 he pushes d5, for example, then black can play the move f5 and it gets double-edged and so on. He wasn't sure. It's humanly very understandable. It's very difficult to evaluate the consequences, but when you see the evaluation bar jumping, skyrocketing, that no, you don't have to worry about, then you understand that, yes, it's just so difficult, even in classical freestyle game, to understand the differences and to be able to objectively correctly assess it. Yeah, you believe in your feelings, yes, and then you take it that, no, I don't want to, and also it's Hikaru, he's very tricky, we'll find the counterplay, and I don't want to allow that.
Yes, indeed. What I was kind of surprised when Vincent was saying that, well, actually the starting position, black has a pretty stable position. I would think when I was looking at their analysis that white is having an amazing game for game 2. I mean, generally speaking, you made the first draw, you play with the white pieces, and you get this. I would think that it's great for white. Okay, the two is not excluding each other, right? Okay, black has a stable position, but I would be just incredibly so happy that white's position is so great. But he was not highlighting that how great white's position, starting position is.
Yeah, because after all, it was not like I'm going to go g4 and I'm getting immediately a very nice, clear advantage. And this wasn't, and it felt like our first feeling was also that it's solid for black. Yes, it might be nice from white side that, okay, let black be solid, but then we are also solid and able to put, for example, risk-free pressure. That's kind of a dream scenario in a knockout match. In the second game with white, we can try something. The pressure is on black. Vincent activated the queen to c3, just a little quiet move, bringing the queen closer to action. Somewhere maybe setting up some rook takes d6, bishop takes d6, queen d3. If, for example, the rook would not be on h8, then that would be a double attack on the bishop on d6 and queen h7 check. That's why we also speculated that maybe black wants to keep that rook on h8. He's not in any rush to castle.
Yes, it's a question for me also. I mean, of course, queen c3 seems to be a great move because bringing the queen out from the corner, it's you have to do it at some time. And of course, you have to look at it. When is it the most the best moment when to bring out? When do you think that you have the time for it? And maybe also white, I don't know if you think that the bishop from c1 wants to go to b2 or more to a3.
To a3. Also combine. But of course, if black puts the queen on c6, then bishop a3 will be pointless. Then black is already ready. I somehow feel that move like queen c6 is very tempting, very natural. I was also worried of this hanging knight on d6, not to run into any tactics. I don't believe that black's knight belongs to c6 because it would once again block black's queen. I'm very tempted to just play queen c6, and and it's already on the board, Hikaru blitzes it out, it makes perfect sense. Stability. Also, we heard Hikaru, one of the sentences that they discussed, I'm very happy to be solid. Those were the words of Hikaru in the preparation.
Yes, absolutely. I'm thinking about rook h3 and moves like this, but I think this is exactly the right time to ask Nicholas what you think and what is the position evaluation to start with?
The position is fairly balanced objectively because both sides have their problems, let's put it like this. So white has a bit of the problem of the two knights, which are really well restricted by these pawns on e6 and f6. You see these two knights, they have nowhere to go. Also there's pawns on c5 and h5 control the knights. They have nowhere forward to go. And at the same time, the king safety is a bit of an issue for black. This is why Vincent played h4 and provoked h5, which, by the way, was a good move by Nakamura, so that the square g6 is weakened and the king feels a bit loose. And this is what Vincent also mentioned, that long-term black always has to watch out with the king. So what to do in this position? Well, you can castle, that makes some sense, but then it's really the question how you continue. For example, black improves the knight to f7, and you need to come up with some kind of plan how you can improve your position. It's really difficult. There are no clear targets. Maybe in some lines you could try to go after the c5 pawn, but it's also not that vulnerable, and it feels very difficult. Probably you need to maneuver these knights at some point. Maybe rook fe1 to play knight f1, knight g3, something along these lines. Actually, I like this. Knight rook fe1, knight f1, knight g3. Maybe you can think about e4 then at some point. So Vincent has to come up with a plan. This is the current position. It is quite a solid position for black still, even though, of course, there are some issues with king safety. So given how the first few moves went, where Vincent definitely had some bit of an edge, Hikaru is probably happy at this point with his position being solid.
Wow, being happy in this position with black having this weakness on g6?
Yes, and if you ask me, I'm also happy with black. I would actually be rather black in this position than white, because I feel that with black there is no pressure on me. I don't see the mating attack yet. White is the one, because I'm having these wonderful pawns against these knights. I feel that the next couple of moves white has to do something with his position, otherwise black will be perfectly fine long terms. Yeah, those are my feelings. And okay, this short castle, rook fe1, knight f1, knight g3 regrouping, I don't think it's realistic. Would you ever be thinking, Judith, about this when you feel like the black's weakness is his king?
No, my idea was very strange. My idea is to play king f1, rook g1, g4.
Of course.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
I don't
Beautiful.
think I have enough time. That's the only problem. But if I could make 3 moves. That's one of the options I would do.
Lovely.
It didn't occur to you that this is an option.
No, because I was thinking like from black's perspective, that I develop the knight. Maybe also I can get the knight to h6 if I feel like knight f7, knight h6, controlling the. Maybe it might be also a good idea against your king f1, rook g1. Maybe not. Let's put it on the board. King f1. I feel like it's more human than castles. On the other hand, it's the second game of the match, where you might not want to burn bridges like this.
Yes, this I agree
Yes.
that in the match situation, I'm not sure I would like to go this, but I just thought...
It's analyzes now.
Okay, so rook g1.
Yeah, so I told you that this was kind of my intuition of bringing the knight to h6. Let me try to do that.
And after bishop g6.
Then I have some knight g4. Unpleasant knight g4, I thought. No? And then everything makes perfect sense from black's perspective.
Yeah, if you can bring your... So maybe instead of rook g1, I went bishop g6 immediately.
Well, breaking news, Vincent went
Like
on a
bishop
different
a3.
direction with bishop a3, yes. So we have to calm down. Yes, it was a different approach. Yeah, it was a different approach. Interesting approach, but yeah, it was obvious that Vincent will never play this short castle rook fe1 business. He came up with bishop a3. Now let's discuss then this current position. That what is he aiming for? For example, if black plays the, is he trying to target that pawn with queen a5? For example, if we do the natural knight f7 move as before.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe queen a5 is the plan, attacking the pawn on c5, and after knight b7, queen b5.
Yes. But then takes knight f7 to d6. Is that an option? Takes knight fd6. Reminds me of some
Bishop d3.
Nimzo structure. Yeah, bishop d3. Yeah, if you can establish a grip on the c4 square, then white will be winning. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, that if I'm in time to neutralize that, then it's all good. But then maybe I have to play e5, bishop e6. But those e5 moves are not my style.
You don't like moves like e5,
Yes,
so I was
no,
not
no.
counting on that.
Yeah, but I don't have. It's basically out of desperation, because anyway after e5 you're gonna play knight d2, and I still
Well, bishop
have to
e6.
deal with bishop e6. I still have this issue with this c4 square.
Maybe knight e4 is possible.
Knight e4. But okay, yeah, it's maybe rook c8. Can I play rook c8 and then getting ready for castling? Now, already without queens, castle is possible.
Rook c1.
Rook c1, putting the pressure. Interesting. Are you setting to take on, because a2 is also hanging?
I want to take on d6, I think. And if you take back with the knight, c5 is hanging. If with the bishop, then bishop
Because
c5.
I would love to castle, but then I'm stepping into this pin along the...
Bishop c7. He doesn't want...
Bishop c7, yeah.
Hikaru does not want to see the queen to show up on a5. So he makes sure that he...
He's also trying to a little bit put pressure on Vincent's clock, but we do see that computer was not so happy about bishop c7. Interesting, but it's obvious that Hikaru might think like, wait a second, after bishop h3, Vincent set up one idea, queen a5. What other ideas does he have? So far, what he has shown in the game, it's not really obvious. Then it's very logical that, okay, I'm not going to think 15 minutes here about all these consequences that we discussed. It was very nice that we are moving the pieces, we have access to the computer. Computer says that destroying the pawn structure, then thanks to this e5, bishop e6, I'm actually doing fine with black. Over the board, I would need probably 15, 20 minutes to making sure that that really works.
But also, if you think about it, in yesterday's game 1 of their match, there was a moment where Vincent with the black pieces had a very good setup. And when he could improve his position, he made a mistake. He played this queen e6, wanted to improve in his position, but actually he gave away 2 tempes. So maybe it's also a little strategy for Hikaru that he's playing against Vincent's plans. Like queen a5 maybe was not even so good or dangerous,
yes.
But just in case, I want to stop what you wanted to do, even though if it's not so good. What is your bishop doing on a3? Does it make any sense to have it on a3? I mean, you can't even approach, attack, or get even close to my pawn on c5, right?
Yes.
So it's kind of, I feel that Hikaru has this fans around him and says, okay, come. He's kind of provoking Vincent that show me what you have. Try to win. Try to get advantage. I'm the experienced guy. You're the young one.
Yeah, I will
Show
be
your
reacting.
energy.
Yes, I will be reacting. I will be winning time because constantly we'll be burning. One of the regroupings that comes to mind is knight d2, knight b3. I feel like the knight on f3 is not doing that much. Maybe I would love to transfer it to b3, putting pressure on the c5 pawn. I don't know yet if, for example, is this the right time to do that? Or should I already kind of decide something on with my king's position? But I feel like whatever I do with my king's position, I'm somehow giving up on something. Yeah, if I play rook h3, means that I will never be able to castle. If I castle, I will never be able to play rook h3. I would like to keep all these options open.
Yes, very tough, interesting position, but to figure it out and to understand, we have a wonderful world-class player, guest, Anish Giri. Welcome here in Paris.
Thank
what are
Judith.
you doing here? You
What
just
a lovely
happened-
surprise.
Yeah. These are two different approaches. No, Judith is like, what are you doing here? And Peter's like, what a lovely surprise. I love both of them. I mean, there's something to Frank, being just to the point, and something to Peter's, always being so friendly and nice. Well, many things and nothing at the same time, really. So happy to drop by and see how it's going here. The tournament, Paris is also not the last city you want to visit, and the weather is very good. The drives, is not too long, so it's having a good time and looking forward to delve into the games with you guys.
Oh yeah, we are very happy that you're here and you can help us out. So how is the weather in the playing hall regarding the games?
I was really surprised, honestly. I mean, probably like I'm, much behind. I've of course seen the broadcast of the tournament, but I never realized that the boards are not like lined up as everywhere else, and they're like separated. I heard somewhere that they were separated, but I didn't realize they were like literally separated. So that was like very unusual and unique setup. It feels like sort of like matches separately, and that was very, very interesting. So yeah, that was like the main impression I had of the playing hall. The weather outside is probably better because there's sun and like, I mean, it's like probably the second best thing to do is to play freestyle chess in Paris, but the best thing, of course, is just to be outside, right, and enjoy the sun. The weather is really, really good today, and
the players had that
sweating
before the game.
Yeah,
they were outside on the
true.
sun.
That's true. I saw some footages of deep analysis outdoors. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
What do you think?
Yes.
What is your first impression about the game between Keimer and Nakamura?
Yeah, actually, that's the one that I've been delving into a little bit on the other stream. So it was before the move bishop a3, which sort of took me aback. Like I wasn't looking there at all. I'm still very far from sure that move is good. And I think it's an important moment because I saw there the bar somewhat in White's favor on the other stream. So I saw White has some advantage, and I sort of tried to understand why. And I mentioned that probably it's the knight on d8, which is not ideal, and the fact that probably we want a castle, and if we want a castle, then we are one move ahead with the move already rook d1 played. Because I thought that, okay, obviously when pawn already is on h4, you really wonder, do you need to castle or can you just bring the rook out? And I heard you guys also talk about it a bit. But I thought that when bishop is on c8 and on b8, probably bringing the rook out is not what you want to do because the bishops are lined up right against that rook. So I was thinking that with that logic, maybe I should just castle, and that would be the most useful move, and see how you react. Because for black to castle, you'd have to waste one more move, and I don't think you will, because there's like this diagonal issue, right? You can't castle because of the queen coming to c2 and then entering h7. So then my question is to rook on h8. Is it like not? Is the rook on h8 not out of the game? And that's what I was sort of thinking about. But Vincent remained flexible with bishop a3, but I'm not sure. I mean, I trust Vincent, but I don't understand it very much because I would also think the bishop on c1 does the job of targeting the h6 square, right? For the rook to... Although you don't need to target that, the rook anyway can't get to g6. But yeah, I don't know. Bishop a3 is a bit abstract for me. Also, he keeps the flexibility, but at some point you have to make a choice, right? Like how flexible do you want to be and for how long? So I don't know what bishop a3 really does. Bishop c7... also like a KG slow move, but definitely improves that bishop. And now he castles. But do you really think he's happy with bishop a3 then?
And the knight d8 to f7 was blitzed out by Hikaru. I feel like Hikaru's moves are so much more easy, so much more natural, because he's just trying to activate the pieces. It was obvious. And Vincent is the one who always constantly has to deal with what do I do next.
Yeah, so there are like, in terms of active ideas White has, there was one, definitely not now, but a couple moves ago, you could think of maybe some g4 related plans. But it seems a bit nuts to that.
Thank you for coming, because I had these ideas. I was alone here.
Obviously g4, and Peter obviously saw that the endgame h-pawn is going to be weak, yeah, of course, in the future. Yes,
I was reacting with knight f7, knight h6 anyway with black. Yeah, that was a good reaction.
He doesn't even let me to play g4.
Yeah, no, I'm very skeptical about rook g1 and g4. Vincent, he's sort of slightly playing on the queen side at bishop c2 and maybe rook to b1, but yeah, you know, he can sort of just play and claim that the rook on h8 is out of the game, but it's very hard to touch black. You can't really touch black, and your knights with white, they seem to be already well positioned. So I was thinking, okay, how do you reroute pieces? Maybe g3 knight, g2 knight f4, but that is so artificial. Maybe, by the way, maybe. And if e5, then back to e3 using the weakness, so maybe g3 knight g2 is not completely insane.
In this studio, e5 would never be discussed.
No, but winning to tempi, though, maybe you will do that, right? So
yes.
I mean, that d5 square, even me, who is not so strategic,
if my knight is
like
jumping, if my knight gets to f4, g6, it will be even worse. But then again, I really wonder how bishop a3 contributed to anything. So I really don't understand this move. It's probably some prophylaxis against something, or yeah, I don't know, because again, white position is nice, but you need to improve something, yeah, normally in a position.
Yeah,
what do you improve?
Somehow this knight e3, knight f3 construction against the pawn e6, f6 makes me nervous. Yeah, I feel like in long terms, actually, black has some potential. Yes, at the moment, because of this king situation and because the fact that white has already castled, he has the rook on d1. But if somehow black gets 2 extra moves and white is not doing anything, then I also feel like maybe it can even turn in black's favor, that in long terms it's more comfortable.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. The fact that knights are somewhat dominated, you could say. Although, yeah, it would be a stretch, of course, to... I think like the big question here is, do you try to justify bishop a3 as white, or do you just let it go and forget it? Because if you try to justify that move, you gotta move the f3 knight maybe to d3 or to b3. Like, what are, which would be probably terrible. I really don't want to touch my knight on f3. But if you don't justify the move bishop a3, you must feel somewhat annoyed with yourself. Like, why did you make that move and now doing something else entirely on the king side? So
yes, I also have the feeling that if white was able to get the upper hand or get the initiative, then this moment has passed. I think that Hikaru is also the body language. I almost get the feeling that the players are signaling that why don't we move on to the playoff? Yeah, don't you get this feeling? Because it's a symmetrical position. It should be on the mind of the players that actually we can only offer a draw on move 41. It's still far away. And yeah, black plays the move bishop b7, activates the bishop.
Yeah, I think Hikaru's body language is always signaling something, whatever that is. One thought I had with bishop a3 is that he maybe wants to rearrange the rooks. Yeah, rook b1, rook d1. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, to capture the files. That's probably the point, actually. He will
At
bring
the same time, what is the b1 rook will be doing? Maybe bishop will be moving to a8.
Yeah, but his argument is that it's better than on f1. And that probably makes sense, but it doesn't do much. Again, like, what I don't like about white's position is that he cannot touch black. Like, there's nothing to touch. It's like a5 square protected, a4 square protected, and yeah, I would look for.
Sorry to interrupt. I even have the feeling that maybe we should move to some other position because we have the expertise of Anish here, and this position doesn't really give the chance of showing your true strengths. Let's move somewhere where we have more. For example, Fabiano. How much trouble is Fabiano? Because looking at Divaba and also looking at the position, it looks very unpleasant.
We can see it on Nicholas' board more easier.
We can just. Yeah, it looks like it's almost a typical position, right? We got. It's almost a typical position, like from this hedgehog, double hedgehog thing.
Yes.
Although, what he's done now with the rook on h1 and h4 makes it very unusual. But it looks really good for white now. Like in general, the whole thing. It looks really, really nice for white. Because in general, when you have this space advantage thing, and black doesn't break with d5 or b5, you always think that you're a bit better with white. Like a little. And now with the rook on h1 and the h4, h5 coming, you're really extra happy, I think, about it. And what was Fabiano? Was bishop h6 the last move or not?
The last move was g6, and now just h4 was played by Magnus.
Sorry, how did the bishop? Oh, bishop didn't come from f8. Ah, yes. Yeah,
it came from b8.
Because I'm in my game that I play, bishop comes to h6 from f8. You know, but it's so desperate. He's trying to get it to g7 like that, so slow.
Yeah, let's maybe back it up a little bit. So we saw this position last year. f3 was played. Now bishop f4, pinning the knight, hinting at d5. White reacted with g3, bishop h6, knight 1, g2. By the way, here d5 would have been possible, but after c takes d5, knight takes d5, white can just calmly play king to f2.
Just king f2, like you say, the most obvious.
Why would I have to do that?
Well, what else are you going to do here?
Anything but king f2, maybe.
If anything else, actually, black is fine, if I remember the analysis.
King f2.
Well, probably rook d8 next.
And actually, how come that Fabi didn't play d5?
Sorry. Can you go back? Can't I like take on? Maybe he thought I'll win a pawn with. So, okay, let's see. So knight f5 ideas. Yeah, taking the pawn is that's nuts. Yeah, this is really beautiful for black. Although, yeah, knight c5, f4. I think he would calculate.
Or maybe knight c7.
Knight c7.
Maybe let's get. Yeah, exactly.
Knight
let's
c7.
get the big board.
Knight c7 probably, and
a lot of pressure.
And then d5 is. But you know what I want is whenever I get knight f5, you're dead. If I go f4, knight f5,
yes,
you will be dead. So.
But you're also opening up this diagonal then.
Yeah. It has to really work.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, maybe he should have tried d5 because after g6, now h4. What do you make of this move,
so
Anish?
bishop g7. Let's say let's complete that. Try to complete that. Wild reroutement.
Who would have thought, right?
Yeah.
That in this game the bishop would end up at
fianchettoing the bishop in the four moves. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now I mean, a question would be: can I just h5 or something and just try to do something fast? Luckily for black, the rook on h8 is defending the king quite a bit already.
But I don't know how good it is. Whether I think with Fabi, it's like maybe one day I just play rook f8, cut. So maybe I keep it.
Yeah, rook and h8 for h5 is maybe nice because sometimes they do this in normal chess. They do this king h7, rook h8, king g8 thing, and now you're already there.
But
Well,
after
now-
knight h5, rook h5, right?
Yeah, yeah. How much?
What is happening here?
Knight f5.
Jude is happy.
Yeah, it looks pretty in any case. I don't know if
Magnus does things like that,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Yeah, it looks so promising
looks pretty.
for white, no?
Looks pretty for sure. And bishop g7 was, of course, a very primitive move. I guess you don't want to remove the bishop from the active diagonal. And instead of bishop g7, maybe something. Well, is it too late for d5? I guess is another question. Well, now the h8 rook is hanging after cd.
Guys, but forget everything. Breaking news. Let's head to the Arjun Erigaisi Jan Nepomniachtchi game because there is a queen d8 move.
What?
A stunner with not a lot. It's crazy. I was thinking like, what, queen takes d8 happened or okay. we have to go here. Yes.
This is amazing.
Let's just see. The last move was knight f6 to e4. And then white plays the stunner. And we know that Arjun needs to win to bounce back. What a move.
What a move.
Eight. Yeah, it looks like d8 queen was played. Yeah, from the pawn on d7. Yeah, promoted. Queen d2 to d8. Yeah, that's
completely paralyzing black's construction.
If black had a rook on e8, he would have castled. That would be nice. Would have been very strong.
Exactly.
But
basically, queen d8 is prophylactic.
And very important to know the rules. You can't go rook takes d8 castle, because that's against the laws of freestyle chess.
Yeah, that
some
would be
people
good.
fell for it, I think, earlier.
But can you imagine if it would be legal and you blundered that?
Yeah, I think some people tried this for sure. They tried to castle out of the
I
check.
thought he played.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Reykjavik,
Yes.
2022,
No, Wesley was involved
yeah,
for
Wesley
sure.
was involved. Yes, exactly.
No, there's no joke. Yeah, queen
Not
d8
at all.
Well, let's see. Does it have a threat or is it just a paralyzing move? I mean, I can
Bishop
create
a3 is a killer, right?
I can move my h pawn, yeah, to create some threat of rook takes d8, like h5, h6.
Yeah, for example, okay, h6. What happens next?
Yeah, worst case you go queen e7, of course.
Yeah, maybe I just go queen
Probably
e7.
best case as well.
Well, but what about queen takes f8, takes rook d8, rook h8?
Ah, yeah, you could just do that
But
as
that's
well.
too messy. Then ef and the king is walking away, no? But let's
Well,
show
bishop
this.
e5 continues, huh?
Yeah, but somehow I feel happy that...
Yeah, very often picking up the two rooks like that for a queen is not good, but here the king on e7 is a little shaky.
Yeah, I wanted to take ef4, and how do I lose?
Yeah, bishop
Rook
5 I take
d1.
on e5, yeah? What's the material count there?
Where?
What about rook d1?
Rook d1, fe?
Rook h to d8?
Oof.
Or
Oof, and then
d8?
bishop takes e4, rook d7, checkmate.
So many... You have so many
No,
moves
this
here,
one
but also you have
doesn't
the
hold.
other rook to d8.
I have knight
Yes.
d2.
The other
Luckily, I have knight
knight
d2.
No, the
d2.
other rook maybe, Peter.
So you have
other
this.
The other rook.
Yeah,
you
no,
are
this is
settling
nice.
this mate.
It's also threatening
No, but this
checkmate,
also
yes.
rook b8 is also deadly threat
Yes.
as well,
Yes.
besides the mate.
No, this
Wow.
This looks winning for white.
is... Yes.
Oh, so wait, so h5 or h6 is queen takes f8, yeah? Is that a thing? Is that for real?
It looks like.
Yeah. Now there is some sort of desperate resource which doesn't really work, but the bishop d6 to try and
When?
now. That doesn't work. But I don't
But
lose
no,
a piece.
rook queen a8, rook bishop e4.
But I don't lose a piece because I have
Yes.
bishop a8 and bishop c5. But I am losing a pawn. But it's just like
nice.
if I
Bishop
had
A8,
if I had an
bishop
extra
E4,
pawn, it would have been
bishop
okay.
C5.
But yeah. So I don't lose a piece, but you just take on a8, you just take
Yeah.
on e5, and I lose the
Yeah.
endgame. Yeah.
Yes, so...
Queen d8, stunning move.
Yeah, queen d8 suddenly creates. Well, it's really important to know if queen takes f8, rook d8, rook d1 really
Yes.
works or not. It's
I
really
just felt
important to
like,
know.
because we are always looking for the move of the day, that this queen d8 definitely is a big candidate.
So yeah, and
What else to suggest for black?
Can he
if-
go like f,
G6?
f5?
Sorry, what was
in
after
D7?
ef? How do you win after ef? You win, yeah.
Bishop
Just to be sure.
a3.
Yeah, and then maybe some bishop d6.
Bishop
I
D6.
think, yeah.
Bishop a3, no, bishop a3 is not the move.
Some bishop d6 related, yeah, something.
Yes.
On knight
so-
c5?
Knight c5 also, yeah. Yeah, you have bishop e4 also, and then something.
Yes, probably.
You have also some,
Why not?
even some slow knight g4 type things to just try to
Yeah,
make.
just simple chess. Takes bishop a3, yeah, and it's checkmate.
This looks convincing, yes.
This looks very convincing.
Bishop
It is, yeah.
E5, Bishop F8.
And then Queen F8.
Bishop F8.
Yeah, Bishop F8, yeah.
Bishop F8, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, this Queen D8 cuts the board in half, yeah, in Black's camp. Stunner. Nyapo in a lot of trouble. He needs to find a miracle here to escape.
So can I move the G pawn somewhere? G6,
Wow.
G5.
Yeah, now in that line you have King G7, yeah, G6,
Yes.
yeah.
G6 or
Very
G5?
counterintuitive to weaken that diagonal further, but creates a threat at least. Yeah. Yeah, G6 maybe. G5 is just extra. Like you're really asking for it. Yeah. Please checkmate me. Please play the game of the tournament. Just please do it, and I'll help by all means.
My hand is not
Queen
even
E7, I mean
able
anything.
to...
Yeah? No, G5 is nuts. Just
make
Queen
that
E7,
move.
I'll probably mate the king easily.
But here white can also just take on E5, yeah?
Yes, and I'm looking at...
Bishop E5.
And Queen E8.
Nyapo's
How much
body
is that
language.
though? But no, but there is rook and knight f2 in the end also, yeah.
Knight f2 is there,
Yeah.
yes. No, this doesn't work.
He's in a state of shock. Nyapo is in a state of shock. Usually such moves like Queen D8 are his moves.
Yeah, he doesn't like missing those moves, and he's missing a lot of them. I think he's one of those players who finds all sorts of brilliant ideas for himself. But you know, it's the people who are like the more arrogant types. They think like they're the great players, and everybody else is, they're nobodies. So they don't expect opponents to find these moves. So he just doesn't expect that there is a move like that. Arjun can come up with a move like that. You know, so this is always a big surprise for him. I think.
But I think Arjun is very much a player who comes up with such.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what Nepo thinks. That's what we think.
Well, after this game, he will
Yes,
not doubt it.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's a interesting challenge. And you know, when you're sitting there with black, you don't know that it's not good for you. So you think maybe there is refutation. So at first you're trying to find that, because maybe EF or maybe it doesn't work. There are a lot to think about here. I think he will spend. He doesn't like to spend much time, but I think this is really the moment to think.
Yeah, and actually it's very interesting to just show how we reached here, because it was kind of a hedgehog type of structure, but this is a freestyle hedgehog, and that's a completely different animal. White castles all the way to the left side, to the queen side. We immediately sense that, wow, because if black takes on f3, then we take g takes f3, we open up the g file, and we will checkmate black's king on g8. So Nyapo clearly relied on this grip in the center, yeah, the typical hedgehog construction, knight on e5, pawn on d6. So he opted for bishop b7, activating his bishop, and now Arjun came up with takes, not spoiling back's pawn structure. That was not the point. He followed it up with f2, f4. So he's setting up the stage for all these things, and he kind of invited Nyapo that I weakened the e4 square. You will jump in there for sure, and Jan jumped in.
Yeah, I have to say though that when bishop b7 was played, obviously black's position already is very critical. Yeah, white's really ready with all the pieces and has finished development, ready to attack on the king side. But bishop b7, it's for me like something about it feels off, because the king is there, the queen is on a8 now, more tucked in than ever, and like I would feel that I've endangered myself too much on the king side with queen being so tucked away by those bishops. So
and
yeah,
I would
dubious
like
position for
to
black.
give the floor to Nicholas that, for example, what happens after e takes f4? What were Arjun's ideas? Why Nyapo opted for this knight e4 instead of capturing the pawn?
Yeah, actually knight e4 I believe was the best move, even though I don't know what the solution is after queen d8, and right now we have the engine turned off. After e takes f4, there's bishop takes f6, f takes e3, and a very nice move queen d4, which is winning for white, because after g takes f6 you're suddenly checkmated on g8, stuck between the two rooks, and if you don't take the bishop, well, then there's a lot of pressure on the pawn on g7. So you couldn't do that, and I remember that the knight jump was correct, or at least maybe on lower depth, but I'm really struggling to see what black should do after queen d8. I was thinking about g6, but maybe white can take on e4 now. And if rook takes d8, rook takes c8, king g7, now bishop takes e5. I was trying to calculate this. What is happening here? You have to take on e5 because f6 is rook d7, bishop takes b7.
Yeah, but then my trick works kind of, yeah, with bishop 8 and bishop f4.
So now you want
bishop a8, yeah.
Okay, you'll have to go fe, and you will be
and
better.
we play this position.
You'll be winning, yeah? Just maybe rook d1, just winning endgame. Yeah.
Very risky, very dangerous.
Winning. But probably black had some options before, yeah?
You
see.
could-
Was it 4? So you went after G6. You went.
when
take,
bishop takes E4.
Yeah, bishop E4.
And if you take here,
But then queen f6.
Yeah, no, I have to take on D8, of course. Yeah, this is a disaster. Even queen f6. Yeah. No, just takes.
no, but now you have to go. Now you have to
Bishop
take. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to take. Yes, for sure, I have to take. Rook A8.
Do you want to try this? Bishop E4?
Bishop F4, Rook A8, Bishop E3, King B2. Bishop F4 also, Bishop B7, just no. So I must take, yeah, if I take Bishop E4, you can...
Maybe I just take here again.
You can even take on
because
E5.
here
but
it is
Rook
Bishop takes
H8.
F4. And
Yeah,
this,
but Rook
but
H8
this is also
like
two. This is two exchanges
yeah,
too much.
though better maybe F is maybe anyway cleaner, yeah, because here, okay, I'll win G2 pawn. I don't know. Yeah.
And now
Looks
we
good for
once
white.
again get this endgame where white is up a pawn plus the d file. This should be winning. So G6 does not seem to work either.
No, but G6 really not. Like it never seemed to me like it would work. Also, what if I play Queen H4? Aren't you like also dead? I don't know. G6 Queen H4 looks completely lost.
That's
no?
why I said G5.
No, but you have Queen E7 also. It all looks completely lost. I mean, I would only think that the only chance is if somehow EF works or something.
But we already established
Yeah,
that
you said
bishop
it
takes
doesn't.
E4 and bishop A3 is game over.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, when you've established that you're losing, you have to try to reestablish that somehow, right? Otherwise, you're just losing.
Amazing game. What do you think? There is another game where I want to go back because some funny things happened there, unexpected.
By the way, Hikaru Castle long. Where did that come from?
Yeah, that's amazing.
I didn't even. That's why I tell you, like, people are saying, you know, it's just different piece position and it's all the same. Like, it's not the same. Like, it was just not in my radar that you'll castle long at all. And it's maybe a me problem, but still, like.
Yeah, but whenever these h4s are suggested by the computer and then they also follow it up with short castle, then I always feel like, well, this is way too dangerous. I don't know what I'm doing because actually I do know this. And I remember it was some Aronian game back in Mainz 2007 or like this, that it looked like he got checkmated on the king side and suddenly on move 25 he castled long and won the game on the spot.
So maybe we can pick up
Yes.
that game and a little bit check it. How was it on
So much happening, yeah.
Nicholas' screen? We can see what is going on because it was when you came in, we started out with this position, right? That okay, it's very difficult to catch black on the king side because it's so stable. And look what was the reason of bishop c7, bishop b7, not only to stop queen a5, long castle. So what, Anish?
Yeah,
you think about it?
you know, it's the fact that the bishop is on c3, I once again suggest that bishop a3 was a waste of time even for this purpose. So that really backfired there. And, well, he's coming with his play, knight to b3. It's still very slow. I don't see how white generates play. I think for black it's easier, no? I just have a g5 idea. For white, knight d2, knight b3, I can give you two moves. Knight a5, I go bishop a8. Bishop a5, I just ignore. Takes ab, you need to move the queen, and then go a4, a5, and then you're touching me. So that's way too slow. Meanwhile, I'm ready, like with rook g8, g5, I'm already there, no? With some serious threats coming. So like optically, I like black in these kind of things. Maybe, though he has bishop g6 sometimes, so you have to...
Yeah, well, also f6 pawn is hanging black
For
clashes
now.
with g5.
Yeah, for now.
And Hikaru goes knight h6. Yeah, he activates that knight. I'm worried for Vincent. Definitely, you know me, that after the move long castle, I was anyway critical of everything that happened before with this knight on e3, knight f3. This is Hikaru's territory.
Yeah, but you're also right to be worried here. I mean, in some cases you're worried because of your love and protection to Vincent, but here there's legitimate reasons as well. And why it's, you know, the nature of the game and clearly the trend of it is against Vincent.
Yes.
And when these things go wrong, they can go wrong real fast. And before
Yes.
you know it, you're already lost. It's so hard for white to... It was hard before, but now you also know that something's coming. We didn't even see long castle, we didn't know what white would do, but now you see there are some serious issues.
Yeah, I'm already looking at rook fe1, knight df1, defense against knight g4, because
yeah.
knight g4 is also a big threat, no?
Yeah, but Peter, you obviously would agree that this it only slows me down a bit. Like such stuff, you cannot stop the attack. Like it's coming. The bishop is there, the rook's coming.
Yeah, my feeling is that
up.
it's kind of lost for white. Yeah, that's my feeling. And
Practically.
yes.
Like if you imagine like it's Hikaru with black and you have less time and it's all coming, yeah, you're going to bet on a loss here for white. That said, it's early, of course, to despair. One thing white has going for him is that at least the bishop on b6 is dead. So there's one piece that's not playing.
But it cements the whole queen side.
It's a defender, for sure.
Yes.
It's like a mega pawn.
Exactly.
It's a pawn that also protects the a7 pawn. So it's like an extra useful pawn. Yeah, looking really good for Hikaru. What were the last few moves? When did it go wrong? Like when did long castle happen even?
I think maybe 2 moves ago.
Well, yes, here after the move bishop c2, we were discussing that, yeah, bishop c2, slow move and things like this, and then Vincent moved back the bishop to b2, which already is a horrible sign that everything what Vincent has played before is wrong. And then Hikaru immediately goes long castles. Queen a3, bishop to b6, yeah, bishop c3, queen c7. Computer disliked it, but clearly the purpose was to stop bishop a5. And apparently here computer says that it's fine for white, but it already looks...
But you probably need to find some very strong resource.
Yes. Nicholas, can you help us out? What was wrong with queen c7? Why engine said that just one move before I was claiming that it almost looks lost. Actually, white still had a normal position.
Instead of queen c7, the computer want to see knight h6 already immediately and just ignoring bishop a5.
Yeah, because I'm not sure bishop
altogether.
a5, bishop b6 is something you have to be that worried about, yeah?
Yes.
But queen
Still.
c7...
Queen c7
yeah.
was still... I mean, the position is just practically very difficult for white to play.
But maybe psychologically it was a very good decision by Hikaru, because he does play very much against Vincent's plans.
Yeah, you know, it's like... It's a way to play chess, and that's actually very interesting. Like, you can play chess against what your opponent wants, and that's something I noticed, like, Fabiano really does it very well. So if Fabiano spots that you want to put bishop a5, Fabiano will avoid it. But Magnus, he has that thing where he lets you do your stupid plan, and that's really dangerous. Because I've so often, you know, he senses that the idea that you have is bad. He's like, okay, go on, go on, go on. And then after you do all that, you realize later that, oh yeah, what I wanted was bad. So you can do it both ways. Both ways are quite good, especially in a position like that. Everything is good. I don't know, what does the computer... Okay, let's try to... He wanted to go queen b2, and does he want to push the a pawn, or what's the play? Let's say knight h6 again, or... Probably a4, yeah, is what here. Knight g4 already? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. It's also a bit slow, yeah, but...
But maybe you can create some kind of play with a5 now, yeah?
Yeah, I would have to, I guess. And yeah, maybe it's not so bad. At least lots of open files. So bishop a5, queen a5, rook a1.
It's even like something like knight takes c4, bishop takes f3 we have to consider. But yeah. Okay, yes.
Probably shouldn't work. Yeah, it takes and rook a1. Yeah.
Queen b6.
Yeah, well, you know, you're also not really attacking anymore so much. So maybe like queen c, queen a3, queen c, yeah, queen a3 maybe. At least here,
yeah, this is already a game.
No, we are playing.
Absolutely.
And actually, this can go very wrong for black because the king is already weaker.
Yes.
So actually, yeah, rook e1 is well, it's defensive idea.
It's what Peter
It's
said.
the only. I think it was the only kind of move. Otherwise.
Oh, it's exclamation one. It's a good move. That's a bad sign, though. If rook f1 is a good move, it's not a good sign.
Well, I wanted to suggest something better, but my heart was rook f1, knight df1, and maybe I'm holding somehow.
Yeah, no, but you know, I remember that game where Vincent was defending against Alireza in the second game in their match in the previous tournament. He was also on the ropes with the king, but he was just hanging on, and yeah, he can still try do that.
Well, Vincent has a very difficult situation right now because everything happened what Hikaru was dreamed of, I believe. And it was unexpected because we were also not talking about long castle.
Yes.
And suddenly the h5 and knight h6, knight g4 plan can be very unpleasant for white. We have a confessional boost material from Magnus Carlsen. Why don't we listen him, what he has to say about his match and game between Fabiano and himself?
I think my position is absolutely overwhelming here. Like gaining a lot of space, and his pieces are being kicked around, and they're quite passive. So he's obviously going to fight his hardest to get out of it. But really liking my chances now, and happy with the way I played generally so far.
What do you think, Anish, in this position? You know Magnus very well because you played with him so many times. When he says that my position is overwhelming, Does he think that there is no way that Fabi will save the game?
Yeah, well, it's extension of that what I was saying. Yeah, he knows what plan to allow. He has a very strong sense of what he thinks the position is, and not many players, even the best ones, have the confidence, to say that. Like I really like. They would say like, yeah, I'm probably doing well. Maybe missing some resource. Maybe understating something. But he just said, no, I'm doing very well. He'll try to fight back, but it looks bad for him. It's just bold, because there's also that thing where you're afraid to jinx yourself. So that also has been overridden. So no, but it does look really good. Yeah, what can I say? Like everything makes sense about his position. H5's coming. That bishop g7 line that we mentioned looked bad. D5, like really big question is why he didn't do d5. I'm sure there was some line where he was afraid of f4, knight f5, because it does look like if knight f5 lands, you will just collapse fully, right? So I think he saw something in that line that probably wasn't working. And yeah, now slow playing, it's not working for him. Just not looking good.
Yeah, basically, I also feel like it's game over. Yeah, it's just hopeless.
But that position, okay, because I don't have such an incredible feel for dynamics. So after bishop g7, h5, knight h5, like, how lost is that? Is that just really lost? He's just lost, or anyhow?
Yeah,
or
let's make okay.
It's a bit of a strange
like
position after all.
Knight h5 takes, and knight f5. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you're just claiming that I should just resign, yeah? Just
yeah,
in general,
kind of,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess
you have enough.
But
yeah,
maybe it's not true. Maybe bishop b2 takes f6.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like how bad?
Did you see how
made?
Magnus escaped against Nordirback?
Yeah, but that doesn't count. I mean, if you start like Magnus escapes for different reasons than other people.
Yeah, I just feel that I play knight f3, king f2, rook h1.
You want slow. I want fast.
Yeah.
Queen d2, queen h6, knight f4 mate. Just immediately. No, you don't want to rush it.
No, I just want to enjoy my position.
No, I really want to like mate as fast as possible.
But no, computer disagree. But okay, for example, king f7, king f2. I just want to understand that if I just go rook h1, why am I not winning?
Well, knight g5.
At some point, queen c8, queen b8, queen e5, queen c8, queen c5. My queen will come out.
Yeah, I like that. Queen c8,
but
queen
wasn't
c5.
just queen d2, queen h6 mating, or
yeah,
not?
yeah, we will. But okay, you activate your queen. I'm taking this pawn and.
Yeah, no, of course, not like this. Yeah,
I'm
this
winning.
collapse.
No,
yeah.
it's very tricky, of course. Yeah, I don't have to. What I wanted to say that why I'm so convinced that white has such a big advantage, because I think I can afford to play like this or like that.
Yeah. No, you absolutely, yeah, for sure. I mean, it looks overwhelming. Just also by hand, just tell me you go rook takes h5, gh knight f5. I don't even need to see the position. If these moves have been executed, probably I'm lost. That's just always the case.
Exactly. I don't know what Fabi will come up with.
I see no ideas like other than d5, right? D5 is the whole position. Then bishop on h6, knight on f6, bishop on b7, queen on a8. The whole position is basically aiming at d5. So if you don't play d5, your position makes no sense.
Yes. Yeah, but if you play d5, then probably anyway h5 comes or not.
Maybe cd as well.
Or just
on
cd.
h8.
Because we are also pinned.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh.
And exchange sack is not very good.
No, it's not enough.
Anish, how do you like freestyle chess? What are your experiences with it?
I played very, very little. I mean, I played some sort of casual games a little bit earlier on. At some point, I randomly got really interested many years ago, and it was still on ICC, and there was this 960 pool. So I clicked it, but it was very, very weak always. So I won too easily. I didn't find it challenging. So I never played anymore. And then more recently, I played in a qualifier for World Championship, where it was some online qualifier. It was before the Freestyle Chess organization, so it was like some FIDE World Championship thing. And I won a few matches. I beat Richard Rapport, I think, some other players, and then I lost to Zatorov, who qualified to the tournament. It was, I think, in Iceland, right?
Reykjavik, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I found it fun that time. I mean, I mentioned on the other broadcast, it was a bit different because we could use the engine for prep, which I think I did very, very well. We had like a couple minutes. And I was really very efficient at using those 2 minutes. Without it, it would be a different story. I also played the match with Wesley, actually. I forgot. In St. Louis. Yeah. I played the match with Wesley. And I don't know whether it's his great, skills of 960 or my jet lag, probably both. Like, I did badly in that match. And what I noticed there is that once I felt a little shaky of form, there was no way to nothing to hold on to.
Exactly.
And that's what I noticed with Ding as well. When Ding suffered in last year of Eisenhouse,
Total collapse.
In
yeah.
normal chess, you can play a few solid games just from the openings. You can familiarity with the positions. But in 960, like if you just cannot if you cannot let go. Once you let go, you just collapse because you can't be solid or anything like that. So it's a different game. You have to play really well. I don't have that much experience with that. I think it would have been it would be a lot of fun. It would be really, really interesting if entire chess would become 960, because that would suddenly make everybody work on it in 960. That would be really, really cool. But I don't think we are there yet. So for now,
no, I also don't think so. But it is a lot of fun. But now already in this last 3 rounds, and even in the qualifying phases, there were several rounds where we had the same moves in the first 4, 5, 6, 7 moves. Also today we had the same story between Magnus Fabiano and which was the other game,
well, also Maxim.
Only small differences, and it goes on. So the patterns are getting known to the players a little bit.
Well, yeah, or maybe nobody has the confidence to, other than Vincent, to go his own way and just sort of relies on other people's. Basically, they all sit there. They don't have any particular clue, of course. So they're just saying maybe C4. The other guy's yeah, C4 looks good. And they're okay, yeah, C4 looks good. They start to trust each other, and then they're yeah, Hikaru said C4 is good. Fabi said it's okay. Probably it's okay, And Fabi thinks Hikaru said it's okay. Vincent said it's okay. Probably it's okay. And then Vincent is I'm the boss here. I'll think for 10 minutes and make the first line of the engine and goes D4. So there's that. No, it's just a different story. I remember also in St. Louis there was no engine there too, and we were also discussing. And there was it was a long time ago, it was insanity. There was some line, I think it went C4, E5, Queen takes H7, Knight G6, with Rook on G8, King on F8. And we followed that, we made the line of 5 moves that we decided is theory, whatever that we made, and we all followed that. It's complete nonsense, complete nonsense. It made no sense to grab that H7 pawn, and the follow-up made no sense, and we just followed it. We just decided it's the way to go. So I think still really hard for players. But of course, in a position like today, C4, B3, it's pretty easy, develop the bishops. I think any pawn move opening the bishop is okay, always in chess, also in normal chess. How wrong can C4, B3 be? Open the queen, open the bishop. You don't have to be very creative. If you go D4, Knight E3, and that's good, okay, respect. But if you go C4, B3,
But there are some positions which is much easier to play, I think, because there are some similarities to classical chess, and there's some that it's just incredible just to figure out which piece stands where and how to harmonize it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the biggest example of a human-produced thought which was good was Vincent's this Knight G6, Knight H4, G5 thing.
Yes, against Fabi in the second game.
In the last game. I mean, that was an absolute insanity for sure. Because not only is it something which is very unique and very rarely would that be good, it was also actually good. I was really shocked. Because I saw this, and okay, I thought it cannot be good. With all due respect to Vincent, you cannot make something so creative work as a human. It cannot be. And then I saw the engine, I was saying it's okay, and I was really, it's okay? And then he made also G5 and everything, and he got even better. I was wow, this is insane. Basically, I think you can quite easily play a safe-ish, decent move, get an equal-ish position in 960, but to do something creative and for that to be good, that's really difficult.
Okay, well, would you like to play in the series if you have the option to do?
Yeah, probably. I mean, who wouldn't like to play? But okay, luckily I have also many other tournaments to play, and I have a lot of trouble switching between all the formats. For me, even to switch from Rapid to Blitz to Classical, I feel I'm always one step behind. After Rapid tournament, I feel I was in a Blitz mode. After Blitz tournament, I was in a Classical mode. I just never in time, and now so you have to start thinking about Fischer random and 960. You just go crazy. So also I have that. I don't know if you guys have it, by the way, but I have that thing. If I play a lot of 960 games in a row, I played some match with my friend, 6 games. If I get a normal position, it looks weird, no? Or not to you? That you feel weird, no? A bit, looking at the position. Do you have that? No?
No.
Or that after you follow commentating for many days,
Yes.
then you will open a chessboard, normal one, play online game, classical. Do you feel strange, or does it look to you normal?
Well, I don't play any games at all.
No, but then I had it, and I felt strange about playing with my bullet games, and I realized that there I could sort of hold on to my theory. So I started playing theory, because I know E4, Knight F3, Bishop B5, some Spanish. So I got into the game thanks to theory. But like it felt strange. I don't know how to explain. Or when I play Backhouse, for example, I start thinking in Backhouse terms. Like immediately, if I play two Backhouse games, I start to like I want to drop the pawn on g5. I want to take on f6. I want to play d6 pawn. You know, like for me, like I'm too easily affected by these things. But maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, as a kid, I remember I was going to the under 10 World Championship for the very first time, and we were gathering. We had a big gathering, and they saw the coach and the chief of delegation said one thing is forbidden to play Backhouse before the tournament. Once the tournament ends, please, but not before.
Yeah, I think like with me, the strange thing is that honestly, with me, if I play a few games in a row of Fish Random, it messes up the way I see chess. Like, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm like too inflexible or whatever. I'm curious how other players are with that. Maybe it doesn't affect your results very much. Maybe you get back used to it again. Because you know, I heard that like even when you learn bicycle, you can learn bicycle backwards, and then again you have to relearn to go bicycle forward. So there's like a...
Oh, really?
Yeah, like if you switch the chain and backwards becomes forward, it's like new, you learn that. And then if I switch the chain to usual, your brain has unlearned to cycle.
Yes, yes.
And you need to relearn that again. So there is a bit of that thing going. But if you look at the way Magnus plays in normal tournaments, I think he's unaffected completely.
Well, thank you very much,
Yeah, thank you.
Anish, for being here. It was a great pleasure. Hope to see you again, maybe.
Yes.
Well,
thank
here
you.
in the studio, or maybe next time on the board to see how you think about freestyle chess and how you
Thank you
can
very much.
switch your
Thank you.
brain.
See you
Thanks
guys.
very much. And we are going for a short break now. And come back because within a few minutes we're back with all the excitement coming up.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Jan, congratulations. You just beat Arjun Erigaisi. It looked like you took the initiative quite early in the game and never really let go.
Oh, yeah, maybe I think it's easy to judge when you see the computer evolution like you do.
And what were your thoughts on the game?
Well, I was quite... I can say I was very familiar with the structure, but okay, sometimes similar structures, they appear in Petrov. And engine offense is very optimistic for white, so despite like the space advantage, it wasn't so obvious very exactly how my pawns are going. Like, it's not really like pawn in a minority attack, just nothing. But in fact, it's still like unpleasant, and black has to watch out. And I think after he allowed me like rook b6, it should be quite favorable for white. And I'm not sure if it's objectively winning or not, but it's clearly a two-result game. And well, he tried to create some counterplay, but somehow like basically his rook is always bound to a8. And well, when he saw me pawn on a7, I felt like it has to be something, yeah, like because I think I have never seen in my life, like only maybe in some studies, this pawn structure like from e3 to a7, all pawns are connected. So this was like delightful.
Now I have to ask you, yesterday, of course, was a disappointing day, losing the playoff to Vincent. How do you find the motivation to keep going and bounce back like that?
Well, there is no motivation anymore, of course. And speaking of yesterday's game, like, I'd like to give some credit to my opponent, but mostly for showing up for the tiebreak. Because okay, the first game was like remarkably bad. Okay, I can't recall anything like in any format of chess, like whatever. Maybe during some Tattoo Tuesdays, maybe that's the level I came up with it in the first game. And well, the second game, even in the second game, I had some chances, but clearly was like, normally you can call it like wasn't my day, but it was like I would say it was remarkably bad. So like I did everything and did a bit more to lose. So that's how I'm here.
Well, Jan, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Congrats anyway on today and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nordivek, congratulations. You just beat Maxime and it looked like a fantastic game.
Yeah, I think it was a decent game. I played, quite decent chess, and I managed to find some good moves, I think, at the time pressure. So I'm generally very happy with my performance today. It was yesterday. It was a little bit unfortunate, not tying the score against Magnus, but I'll try my best and try to finish at the top 5.
Do you feel that with every event you're becoming a better freestyle chess player?
Yeah, I feel that my general understanding of chess has improved since the first tournament, and I'm feeling more comfortable in the starting positions, and it's becoming more easier to handle the first moves, and that's the feeling that I got playing freestyle.
And a final question. For the first time, you are at a freestyle tournament with your coach, Rustam Kazimjanov. How do you guys, do you look at freestyle in between the games? What do you guys do?
We play some freestyle positions, just playing some blitz and to look at our opponent's game in classical. So that's the preparation.
Nordivek, thank you very much. Congratulations again and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fabi, you just drew your first game against Magnus. You don't know that, but the accuracy was near perfect. Was that also your impression during the game?
Well, I was suffering from a risk-free position, so of course it never went outside of the bounds of a draw, but it's a bit stupid to suffer when I'm basically pressing for free. I thought bishop b4 was not a good move. Queen b3, maybe I have some nice pressure. That's at least my feeling. Of course, in the endgame, it's very pleasant for me, but I can't really make progress. That was also what I felt, and then at some point, I just started to get worse. So I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
How do you deal with that at the board when the frustration starts creeping in a little bit when you understand you're letting go of losing the grip a bit?
Well, it's just frustrating that you have to defend from a position where there's no risk. And okay, I have to at least calculate a bit. I'm 2 pawns down, of course, it's doubled pawn, so I don't really have big risk, but it does probably feel psychologically a bit unpleasant.
Yesterday, you had a quick finish. Did you watch the playoffs, and what did you make of Vincent's performance?
Yeah, I did follow it, not too closely, but I was watching. I think that the first rapid game was super critical because it looked like Jan got a good position. And yeah, then Vincent played very well for the pretty much the entirety of the game after the opening. And when I saw the starting position of the second game, I thought there's this is the worst. I actually think it was a mirror of one of the rapid games we had, which was also, I guess it's basically this. Maybe it was even worse, yeah, because castling is a bit different. Playing for a must-win in that situation and then you get a not very fun position is. But it actually stayed relatively interesting. I mean, I was watching the final moments, and Vincent was under at least psychological pressure.
Fabi, thank you very much for sharing your insights, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hikaru, a draw against Vincent in game 1. It looked like both of you were pressing at some point in the game. What was your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, without looking at a computer, I don't really know what was happening. My sense is that I was much better in the opening, also based on the other results, where I think White won a couple of games. I suspect that I had some chances, but it was very complicated, and probably came down to like 1 or 2 moves, assuming that I'm right in my assumptions, where I had chances and I just couldn't find the right continuation. And then at some point, once that moment had passed, I kind of should have just made the draw, but I got really creative. I let Vincent play this f5 move, and once I got this bad pawn structure, it was very tricky, but I was also up on the clock, which was part of why I chose to do it. So wasn't a great game, but I think a draw is always good in a match format.
Overall, what would you say is your experience of playing the classical format here in Paris? How has it been?
Yeah, I mean, I think classical is better than rapid. Definitely, you have more time to try and work out everything. I think that if you lose a game in the classical, either you came up with a bad concept or you got outplayed. In the rapid, I think it's very much about who has more time as opposed to the actual quality of the game. So I've liked the classical games between these 2 events. There's still hopefully quite a few more to, well, I guess there are at least 3 more to go regardless of tomorrow. So yeah, it's fun to play, and I look forward to seeing all the new positions.
Speaking of rapid games, your opponent Vincent yesterday was the only one who had to go to rapid playoffs. Did you watch that, and what were your thoughts after the match?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch it at all. As we know, the playing site here is about 25 to 30 minutes away from the hotel, so I didn't actually watch any of the games. I assumed Nepo would win, but of course Vincent's been on fire, so it wasn't too shocking. And really, I don't think there's much you can learn from the positions per se. After the tournament, I'll probably go take a look at them, but for right now, it's just like focusing on the next game.
Is beating the reigning champ of freestyle chess an extra motivation, or is that not something you think of?
I mean, I don't think about it at all. Sorry.
No problem at all. Hikaru, thank you very much for your time and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Maxime, thank you very much for taking the time despite the loss to Nordibek, but it looked like he played pretty much a model game.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure, but I grabbed this pawn in the opening. It was maybe a bit too risky. But at the same time, I thought I should take the challenge. Then I didn't like my position. Then suddenly I liked it back, but I missed some very good moves from him, including this queen e2, rerouting his queen to the king side, and then I was just simply lacking the time. Maybe I have some defense. I assume I should have, but I couldn't find it, and then he concluded in amazing fashion.
Let's talk about yesterday. You made it through without needing to go to playoff, but you stayed here with your friends watching Vincent play against Jan. What were your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, Vincent had a bad position in the first game, but he played amazingly to first defend and then actually win the game. And well, the second game was, he had this huge advantage before move one, so it was tough for Jan. He almost managed to come back, but in the end he couldn't. It was very tense playoff. I mean, I hope to see more of those playoffs tomorrow, including mine, possibly.
You'll have to strike back to force it to playoff. And finally, we see you every day take time for the fans. You can also bring some friends here to the playing hall. How does it feel to have this tournament in your hometown and with the home crowd?
Oh, it's a great feeling. I certainly hope that Paris is gonna be a regular stop for these freestyle events.
Well, Maxime, it's a pleasure to have you here. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Then you can take it. Yeah.
And we are back in Paris at the Freestyle Grand Slam event. And it's heating up all this round because today we'll know who is going to be the two finalists. Magnus Carlsen seems to have an incredible position against Fabiano. So let's see if he's going to be able to convert it and how fast, if he is. And the other game with Vincent versus Hikaru. Hikaru made some very, very strong move, putting his king into safety on the other side. But in the meantime, we also have a game which finished already because Arjun kicked back in a must-win situation against Nepomniachtchi. And not only won a great victory, but what a victory. And Nicholas will show us highlight how did it happen.
A fantastic game by Arjun Erigaisi. We saw it last in this moment. No, I have to go back a little bit to this position. We saw it after Queen D8, and with Anish, we were really struggling to come up with any kind of defense for black. In the end, Nepomniachtchi played G6, and Anish said in the studio, G6, it is just lost, and he was right. The only defensive try was actually to go H5, allow this queen sacrifice that we looked at, and go into his position, and then after rook HG1, you can still try to hang on with knight D6. Also here the defense would have been very difficult. White can now take on G7. There are ideas like bishop F8. It would have been also a tough struggle to stay in the game, but this was the only way pretty much, because after G6, we looked at bishop takes E4. This is also winning, but Arjun's queen E7 is even stronger because the queen is so powerful on E7. It's really about queen activity here. We see the queen on A8 is not participating in the game at all, and this is usually quite bad news. So the game continued with H5, trying to stop knight G4 potentially, but now Arjun just took on E5, bishop C6, bishop takes E4, bishop takes E4, and rook H F1, trying to activate this rook as well. Rook d8 is in the air, or maybe also some sacrifice on f7 in some positions. Rook to h7. If you play queen b7, unfortunately, you're hit by rook d7, so you cannot really trade queens, you cannot really activate the queen, you're just very passive here. So rook h7, now rook d8, the rooks were traded, queen takes king g7, the queen goes back to e7, putting pressure on the pawn f7, and you might think, well, I put the bishop on f5, everything is stable, but no, Arjun crushes through with rook takes f5, sacrificing the rook, and now even the knight as well. Knight takes f5, a beautiful finish to a beautiful game. If the king steps to g8 or h8, it is checkmate here. If the king goes to g6, it's checkmate here. So you have to take the knight, but then the bishop is woken up, e6 check followed, and queen and bishop will deliver checkmate. Soon bishop e5 was played, bishop takes e5, king g8, and now after queen g5, check. Nepomniachtchi resigned, it is checkmate in just 2 moves. After king f8, there's bishop d6, king e8, and you can choose queen e7, queen g8, checkmate. Just an absolutely brilliant game by Arjun, who strikes back and takes the match to tiebreaks, Stuart.
Absolutely. What a brilliancy today. And we see these incredible games now. We are going forward, progressing in the tournament. So, but let's go back to the semifinals. Let's see what is going on, because there is some action also in the Magnus game, because unexpectedly after the break we came back and the white king stands on c1. So what was it? Magnus got tempted, what Hikaru did, that he castled long, and it worked out so well that he also wants to put his king on the queen side. Of course, it's in some ways it's very understandable, because the pawns are pushing g4, h5, so white has a huge advantage. At the same time, the bishop on g5, I feel that, well, basically that's the only piece which is holding together still the black's position. And it is a little bit unpleasant for white, this pin. The knight from e3 cannot be jumping around. What do you think, Peter? How survivable is this for black?
Well, honestly, I feel that black has achieved a lot in the last couple of moves, and let's just also go back to see what happened after the move h4. We were thinking like, yeah, how do we react? Bishop g7, h5 was just way too scary. Fabiano came up with this move queen b8, which the computer criticizes, but it had an idea, it had a soul. Finally, it set up a threat with queen takes g3. The pawn on g3 is kind of hanging, and it provokes this pawn that please push it. And somehow I feel that this pawn on g3 gave white tremendous amount of stability. Okay, Magnus thought like, why not? g4, I'm threatening g5, winning the game, and also the black bishop is kind of pushed away from the diagonal. So black retreated with the bishop to g7. Now Magnus advanced with h5, and all of a sudden Fabi, finding the only resource, going bishop h6 back. I just find it so fascinating, yeah, that we often talk about this in bad positions. There are no good moves, but Fabi is finding those only good moves to hang on in the game. It's all about fighting to get into the final. He doesn't want to give Magnus an easy victory. And I believe that he's doing extremely good job, because before I was very critical. Now I feel that after long castles, bishop g5, black at least have something to hope for. There is some knight f4 idea somewhere. Judith, what are your feelings?
Well, first, I didn't have a good feeling about seeing the king on c1, queen on d2 when this bishop is standing on g5. And for the moment, it shows very well, especially that black played queen b8, has a knight on e6, bishop on g5. It's completely controlling the f-pawn to be pushed with white, right? So for the moment, black seems to be a safe position. At the same time, with Magnus's last move, bishop c2, it shows that the plan is king b1 and somehow get out of this pin. And of course, if white would be able to make 2-3 moves, moving out from the pin with the king and the queen, and then knight d5, game is over, right? But the question is, how can black still move around?
Yeah, for example, knight f4. Let me hit you with knight f4 before you are able to
But sorry,
evacuate.
I have to ask my question.
Yes?
Is it possible for black to take knight g4?
Instead of knight f4?
Yes.
Knight takes g4. Wow, I was not even looking because ag, aren't we getting crushed?
F takes.
And bishop takes g6. You just did a sacrifice yourself.
Okay.
I want to be Judith. Judith takes on g6.
Yeah, but I was thinking g takes f, f takes g4, bishop
Yes.
g2,
Yeah,
and
let's
then
just show
even
this, yeah,
weaker
then.
on e3.
Yeah, f takes g4, bishop takes g2 would be beautiful for black. Then the pin is deadly. But I want to use this knight f4 chance because actually I'm now threatening the same. Knight takes g2 using the pin, and if you have to take, then I take queen takes f4, and I'm kind of forcing an end. Actually, what do you do after this? I'm not even sure.
I don't know. No, I shouldn't be taking it.
But
What can I do, you want to ask?
What can you do? Because I'm trapping your knight on g2.
Well, knight e1.
Okay, no,
But
no,
then
no.
you're going to go d5.
Who knows? Yeah, d5, everything. No, this is opens up. What is happening, Niklas? Magnus for sure had to have something in mind, but don't tell me that it's knight f4, queen f4, knight f1, because this is then tiny little bit of an advantage if we get an endgame.
Fabiano's back in the game. If he plays
Wow.
knight f4 here, which I'm quite certain he will, he's definitely back. He has not had a better position than this in a long time. He will still be a bit worse. If in this current position, after bishop c2, he goes knight f4, he should go knight f4, by the way. This is the only way to not be clearly worse. And yes, you basically end up in this endgame. I mean, you can play rook hg1, but it doesn't really help. Black takes, and you still, after queen f4, you need to play knight f1. You will end up in this endgame when, of course, black feels a lot of relief about the king's safety. Now the queen's off the board, and you have great chance to hold this. Maybe you can play d6, maybe even d5. Probably Magnus will also, after knight f4, he will just take and play knight f1. But yes, it feels like things have definitely not worked out the way Magnus hoped them to work out. And suddenly, Fabiano definitely has good chances to hold. And I just want to come back to this moment. Magnus was in a confessional booth. It was around here after he played h4, and he said, "My position is overwhelming." Fabiano was thinking for a long, long time, but he really came up with this brilliant concept to play queen b8, provoke g4, which was all correct, play the bishop back to g7, saying, "I'm ready for g5, I can just move my knight to the side," provoking again all the pawns to come forward so that the dark squares are weakened. Then he went back to h6, which just looks like he doesn't know what to do. He's just moving back and forth, just waiting for Magnus to crush him in an attack. But now Magnus was provoked, played castle, probably thinking, I will checkmate this guy very soon. Instead, he should have rerouted the queen maybe to e1, f2, played a bit slower, then he is clearly better. But after castle already, after bishop g5, the majority of the white advantage is gone. Black has established a good control over the dark squares. Knight f4 is coming, and after bishop c2, it should be played. An endgame should arise, and Fabiano has better chance than for a long time in this game to hold and take the match to the tiebreaks.
Yes, it is very interesting what was happening in the last several moves, but I'm still kind of surprised that Magnus is not making moves like long castle. It does look so bad, no? To enter into this pin with the bishop having gone g5. So that's kind of a strange decision by Magnus. Maybe he was too happy about his position.
Well, too happy, or he got confused. I'm also puzzled. I'm trying to make sense of it, because if we come to this position, I feel like black has some kind of ideas of going queen to g3, and then your idea of knight take g4 is very much in the air, yeah? With all these pins suddenly here, there's a pin here, Yeah, and that's why the computer has moved queen d1 to e2 is such a stunner that maybe black doesn't have any other idea apart of queen g3 and knight f4. But I can understand that Magnus thinking already like, yes, I played such a brilliant game, I'm coming g4, h4, game is over, and then suddenly Fabi with this bishop g7, bishop h6 brilliancy, completely disbalanced Magnus. And now if he plays knight f4, I'm just not understanding why is he not rushing with knight f4. He only has 30 minutes left and he's already thinking for 5 minutes.
Well, because it's a decision to make, and it's clear that, as we've seen, that it's going to be a simplification. We are entering into an endgame. And that is also not the end game you're so much looking forward to play. And maybe he's trying to figure out, is there anything better than that? But actually, I would be surprised if the continuation would not follow up with knight f4.
Yes.
I believe that will be coming. At the same time, his time is ticking, and he's going down on time. That's very clear. But he had a very difficult game up to this point. So it is a moment where he can play knight f4, relieve a little bit. Still, I think it will be not so much fun to play that endgame against Magnus, because Magnus is such a great grinder, and of course Fabi knows it and experienced it. So maybe he's just trying to understand that really that is the best chance what I have to play knight f4.
Yeah, because there is the other option of trying maybe to go for some d5, but my intuition tells me that since black has not castled yet, we are not ready for all these complications. At least I just can't really imagine. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm also not fully into all the details of this position. I was just so happy that I can play knight f4 and maybe I can force the trade of all the pieces, get into an endgame. I'm slightly worse, but I don't have so much time. It would also be kind of tempting to release the pressure.
At the same time, yeah, I mean, the problem is, I think, for black with d5, that h takes g6. First of all, you will have to take it with the f-pawn, which is not a lot of fun. And secondly, the pin, the f6 knight is under a pin, so it's not so easy to capture back after d5 if white takes it, c takes d5, I believe.
Yeah, I haven't really even thought about the consequences of d5. I just don't believe in it. But since Fabi is taking his time and he's down to 11 minutes, does this signal that he is afraid to enter some endgame being slightly worse, and he's instead thinking that I have not so much time, let's try to break out of this construction?
Yeah, big question. For example, b5 came to my mind. That is it possible to play possibly that kind of move? For an earlier idea, which we are talking about, to give up a pawn b5 takes and then d5. It's not an easy situation, I think, for Fabiano, because his position is only great compared to the position he had before. Yes. But objectively talking about the position, it's not much fun to play it against Magnus still. But he's going down in time. He feels that it's a crucial moment how to decide to go knight f4, or possibly he will come up with some other idea. Of course, queen on b8 seems to be very powerful, showing up on g3.
On the board, yeah, knight f4, yeah. This is common sense, this is good. I also would like to highlight that it's just move 15, and we are talking about time trouble approaching, and it's a classical game, yeah, with 90 minutes, and still, yeah, because such a challenge we have seen, the players are faced with tremendous difficulties. How do I get my harmony? How do I get my pawn structure right? How do I get my king to safety? We have seen Hikaru coming up with this incredible long castle, solving all his problems, taking the initiative. So all these elements combined together. And Magnus, yeah, I want to see Magnus, that how quickly and confidently will he go into this endgame? Is he really happy, or is he very furious with himself that how did I let this slip away like this?
You know, there is an interesting line, maybe we can show it on the board. If knight takes f4, yes. Queen takes f4, knight f1, is it possible to go queen g4?
I was
Probably.
just thinking the same thing.
Probably it's not
no.
because takes, and after bishop d2, knight takes
Knight
d2,
takes.
and you're protecting the rook. So bishop h1, rook takes h1, and the game is over for black. So these tactics does not work.
Beautiful idea, though.
Beautiful, yes. Yeah, it just shows that there are so many tricks, and Magnus is not blitzing out his move, which kind of indicates that he's not so well. I don't know what it indicates. Did he miss this move, knight f4? Because the f4 square was somehow under control. First, the bishop moved to f4, but then g3, bishop h. No, the pawn, the f4 square was not even that much of a control during the game. How could you miss then this?
No, I don't think he missed it, but the game is shifting to a completely different area where it was before. That's very clear. It came to my idea that, oh, the the g5 bishop is unprotected, so what about playing knight d5 or knight f1? But then knight e2.
And knight e2, yes.
Then there is this pin, right? And then white is losing the queen.
Yeah, if we try to pin, then black is the one to play first, and then black wins the queen thanks to knight e2, so we can't move that knight.
Exactly. So in principle, we can say there is not much to play. Nicholas was showing that maybe rook g1 is a little bit different circumstances to play, but it is not something that one would like to play, I believe. So I think the straightforward is knight f4, queen f4, knight f1, which does not seem to be very nice. I mean, I'm not surprised that Magnus is not so eager to flashing out these moves.
He also has to make sure not that he blunders something with all these pins. Yeah, it's kind of scary. We know already that the computer told us that yes, takes knight f1 is stable, and we get an endgame. But okay, let me even put it on the board. Yeah, takes. Knight f1, if somehow black would have a good square removing the queen, and then we remain with this pin, we lose the game on the spot. So, very tricky. What I want to mention, because it was funny that after takes, I might be tempted now to castle. I feel like this is the way how I would deal with this. Then after ag, fg, I would not mind anymore, because then the rook is in the game. And I get some harmony. I might even be able to go rook c8, rook fd8, and try to threaten with some d5.
Well, I think there is a good chance that white will play e4 at some point, even though it gives the f4 square away. But I think if white has to choose giving away the f4 square or to allow d5, it's still better not to allow d5.
Yes, I understand. But already we are talking about nuances, which means that black is clearly happy reaching this position.
And also after e5, yeah, I mean, it is a completely different pawn structure than it was before. And this is definitely not something what Magnus was thinking about to allow to Fabiano to look for counter chances in this game. What do you think about going, okay, we have a move, knight f4, queen f4 is on the board, so let's wait. Magnus's next move.
Yeah, now these moves will be blitzed out. Knight f1 is kind of strictly the only move on the board.
I don't know. Is there a better move for black than capturing the queen on d2?
Yeah, it's a question, yeah, because actually white is not threatening anything yet, yeah? You can't avoid the queen trade. So is a move like castles already here a possibility? I don't know, it was just so tempting to take on d2 because this knight on d2 is also not doing that much.
Well, maybe it's going to be transposition anyway, because castle, king b1 goes away, and then queen d2, knight d2.
But wait a second, okay, let's go to the bird's eye view, because something very special happened in the Vincent Keimer Hikaru Nakamura game. There is a sacrifice from Vincent out of desperation with bishop c2 takes f5. All eyes on the players.
Absolutely. We have to go to that game because it's unfolding in a very special way. Vincent has 5 minutes down, but also on the position. What is really going on here? The e1 rook is also under attack.
Yeah, that was the reason why this happened, yeah, that in this construction with bishop on c3, bishop c2, Hikaru went back with the knight to f6. Then Vincent used the e5 square with bishop e5. Black played the move bishop a5, hitting that rook on e1. And then now Vincent felt like he needs to do something because he does not want to move the knight from f1 to d2 into this pin. And he decided that it was the time to go for with a counter strike with bishop takes f5. I don't know what to think of it because I'm a big believer in many pieces against the queen. So any kind of this ef5, knight takes f5, knight takes f5, bishop c7 positions are also kind of, but is that, yeah, what is happening here? I'm still not really understanding, or is black not sacrificing the queen but going back with the knight to e8? What's happening here?
Well, there are a lot of questions, that's for sure.
Yes.
Because maybe EF is also not a must.
But what else?
Maybe I was thinking, can black take on e1 with the idea after bishop e6, going king b8, and if rook goes takes on e1, then rook h e8.
Okay, but then at least I get 2 pawns for the exchange.
Or queen e7 also seems to be quite powerful after rook e1. Because white will have to give up the black square bishop, which...
Okay, but then I did not lose material. Yeah, at least this is good news, because now I'm trying to figure out what happens after bishop f5, ef5, that after knight takes f5, is white winning? Is black winning? Is it unclear? What are the moves? Because the natural knight takes f5 is good for white.
Takes,
then takes, then it's only 3. I thought like black also has some rook, but he doesn't. So this is out of question. Then after takes, how is black reacting? How devastating is the set of knight takes d6?
Well, first of all, it's very important that black cannot go queen c6 out of the pin threatening on g2 because of knight e7. This is essential.
This is essential, yes. This is the point.
So let's see what happens if black goes knight f6 to e4.
f6 to e4, so you are protecting the d6 square.
And still keeping your e1 rook trapped. And threatening to take it.
Makes a lot of sense. Can I play knight 1 g3? I have to harass these pieces.
And after rook h e8?
Then knight takes e4. Then I'm in time. You lose the grip on d6 knight.
Yes.
Yeah, this is, I think, Vincent's idea.
Okay, so after knight g3, am I in trouble with black?
Well, at least it gets very tricky, I guess. No idea what's going on.
Okay, so what happens if not knight e4, but knight e8?
Yes, then okay. Yeah, you protect the d6 knight, but it's slightly passive. But on the other hand, you piece up and the rook is still kind of trapped. Yeah, I don't know. Rook takes d6. Can I play rook d6?
Yeah, that was expected that you're going to call that. Knight takes d6, rook d1, right?
Knight takes rook d1, yes.
Black can go maybe rook h6?
Rook h6, yeah. I was expecting this. Rook h6 business, but okay. Wow. What? I wanted to say at least it's unclear, and then the computer explodes like, wow, it's completely winning. Why is it winning?
Maybe queen f4?
Maybe queen f4, yeah. Just,
queen f4?
Yeah, just putting tremendous pressure on it. Well, there is so much to calculate. How much time does Hikaru have? He's
15. Now they are balanced in time.
They are balanced. There is so much. So I understand the temptation that Vincent felt himself under pressure, yeah, because black has clearly taken over the initiative after this long castle, and now there is this chance of creating chances for himself with bishop f5. The computer doesn't believe in it. The big question, how well can Hikaru calculate? Is he a machine? And wow, Vincent takes rook d6 instantly. Yeah?
That's correct.
That's the correct move. Wow. So knight takes f5 was wrong because
Was
of...
losing. Bishop takes e1.
Ah, wow. So you could really afford to just take... I saw that the computer has, but I wanted to see if Judith will suggest the move bishop takes e1, because humanly I think it was the last move you check. I also felt like, okay, bishop e1, allowing all this, knight takes d6, everything, it's insane that this is working for black. Then after knight d6, maybe you just take on d6. Maybe
Probably takes.
Maybe you
because
just take.
bishop takes queen c6.
Then you can play the queen c6 business. Aha.
But
so,
also
okay.
maybe bishop f2 was possible.
Yeah. Okay, in any case, then after ef5, the idea of Vincent was rook takes d6. Now we know, and then he is relying on this rook takes d6, knight f5 business.
But maybe after rook d6, bishop e1 again.
Again, you can, no? You can take on e1.
Well, I should test it.
But okay, then I take on d8.
Queen takes d8.
Queen takes 8, and I take on e1. Then I have
E1.
compensation. Then dark squares, yes, maybe you are better, but I'm putting up serious resistance. But it shows that the sacrifice is coming out of desperation, yeah, that Vincent was not happy with the situation and he went for extreme measures.
Well, interesting decision. So after rook d6, knight f5. How is it going after that?
Well, we see the Evelbar saying that the black is better, everything is under control. Well, imagine you are fighting for the final, clock is ticking, millions of lines to calculate, and there is no safety net. Practically speaking, this is very unclear.
So what about knight e8 now?
No, knight e8. Now you mean that it's a different, yeah. Of course, it's a different construction.
Yeah.
And then if knight d6, and you will have queen c6.
Queen c6 finally.
Yes, let's just show what we both just discovered, that you play like this, and after queen f4, there will be queen c6.
Well, or queen c6 immediately instead of queen.
Yes.
Instead of rook d8.
Yeah.
Maybe.
In any case, I just wanted to highlight that this queen c6 will step out of the pin. Then also black will be able to bring back the bishop to c7.
At the same time, white has 2 pawns for the knight, and knight e3, knight d5. d5 spot is quite a great outpost for a piece of knight.
Heart rates. What about heart rates? Is Hikaru controlling himself? 118 is still fine. It's not 150.
Not yet.
Well, if he finds a way how to untangle, yeah, unpin the queen, then his heart rate will even fall back to 100. But yeah, it's all about all this precise calculation.
Yeah, now it's very important for black to play the right move, because bishop e1 we discussed, then rook d8 and queen e1 you said.
Yes, that is compensation. That I don't mind from white's perspective, because I believe that
But
maybe
is it
I'm
so
losing
fantastic?
somehow. Okay, but it's not bad.
You only have 1 pawn.
Yeah, it's more than enough. I have dark squares. That's what warms my soul. And if you even give me time to play f3 somehow to uncover everything.
So rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8, of course. You don't give me time to set up the blockade.
Yeah, it's important that you cannot go queen c3, or you can, but I'm jumping knight e4.
Yeah, if I would have had time for f3, then I would be very happy, but you are in time to hit my bishop. Yeah, also not easy. Also not easy, but Hikaru has to make a choice, and he has kind of different options, and they seem to be fine. But how do you finally settle on which direction you want to bring?
Well, this is the thing, that Hikaru has to be extremely concentrated, sharp, because he has to make calculations. And in every move he will have decision to make, to capture the d6, to take on e1. And at some point, maybe it does not matter. It's not that I have 2 good moves, 2 good alternative, and then I will see and look around. No, it can also get dangerous for him. Nicholas, how is the position right now? Because it's heating up between Vincent and Hikaru. Was this bishop f5 sacrifice sound?
Let's break it down together as Hikaru's thinking. So bishop takes f5 was not the best move in the position, but like Peter said, it came maybe a little bit out of desperation, and it is very interesting. It's definitely posing questions to Nakamura. The computer also wants to sacrifice something, but maybe in a different way, just playing f3 and giving the exchange on e1 and play the position like this, where you have a very strong bishop on e5. Indeed, knight d2 looked too awkward here in this moment. Black can follow up with knight g4 and probably develops a very strong attack, like g5 will come and e5, and this is exactly what you don't want to have against Nakamura. So we do have moves, so I want to take it back to the current position. Rook takes c6, rook takes, bishop takes e1 was played. And this is a great choice by Nakamura, because the lines after rook takes d6, knight takes f5, they are quite messy. Knight e8, knight takes, you named here the crucial move, queen c6, gaining a tempo, threatening a checkmate, but white goes queen g5, plays knight e3, and white has a lot of activity, has two pawns, and this is very messy, and black would need to be very precise to be better here, whereas in this line that is happening in the game now, bishop takes e1, rook takes d8, the queen has to take because it is attacked, queen takes e1, rook e8. Yes, white does have compensation for the exchange, so the bishop should probably draw back to f4, black plays g6, stabilizing the pawn, but the knights are far away from the action right now, and black is definitely better here. It's of course not winning for black or anything like this, but black is better. The compensation should not be enough objectively, but of course Vincent can fight. This is the current position and will be anything but easy for Hikaru to convert his advantage here.
I think Nakamura made a very smart decision. First of all, by not spending more time on this moment where this action was happening after rook d6, because he filtered it out very fast that he can go to this direction, he's not going to make any risk, while it is a question how much compensation white has, because it is clear that white has compensation. He has one pawn. Also, the powerful black square bishop is there. We cannot deny that. At the same time, black has a very active position. Rook on e8, which can come to e4 also at some point. Black is able to defend the pawn on f5 by g6. Queen can be coming up to c6, for example, to put pressure. At the same time, the king is somewhat kind of weak, but it's very hard to touch it from the white side, right? So we have to visualize it, what kind of difficulties black can have. There is a c5 pawn, which can be vulnerable. So for white, I could imagine if the white queen can show up on a5, that would be an unpleasant moment for black. At the same time, it's not so easy to get this. I mean, it's very hard to break up white's position, though.
Yeah, my kind of intuition is that with white, I want to put the pawns on f3, g3, get the king to f2, and to somehow control the knight. And one of the reroutes and the reason why I was thinking about this f3, g3 kind of stuff, black will need to activate that knight from f6. And maybe potentially the knight might head to b6, targeting that pawn, for example, in combination with queen d4. That will also kind of maybe be a good defender against queen a5 because there is no mate, g6 played. But this queen a5 move will be very unpleasant. I don't know, practically speaking, how much Hikaru really believes that he's better. Or it looks like, because if you would not show me the evil bar, I would be saying that white has enough compensation. I feel like, yes, white cannot be better probably, but white also shouldn't really be worse, unless this knight from f6, for example, lands on e6. If you are in time to somehow get that knight to e6, then my construction collapses. Because the problem is the knight on f1. If that knight would be on b3, we'll be talking about advantage for white, I believe.
Yes, and I think what you highlighted a minute ago, playing f3 and g3, I think it's essential, and this is what an incredible shelter for the white king, right? So f3 is not only that it gives a little push that the king will be coming to f2 because it's very stable there, because everything will be defending the white king, but more importantly, the f3 has its power to stop the knight coming to e4 or g4. And this is why actually I'm not sure that g6 was the best move for black. And of course f3 on the board, rook e6. But that's a great question what you brought up, that how much and what Nakamura thinks about his position. And now I think rook e6, the idea is...
This is amazing move.
To go rook a6, you think?
Cover the a5 square. It's not about going pawn hunting, but if you get rook a6 and, for example, queen d4, then all of a sudden white has no way of activating his queen. A stunning move, rook e6. Should get exclam or double exclam. It's a fantastic
But
move.
now it's a question, like he really wants to go rook a6, or he just wants to keep the option for that for later? Or is it because he wanted to protect the d6 weakness? He wanted to protect the knight on f6 just in case? Or is it just an improving move to play rook e6?
Well, I can tell you that it hit my heart. I felt like rook e6, yeah, Hikaru is Hikaru. I know that he is just a brilliant player, and especially in all these tactical, dynamical positions, when things seemingly go out of control and nobody knows what's really happening, and you can very easily make a mistake, then Hikaru just plays like a computer. Yeah, that has always been his incredible strength. And he has just done it. Rook e6 a stunner, and it establishes firm control in black's position.
I think this is the word, what you just said, that it's not only actually he wants to go rook a6, but possibly also just in case, if let's say queen g3 shows up or whatever, the g6 pawn can be also defended by knight moving away, for example. So having the rook on the 6th rank seems to be a great defender and possibly an attacker in the future moves. Strong move, and they are going down in time, clearly, and it's not so easy for Vincent to activate his pieces.
Yes. Imagine if that knight from f1 could now jump to b3, we would be saying that white is the one who is fighting for initiative, because then all this queen d4 is eliminated, the pawn on c5 is weak, then white can play queen c3, king f2, but the knight cannot jump to d2 because of queen d4 double attack, then hitting the bishop, and also the knight on e3 is loose. Yes? So we are missing one tempo to break out, and this one tempo will be used for black in order to make sure that you won't be able to break out already.
So do you think white can play king f2 and he will play king f2, or is he going to be playing g3 first just to stabilize so the f4 bishop is protected?
Yeah, basically you want to play both moves at the same time, but the problem is you can only do one, and then you don't know which one to do first. I think it's really a lottery as a human that do you start with g3 or king f2.
Yes, because after king f2, still the h4 pawn is not protected suddenly.
Yeah, just in
but
case.
I
yeah.
don't see anything for black that it can be
and
executed
look at how unhappy Vincent is about this rook e6 move. And that's why I don't believe in artificial intelligence and so on, because the computer doesn't understand that this rook e6 move hurts a human player. It hurts your soul, because you were hoping for counterplay. You were hoping for against all these queen d4s instead of rook e6. Yeah, if black plays queen d4, then white plays g3, it cements the bishop, and we'll set up the move queen a5 with mating threat, pawn on a7, and you think like, okay, I have excellent compensation, and then suddenly Hikaru plays the move rook e6, and you realize that everything that you have envisioned for yourself is actually move per move not working, and then you are in a state of shock.
Okay, but why is it so awful? Okay, I go g3, let's say.
Okay, rook a6.
Rook a6. And why do I have to panic?
Okay, you don't. I hope also Vincent will not panic, but I see reasons why you should, or you could.
I mean, if I go, let's say, queen c3, do you go queen d4?
Queen d4, yes. Okay.
Queen d4, and then I go queen b3, let's say.
Yeah, now I start moving my knight. Knight d7, knight b6. Okay, suddenly everything is so hard, and white is unable to get out. I don't know, knight d7.
Yeah, the thing is that
Now everything is tied up. Zero compensation. It's just a matter of time how black will win, but it's pretty much on the wrong direction.
Yeah. Okay, so I have to be faster with white.
Well, can you be? That's a big question. Vincent, how much? 10 minutes? Yeah, 10, 20. Super tough. Yeah, we can see Vincent in full concentration mode. He knows exactly that just one inaccuracy that can cause the game and cause the match, and all the hopes of reaching the final once again.
Can white go knight c2 and bring the other knight to e3?
Maybe, but yeah, not an easy choice, this knight c2 business.
I understand that you don't want to have that.
Actually, it's a nice stabilizer because it stops this queen d4 against rook a6. You might be able to also play a3, knight fe3, and then maybe white can hang on. But yeah, very tough. Very tough. Let's get maybe the bird's eye view, or should we stay here because there is also tons of action on the other boards?
No, I think we should go to the bird's eye view and let's look around what's happening on the other boards, because everywhere the time element is getting more important. What is going on between Magnus? Wow, they changed the structure again. So maybe it would be nice to go there. We have at the same time, we see that Maxim is already winning. He has several pawns up.
Yeah, he played a fantastic game. Yeah, fantastic move also in the game. It felt almost like we have the same narrative. Arjun thought like, okay, Jan crushed me yesterday, and he did the same to Jan today. Also, Abdusatov played a brilliant attacking game against Maxim. Then Maxim, okay, I have to do the same, and he delivers. It seems like he delivers. He's about to win that game and tie the match, which already guarantees us then 2 incredible playoffs today for sure.
So here we have today's accuracy of the games, and Arjun, who made a crushing victory today. He had 95 versus Nyapo 77.
Why 95? Why not 99? It looked too powerful. I just cannot even think about a move which wasn't perfect from Arjun's point of view.
And Magnus is 93. They're very close with Fabiano in the accuracy level of their play, because probably in the very beginning, somewhere Fabiano went wrong, but after that he started to play the best possible moves, but it was a bit late. And then there were some inaccuracies done by Magnus. So
yeah, but now we have an intriguing and brilliant endgame. Yeah, Magnus has set up this c4, c5 break. He's sacrificing a pawn to open up the way for his knight. Knight c4 is coming up.
So let's pick that game. What do you think? Let's dive in a little bit, because there is some action happening. Somehow by Magnus, he's making timing on action, because we see that Fabiano is running down on time. What is this? What Magnus has in mind after c5?
Yeah, he played c5, and basically how do you take? Yeah, it's clear that you probably have to take. You cannot just allow knight c4, but no matter with which pawn you take, knight c4 will follow with a devastating threat on the d6 pawn or on the d file.
Well, the other option is for black to take on d2, capture the knight, eliminate that, and after rook d2 to capture b takes c5. But in that case, g5 will be possible by Magnus, pushing away the f6 rook, and then the d6 pawn can be captured. But is it so good? Because it becomes extremely tactical. Rook f3, rook d6.
Yeah, and then look at this pawn on h6. Yeah, white will also follow it up with rook hd1. And rook d8 will be a problem. White has these amazing bishops. The b2, b3 bishops are looking extremely powerful. And Fabi has played the move bishop a6. He's not taking. He does not touch anything. I believe that was the computer's move. And the reason why the computer thinks that it's not falling apart because of bishop a6, amazing defense.
But what a calm reaction. 4 minutes on the clock, and after c5 you just play bishop c6, bishop a6, stopping knight c4.
And Fabi knows that he needs that
Wow.
bishop on g5. Yeah, that bishop on g5 keeps his position together. The bishop on b7 is doing nothing because it bites on granite.
Beautiful
Wow.
defensive move.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Now the big question, will Fabi be rewarded for all his heroic defensive task, or no matter how good you defend a worse position, Magnus will anyway convert? That's a very big one.
Very beautiful move. Beautiful move. And for now, the h6 pawn is kind of giving a difficult time for the black king, we can say. But actually, within it moves, it's possible that if there are some simplification, the h6 pawn can be a weakness.
Exactly.
And of course, black should keep his bishop, the black square bishop, because that is the real power of the position. At the same time, now after bishop a6, it can also show up with bishop e2 and try to eat up the f3 pawn. So it's if Magnus was not waiting this move, it is extremely unpleasant
Yes.
to handle.
Very interesting. I'm just staring at my screen. That how do we approach with white this position? Yeah, before after c4 c5 had a very easy job to tell everyone, tell our dear audience, that knight d2 to c4 is coming. But now after bishop a6, that move is not really effective anymore.
I have a question. What happens if white goes bishop c4? Is b5 the next move by black?
Well, just like this, yeah, you have because bishop c, and on the board, your move is on the board. The point is that bishop takes d2 is met by bishop a6 with double attack. The bishop attacks the rook on c8. That's why black is unable to take on d2. So how to react? Maybe go back with the bishop. Can I do that?
Well, wow.
Can I do that?
But after bishop b7, I think white can go bishop
b5. Yeah, you will go bishop b5, but at least then the bishop is not on the diagonal. Oh, not on the diagonal.
But my question was, can black go b5? I understand that it looks awful to block the a6 bishop after bishop c4. At the same time, what do I want? You move away your bishop if you move away
But
your
now
bishop.
I go back to e2.
And I take on c5.
Then knight b3. And I protected this. I'm hitting the knight, and also the c5 pawn is weak.
And after c4, you go rook d7, c takes b3.
Yeah, then, I don't know, rook hd1, it looks very
And also
promising.
the e5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, this one looks very bad for black. I somehow don't trust this b5 because it loosens my structure. But if I'm able to play bishop b7 or not, that's a big question. And Fabi down to less than 3 minutes to figure all this out.
How stressful it is. And I'm asking Nicholas, what can you tell us? What is this position? Was bishop a6 a great move and bishop c4 as a reaction?
Yes, bishop a6 was a good move, but bishop c4 is of course posing questions, and it really feels like black is holding on just barely needs to move the bishop back to b7. Not an easy move to play because you have to worry about bishop b5, for example. Maybe also bishop e2 again is in the air, and there's so many options and so little time for Fabiano Caruana, and one wrong move here and all falls apart. So for example, bishop b5, you would need to go bishop c6 only move, and then bishop a6, all right, now you can play rook d8, you keep it together, and if white takes on c6, knight c4, at least there's no bishop anymore in this diagonal, so you can also hold on. But it is very, very tough, and Fabiano is down to 1 minute 30. The one big problem is also that after bishop b7, white could go back to b3 and say, well, let me come from the other side, maybe let me come from a4. This is also challenging, because after b5, the bishop can drop back to c2. The same idea of knight b3 is also again in the air. So Fabi down to 1 minute 17 seconds. Let's maybe see the players.
Zoom on the players. Yes.
If Fabi can defend us, it's so difficult.
Whew. For Fabi, it's a huge challenge. Will he able to defend this position? Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, I feel like the no is much more likely. Because let's not forget, those 50 seconds are the remaining 50 seconds. I still don't understand how you can only have a heart rate of 103 at this moment. This is already something special. Of course, Fabi needs to stay calm in order to keep chances.
He goes down to 30 seconds.
If he doesn't play bishop b7, it will be just over.
How will he able to play on? It's 20 seconds.
No. He goes knight b8, but this allows b5, no?
That's it.
Oh.
b5 followed by c6? You just resign, no?
Oh.
It feels like no,
b5,
rook takes c5 and bishop d2. There is this trick. Exactly. That's the trick that Fabi set up. That after b5, this bishop takes d2, and then rook takes c5, and all of a sudden the bishop on c4 is loose. Well, now Magnus is calculating. He cannot believe his eyes. What? Knight b5 is supposed to work. This can't be.
Well, it's hard to imagine, but actually, it is a nice try.
Yeah, it gets out of this d file. Yeah, this knight was always pinned. It was a big headache. So practically speaking, maybe it's a clever idea. Play with 19 seconds on the clock, so Fabi is back to 49 seconds.
Yeah, but isn't it possible just to capture on a6 and knight c4?
Just simple chess, yeah?
Well, I don't know how bad it is, but the center falls apart for black.
Well, apparently Magnus is about to make a move.
He should either play b5 or c takes b6.
C takes b6, nice move.
Wow, but it's not an obvious one, no? cb6. Because then the pawn structure remains with d6, e5. White is not breaking that structure. And Magnus goes for b5.
Isn't this a blunder?
No.
And then b5, rook takes c5, blitzed out.
He can take on e5 in the end of the variation.
Wow, thanks to the h6 pawn, yes. So the line is b takes a6.
This is what we were discussing, that the h6 can be very powerful at the same time. In some moments it can be a weakness. This time it is a powerful pawn.
Yeah, very comfortable situation for Magnus. He knows exactly, he has spotted bishop takes e5. One also could sense that he could hardly hold himself back of going b5 because he has foreseen bishop takes e5 from a distance.
Yeah. Bishop e5 is on the board. So can black take on f3? Because it seems like black will not make it, because rook d6 threatening rook d8 check, and after rook c8, white doubles the rook on the d file, and who will stop rook d8?
He needs to play rook e6 now. Rook takes f3 is lost.
This is not a good news for black.
Rook e6 is also borderline lost, but you still fight after rook takes f3, rook takes d6. The attack against the black king is just too strong.
Yeah, rook f6, rook d6, and then rook d8 check is coming. And after knight c6, probably we just bring the last piece into the game with rook hd1. So, yeah, seems hopeless.
So after rook e6, what do you do?
Well, okay.
Are you taking with the rook or the pawn or the bishop?
I guess with the bishop. I want to keep the rooks.
Knight takes a6.
On rook e6 on the board. Well, if I want to pick up a pawn, I can even play bishop b8, bishop takes a7. I don't know if just to show that how dominant my position is.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah, quite annoying.
Yes. Knight takes a6, there is bishop b8, and I'm not even necessarily taking. Next, I'm going to play rook hd1 even after rook e8. Maybe. No, then you can take with the knight on b8, yes. So I have to take, and then the point was that I did not want to say rook e6 to e8, then bishop a7, bishop b6 is a problem. Yeah, no, the position is falling apart.
Very difficult to hang on with black.
Well, he needs to take the pawn a6.
Yeah, there is not much to be done.
He's not losing immediately, at least. But the king safety is a big problem here for black in this
Exactly.
position.
This pawn on h6, the monster pawn.
Is bishop b8 the best move?
No, just bring the rook. Bishop a7 would give away the advantage after king f8. White is still better, but this is not the way to go. Rook hd1.
Yeah, rook hd1. Just bring the last piece, and then you still have this bishop b8 idea in the pocket.
Well, probably black will be playing rook e8, I guess, just to try to get some safety.
Yeah, it's total domination.
But white has to be, I think, precise. Still, quite a bit. It's hard to imagine that black can save this game, right, against
Yes,
Magnus.
exactly.
At the
This
same
clock
time,
situation also.
I think white still has to make some accurate play. Very difficult position for black. At the same time, white has choices. Bishop b8, rook d1.
Yeah, Magnus will play rook hd1. That's very much... No, he goes for bishop b8.
He goes
Really?
hunting.
He goes...
He couldn't resist.
It was such a beautiful move, yeah, that he played it. But now,
after king f8, Fabi's back in the game.
Wow.
You cannot even take the pawn on a7 due to rook c7.
Yes.
Bishop
Exactly.
b8.
That was my horror. Yeah, when you announced that king f8 is worked, then I understood. Bishop a7, rook c7.
He sees it. He realizes it.
What did I do?
Why did he just play bishop b8? He's too...
Well, tension. It's tremendous tension. Yeah,
I mean, after king f8, he needs to go back to d6. And then black has just improved the king to e8.
Wow. That's a significant improvement in black's defense.
Or did he want to go something like rook d8? No, it doesn't work.
I also believe that he realized it.
Fabi, down to 40 seconds. He needs to find king f8. If he plays king f8, he's back in the game.
He can't do anything else, right?
No, he played rook e8. Oof, the panic move. And now it's all falling apart, yeah. Bishop takes a7.
Well, bishop a7, b6 is hanging. He tries to get some kind of fortress, but he's a pawn down to start.
Yeah, and all these back rank issues, yeah, those are just hunting black. Because it's not just the pawn, but there are still all these mating ideas with rook hd1, rook d8.
Wow, what an opportunity Fabi missed with king f8.
Yeah, but that's why when you are down to 50 seconds or 40 seconds in such a difficult position, also bishop b8 is a cold shower, like, oh
And
yes,
it's a very
fantastic
difficult game
idea.
also he's dealing with, right? I mean, the players are playing already for 3.5 hours with a lot of calculation, pressure, new opportunities, saving, like, okay, basically Fabiano is pressed during the whole time. And then he came out, he's back to life after he made this genius bishop maneuver, bishop h6, bishop g7, bishop h6, bishop g5. But okay, he wanted activity, and he wants to bring his knight, I believe, to b4, maybe to jump, relocating it to c6. Will white go rook d1, simply?
Yeah, that would be the natural, but Magnus actually brings back the bishop.
He wants to relocate it to f6, which is
f6.
quite a good outpost for the bishop there.
Yeah, boxing in black's king. And drinks his water. Yeah, that means that I know that I'm winning.
In the meantime, by the way, also Hikaru is winning against Vincent, basically.
Yeah, I don't understand Vincent's 3-4 moves. There is queen b1, queen e1, queen f2, king f1. He never played g3, king f2, which is kind of insane. But yeah, knight c7. The knight is not doing much. The knight on e6 will be dominated by the bishop on f6. So it doesn't really matter at all.
Well, he's trying to put up a fortress. Bishop f6.
Yeah, but then also the b pawn will fall, yeah? This is the problem in knight e6 plate. So black made sure that the d8 square is covered by the knight, but now the b pawn will just fall. White will bring the rooks into action. And this is just a matter of time.
Well, how do you do it? Rook b1, rook b8.
Rook hd1.
d1. Probably he wants to go rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah, of course, if rook d7, rook b7, so black will have to put the rook on b8, but then rook d7, rook a7, rook d7, we can just double on the 7th rank. So yeah, Fabi goes rook a4, trying to at least keep an eye on the a2 pawn to say that, wait a second, you have to think twice to activate your rook.
Well, Fabiano is trying to hang on, trying to make a fortress in the king's side. Knight on e6, of course, it's great location for the knight, protecting the d8 square. At the same time, I mean, white can just move to the c file. What do you think with the
Yeah,
rooks?
white can just slowly win. It's
Play rook c2 and then rook d6, rook c6, trying to enter to the 8th.
yes. Make perfect sense.
Also, rook d6 immediately is very promising, trying to go behind the black pawn to go rook b6, and then after rook a8, rook 1 to d2.
Rook c1 is kind of very tempting, yeah, because then the rook on d2 guarantees protection of the a2 pawn. We don't have to worry about counterplay, and then you just slowly invade black's position. Rook d3 played. Okay, Magnus is enjoying himself.
Why rook d3?
Maybe next one, rook 1 to d2, just step-by-step approach.
Because he doesn't want to allow black to go rook a3.
Yes.
To attack
To
his
touch the
f3 pawn.
yes.
What a delicate move.
Not that it really matters, but it's nice, total prophylactic.
Yes, because basically if Magnus can play against the plan of Fabi, not allowing any counter chances, after that he's just going to win with the extra pawn. At some point also maybe he will bring the bishop from f6 to e5 and play f4, f5. That's also kind of...
Yeah, that's why g5, yeah. At least before white boxes everything in with g4, g5, Fabi thinks, yeah, I'm lost, but this is my only chance.
Wow.
At least fixing the structure. So white is unable to win on the king side by itself, but maybe this pawn will also fall in the long run, because actually there is no way of protecting that pawn if white can just quietly go rook 1 to d2, rook d5, and then threaten bishop take g5. Simple chess.
Well, yeah, it's hard to imagine that the g5 pawn will not fall off. Interesting that Fabi thought that this is the best chance.
Yeah, it's he understands that even if I lose that g5 pawn, but it will take some 2 tempi for white, it will destruct white's pieces. Maybe I will have something in between, but...
Interesting that his heart rate is going down. He gave up already on the position?
Probably. Yeah, this is not the position where you really hope for something.
So another question is rook d5 immediately a good move? Or can white strengthen his position before?
Okay, it's up to Magnus to decide. I think that every single move wins unless you blunder something big.
Magnus must be enjoying himself, having the question, how should I convert? How should I win that pawn on g5? It's a matter of time only. Rook 1 to D2 seems to be a logical
Yes.
continuation after the Rook D3 move.
And I think it's played. It's professional. Just protecting that A2 pawn.
And actually now black can't even go Rook A8
Because of bishop G5,
bishop
yes.
G5.
Exactly. I also just, at that very moment, realized that, black cannot move away because then knight takes G5, Rook D8 is checkmate one more time once the Rook from E8 moves away.
So basically right now in this position, it means that the black knight from E6 cannot move because the G5 is hanging. The rook from E8 cannot make a move because the G5 pawn can be captured, right?
Yes.
So the only three pieces which can move is the king from G8, the pawn which was pushed, and the A4 rook.
Yeah, B4 had to be pushed. Magnus might just sidestep with the king to B1. Yeah.
Of course.
On the board, yes. Just sidestepping, getting out of any kind of B3 moves. You don't need to calculate that.
So will black go rook A6 maybe? But what will stop white from playing rook D5? Though after that, the rook A3 counter chance.
But then rook D2 to D3. Yeah, you can also just trade one pair of rooks and then put the rook on D5, come with the king to B3. Okay, it's just elemental win no matter what for Magnus. I'm just looking at the other positions. Pragnanda has beaten Richard Rapport, so he takes the 9th place. And Maxim is also about to win against Abdusattorov, so there we might be seeing, and not even might be, basically almost guaranteed, we'll be seeing another playoff.
Rook A8. What is the trick? What happens after
Bishop takes G5, B3.
B3.
B3, destruction. Lovely. And then after rook takes B3, we can pick it up, and after A takes B3, we are trading one pair of, but the bishop is capturing back the rook. So it's not that simple as I wanted to indicate. So actually maybe I can take on G5. I can take on G5 and B3, A, B, and then...
B3.
Okay, Magnus goes bishop E7. He doesn't need to calculate all these lines.
So what is his plan after rook E8?
Maybe rook D7. Just enter with the rook. Yeah, and Abdusattorov has just resigned as well, so Maxim has forced the playoff. So both players, Arjun Ergaisi and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, needed to win. They bounced back, and we have 2 playoffs guaranteed now. Here we see that Fabiano is fighting for his life, but very hard to imagine, and also Vincent in a lot of trouble against Hikaru. Basically, it's a hopelessly lost position for Vincent.
Yeah, there also actually, we can phrase, I think, Nakamura with some of his decisions, crucial decisions he made there. And
long castles and rook E6, yeah, 2 brilliant moves, game-changing moves.
Let's see how Magnus will be reacting on this rook E8. But after rook D7, rook A3. And then the F3 falls.
Yes,
off,
then
right?
F3 falls, yeah. Okay, it's kind of funny, yeah, that Magnus played this bishop E7 instantly instead of calculating a little bit, because Anish was the one who revealed us the secret that Magnus always, this is your plan. Let me calculate, I will allow your plan because it's wrong.
So maybe he's going to go back to F6, and after rook A8, what we discussed, he will be taking on G5. So after B3 captures, this is what you want, this is what you get.
The point is that Magnus with bishop E7 went for the lazy approach. And now that it did not lead any success, he will go back, yeah. There we have it, bishop F6, rook E8, blitzed out, and now Magnus will be taking his time, or maybe he has already calculated that and look at he's calculating. You can see on his eyes, wait a second, I can figure this out. I can take on g5. I can fall into my opponent's trap.
He also does not have so much time left. He's 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Bishop g5, b3 takes, 3 pawns up. And if that is possible, then game is really over. And it seems so. Are we going to see bishop takes g5 on the board?
I'm expecting yes. Now that Magnus used the lazy approach before and it didn't bring any success, I think he's tempted to calculate.
Yeah, in the meantime, we see that...
No, but he won't. He plays rook to b2.
He's very careful.
He's very careful.
Extremely
yes.
careful.
Okay, he's setting up bishop e7. He just wants to eliminate that b4 pawn. He says that, no. This is all about the final. We are in time trouble. I don't want to go for some murky line where I need to be very precise, or I have to make sure that it all works when I have such a technically winning position. And rook b2 now setting up bishop e7, going after the pawn. What can black do at all?
Maybe king f8.
One more time, run with the king. Yeah, that was the big missed opportunity for Caruana after bishop b8.
And the thing is that if if white to move bishop e7, rook b8 is not possible, I think, because of a3. There is going to be a pin.
Yes.
And just winning the pawn that way.
Yeah, okay, you anyway cannot hold on to this b4 pawn for too long, but yeah, this is also a lovely little detail that there will be a pin on the b8 rook.
Yeah, again we are seeing and witnessing, rook a6, threatening with knight b4 suddenly, knight f4.
Yeah, double attack.
Though.
Just move the rook no matter where.
Well, maybe rook. Oh.
In the meantime, the smoke has settled in Vincent's game against Hikaru. Now it's a completely winning endgame for Hikaru, so there are absolutely no surprises. I think Vincent is just playing out of frustration.
No, he will resign probably.
Yes.
Right now.
I'm expecting resignation, and that means that Hikaru, with a powerful performance, secures his spot in the final.
Yeah, I think the game has just ended if you want to go there.
No, we stay here on Magnus, of course. Yeah, he's playing now rook db3. If you have already were loyal to this game because of the time scramble, and of course, yeah.
But I thought for a second that it's a blunder, but it's not, because now the 8th rank is the weakness shows from b8 when
yeah, knight c5, rook b4, rook takes f6, rook b8 checkmate. So the b4 pawn is falling. We might be seeing resignation also here. Time is ticking down.
And we have a victory already for Hikaru because Vincent did resign, and this is the last game of the semifinals. We are witnessing that probably it seems that there is not going to be playoff
for the final.
For the finals.
Yes. Yes, so knight f8 played out of total desperation. Yeah, Fabi is looking around. Should I resign? Probably I should resign. And he will, yes.
Wow, what a game.
Yeah, fantastic game. Okay, it felt like Magnus at some point lost the control. He could have finished the game probably earlier, but then the way how he again created this masterpiece.
Yeah, it was an upsetting opening for Fabiano, which meant that he was struggling during the whole game, probably.
Exactly. Everything went like a dream for Magnus. Yeah, he revealed in the preparation, I like c4, c4, c5, b3, b6, d4, get the upper hand in the center, activate the queen. I'm having space advantage, and it is up to black to solve the problems. Actually, in none of the games, black managed to solve the problem. Everybody lost. Yeah, Abdusatov lost to Vasile Graf, Magnus beat Fabiano, and also Arjun Ergaisi went on to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in a very convincing, brilliant game.
So we had all the games decisive. No?
Yes, actually yes, because Pragnanda has beaten Rapport.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And only Hikaru was the one who won with black, not facing c4. It was d4. Was that the mistake by Vincent? He should he should have listened to Magnus, right? Well, in hindsight, if the result is like this, then clearly everybody will say like this, but still I like it that he believed in himself and he went for his beliefs.
Absolutely amazing day so far, and still things to come. We've seen some amazing moves, right? Fantastic fighting spirit, but also I have the feeling somehow the players are a little bit tired, like so many different positions they had to be playing out, that they are a little bit kind of getting confused, because today's game, the opening was not so chaotic as the other games. I know that sometimes when I say this, you're reflecting that, no, it is chaotic enough. At the same time, when I'm saying this, I mean that there were elements of the classical game which players were remembering or recalling. At the same time, maybe this was the problem.
Exactly. This was the problem, because actually when the white played, the stronger side got the better position, he knew exactly how to proceed, because if you ask Magnus, I got the dream of all dreams, and every single move was very natural. At some point, he definitely misplayed, so he will be very unhappy. But then how he adjusted, how he switched, and then again won the game, that was very impressive.
So actually 4 wins, right?
4 wins.
4 wins with white.
With white.
With one
in
c4.
c4.
No, with
yes.
1 c4 and 4 win with white. So this means something. It's not by chance.
Well, but Richard came up with this brilliant idea that Nicholas was highlighting, that don't mirror with b6, go for this knight f6, rook e8, b5 business. Richie was amazing. I'm actually very upset in this regard that he didn't got the reward for his brilliancy, that he sensed the right direction. He also had a normal position, but then at some moment he collapsed.
Well, a lot of actions. Nicholas, maybe you can show us the position, which was just the most amazing position of the day so far.
We had a lot of brilliant chess today, actually. We could not even cover it all, because also the games between Maxim Vasile Graf and Nordebek up to the turf, as well as Pragnananda versus Rapport, featured some very interesting moments, but really, I would say the game of the day was between Arjun Ergaisi against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and the move of the day was right here after black played the knight to e4, hitting the queen on d2, and Arjun played the queen all the way up to d8, completely paralyzing the black position. After rook takes d8, of course, it would be the famous back rank checkmate. But white also created the threat of taking on f8 and threatening to enter with the rook. In the end, Nepomniachtchi played g6, but after queen e7, the queen was so active, especially compared to the black queen on a8, that Nepomniachtchi could not recover. I will just show once again how the game continued, because Arjun was able to play a beautiful double sacrifice on the square f5 right here. First he took with the rook on f5, and after pawn takes he took with the knight as well, opening up the diagonal, and in the end queen and bishop worked together to give checkmate. Right here Nepomniachtchi resigned because king f8 would lead to checkmate very soon. So brilliant game by Arjun, brilliant move, queen d8, and he strikes back to take the match to the tie breaks, which we're going to see soon. both players will play a rapid tiebreak 2 games, as well as also the match for Shilograf against Abdusatorov.
Absolutely brilliant game. I mean, it's amazing. We've seen this before, but it's just spectacular, that Queen D8. And let's face it, Arjun played against Nepomniachtchi, who is himself making these kind of moves. So I'm pretty sure that Nepo was completely under a shock when he seen Queen D8. And this is the moment when you say, I should have played something like this, because it's so brilliant. You feel the power, the board is burning after a move like that.
Yes, and after Queen D8, he never got the chance to castle, yeah? That was the really big problem for Nepo, and then his position just fell apart. The Queen on A8 was also out of the game. Stunning performance by Arjun, being very energetic. He also used the long castle that changed the dynamic in the game. As Hikaru, I'm pretty sure that the reason why Hikaru won this game against Vincent, that long castle knocked Vincent out. Yeah, it had such a terrible psychological effect because the whole game gets a completely different direction. And after that, Vincent was on the defensive.
Can we show it, Nicholas, if you can pull that up, exactly that position between Hikaru and Vincent? Because after the opening, he was, we thought that he has a good position. He went into the confessional booth and he was not complaining. He said black has a very stable position. This was very clear that he pointed out. And let's see where it went wrong for Vincent.
Let's have a look together. Yes, around here it was actually quite fine, but maybe this whole idea with h4, including h5, in the end, one could say it actually benefited black, surprisingly, because the king went all the way to the other side of the board, and black could use the square on g4 for his pieces. So here the computer just wants to play castle immediately. Also, maybe in some lines, having the g4 square available, that looks quite odd, but it could be an idea also. And the position is a little bit better for white. So after h4, h5, already it's probably around equal. And the big problem for white is that there are no clear targets, there's no clear plan, and Vincent lost some time. He also had to move bishop a3. Maybe something else was better. But already here it feels like, also Peter said it, he would prefer to play with black. And indeed, and this is of course always a big factor for whom it is easier to play. And we saw beautifully how Hikaru moved all of the pieces from the 8th rank to then prepare long castle, and he played it right here and started an attack against the white king. Still, there were chances for Vincent, but he always felt on the back. It always felt like he was on the back foot. He was defending. It was just really difficult for him to play this position, and probably it started as early as maybe around here, going h4. Or one could say, well, if we see what happened in the other positions, then maybe c4 was just a position that was easier to play for white, just safer, clear, maybe a clearer structure, and it worked out for all the other players. But we have to really applaud Vincent for going his own way, not just following Magnus's footsteps and paving his own way, but in this game it did not work out for him. Hikaru Nakamura takes a crucial win and succeeds to go to the finals.
Absolutely, but I still believe that it was interesting that Vincent chose this way, and he believed in himself, that he does not trust Magnus, or maybe it's not even about that he doesn't trust Magnus. Maybe he just wanted to play a sharper game on different path, what he wanted to do. At the same time, c4 was very much his style also, to play solid, no?
Yeah, but he doesn't like to play solid. That's the point. Yeah, the people misunderstand. People who are strategists, it doesn't mean that he wants to play solid. He wants to play fighting strategical battles, yeah, where he can outplay his opponent. He can go to double H things. And I think I did not like all his decisions. This d takes c5 fell to me because this knight e3, knight f3 against the pawns, e6, f6. My instinct was like, and that knight on d6, in my mind, it was a very strong piece. because we know in such structures that normally knight f3 to e1, knight d3, this regrouping exists in this kind of structures. Yeah, I feel that this position so much more suited Hikaru. He's more experienced. Vincent was relying on the fact that black's king will be the eternal problem on g8. And basically, I think that's why he took DC and everything. He also revealed that, yeah, I'm not that happy with my position, but black will always have this g8 problem with his king. And all of a sudden, long castle came, and the only problem is solved, and then only problems remain in white's position, because then nothing made sense that Vincent has played before.
Exactly, but this is the kind of game, I think we are not exaggerating if we say that it's a freestyle game. At the same time, Nakamura outplayed, outsmarted Vincent in strategical way, because he was keeping in mind that long castle is an opportunity and actually changes and shifts the whole game, because suddenly while my king was the only possible weakness with the weakness of g6 square, it suddenly on the other side, having the bishops front of the king, no danger at all, while on the king's side, it was all ready to move forward. And I think I, for example, underestimated the power of black's pawn structure, having the pawns on e6 and f6. How powerful it was, controlling all the fifth-rank squares, right?
Yes.
d5, e5,
exactly.
f5, g5.
Perfect harmony. It's the Karpovian harmony. And if it would not be Vincent, I would be now, but even if it's Vincent, I don't mind. I would be critical, and I'm always saying that this h4, h5, whenever computer says that, okay, let's include h4, h5, the consequence of this move, you can't take this pawn move back. Yeah, that's why, humanly speaking, actually, we don't want to weaken our position, because this is a very committal decision. And normally in my mind, when black has a solid structure, then I love if such moves are getting punished. Of course, if Vincent gets punished, it's a different story, but I feel that it was a kind of a masterpiece from Hikaru's side, and very well deserved win, and with such win, he deserves the final.
Well, yeah, I think Nakamura's best game was played today.
Exactly.
I don't think we are exaggerating that. And we're going to be seeing in the semifinals, I mean, for third and for fourth place, Vincent playing with Fabiano. But now we are off to go to the next draw of the next round, the playoff between the two players.
We already have two finalists. It will be Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. What remains to be decided is places 5 through to 8. We will see Abdusattorov take on Vasily Lagrave, and Nepomniachtchi against Erigaisi. They will play 2 games of 10+10. If they are still tied, 2 games of 5+2, and maybe some Armageddon. So to draw the next position, I would like to invite to the stage, please give him a warm round of applause, Sweater Krog Sunbo. I did my best, from TV2, of course.
Going to be a good one. It's position 33.
Thank you so much, Sverre. Position 33. The players will get 10 minutes, so to the players, good luck, and to the fans, have fun. Thank you, Sverre.
Same. Yeah, same.
Okay. But G7 is not really
well,
accessible.
it's only once they can attack.
Yeah.
So h4 will always call h5. Who cares? All protected. It's important. Muy importante.
Yes.
So probably we end up like with some playing.
Yeah. So question is how they break symmetry. E4, I guess. It's more logical, yeah.
C5 makes some sense, yeah. Like C5, basic bishop C7 one setup, and then E6 of 6 D5, yeah.
Yeah. Or even something.
Somehow I like C5 because this bishop is
yes
a bit restricted, yeah. C5 something like E3. always.
Yeah.
Not sure. And knight d3, d3 is true.
Okay, maybe b6.
Yeah, b6 is a bit ugly.
But also gets on the bishop.
Okay, but let's see if first five is like f4 here. I mean, it is definitely there because f4, after you take your castle next one.
Yes. But f5.
Okay, by castle. Okay. If I take, you take the queen, yeah? At least you want. Check is coming. Okay.
And but put next f5 maybe.
And if I play b3, let's say, instead of this here. No, then I take on d4, yeah. Sorry. Then you lost.
Yes.
Hey.
It took an insight.
But think about e5, yeah? Looks
yes.
critical.
Yeah. No, I don't like this. And e4, e5, f4, f6. But no, but then you can take it because you can castle actually.
Yes, even. No, castle and king c5 check, yeah? And then you can also castle, yeah. But
yeah.
But f6 somehow we already like, and then what? d6, c5, yeah. Not
yeah,
bad.
No, I prefer c5 actually.
Okay, and let's say if I think do something like c4, we just copy like c5. So what can I do here?
Okay, they can go f4, of course.
f4, okay. Whatever, f4.
Also, we didn't look at e4, f5 maybe.
f5. 5 is curious thing, yeah.
I want e5, f4.
Yeah, I see. Oh, it's a good point. I'm not going to e3 soon enough, yeah? See if I just create some space and quickly castle. Doesn't too dangerous, yeah?
Yeah.
Somehow I take something like, you know, h4, then takes.
Yeah, okay, this should be viable, yeah.
g5. G5 looks nice.
But even...
Yeah, I'm not sure like if it's
no,
good.
This is a bit ugly.
So if you go play, maybe g5, yeah.
But no, maybe this.
This I mean another therapy after maybe h3 or maybe bishop h3. Sure. Because I won't just castle here and then your king is left after b3 is left under some pressure. But let's say like some columns c5 because no one is so brilliant here like we two, yeah.
Wait.
But I'm always curious about like some external structures. I think it's quite a nice solution.
But could this be a pawn?
If you don't want, maybe you should have taken now because okay, taking actually breaks the knight a little bit, which I like.
Yeah.
At least there is. So this, what do you do like if? But this is like it's hanging, yeah. It's a problem. Yeah. So easy to make a move. So a5.
knight on the flag is perfect. I mean, at some point b6 we're good.
So like next
I mean, we cannot be much worse.
Yeah. And 94. Also 94 is coming, get
Yeah,
some
yeah.
chance, and then e6.
Yeah.
No, king e6, okay, 5 like. So let's say e5. I guess it should be generally okay, yeah, like because of... Ah, well, even this. I felt like maybe...
b6 first, yeah.
b5, I felt like to keep the square for,
guess.
for the
Yeah,
horsey.
Yeah.
If he goes e6, then
Bishop
not much.
g2 already.
Ah, bishop g2 is always... Ah, well, it's hanging actually.
No, he has to go f4, I guess.
Okay, so f4.
Probably c5. This bishop on a1 is...
c5 and then what, like e6, knight g6, knight b6, yeah? Yeah, okay, the structure is not too dangerous, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but this is cool.
Should be doable. Okay, so let's say 4, okay, let's say 5. Well, there's some other ones like b4. How to react? Because also it looks like it looks very sensible.
Probably go slow.
So this is c4, whatever. Okay, this is takes, okay, phrase is okay, this is we fine with, yeah? With c4, c5 before b6, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Is it good enough? And let's say he goes like this, yeah? Just fight for the center. You can also like take in d5, yeah? Like in the worst case.
I thought taking f6, yeah.
So, check. 6, so okay, let's say like 4, knight d6, yes, I have 3. And we all center, I think we'll... I mean, okay, it was a 4. Here, d5.
Bishop
b3.
No,
This is ugly.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's hope it won't happen, yeah?
Yeah.
So what do we do? Yeah, we wait for white color, yeah?
Please be ready.
And we are back with the playoffs. We are going to see some incredible chess, I believe, between Nodirbek and Maxim. And also the other playoff game will be between Nepo and Arjun. And they have in both matches, they played incredible 4 decisive games, 2-2. So we are about to expect something great stuff. So what can you say, Peter, about the starting position?
Well, very similar like the previous game, the classical game, and we see c4, c5, b3 happening in Abdusattorov versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave game. In the classical game, Maxim had the white pieces using the same strategy, b3, b6, and also the other game features the same moves. I think this is kind of unfortunate to have also the king's position, king g1, rook h1, rook f1, it's exactly the same. And the only real big difference is this queen on e1 and the bishop on d1. Yeah, before it was more harmonious with the queen on a1, and bishop on b1, c1, knight d1, knight e1. Yeah, white plays the move e3. At least Nodirbek plays the move e3. Arjun hasn't made up his mind yet. Maybe bird's eye view to compare, or we want to stick to something?
F5 question mark. Look at that. Why is that?
F5, F4, E6. Still symmetry, and I believe that Maxim was in the same group with Magnus, and Magnus was highlighting this E6, F5 idea against the bishop on B1, but now the bishop is not on B1. Still, it makes sense. Yeah, why not? Bishop F6, for example, is a possibility, or bishop F3 from white's perspective. Yeah, bishop F3 already played, takes, bishop F6 will be blitzed out as well. It's happening.
Wow, they are blitzing out so fast, the moves, and we are going to end up in a very classical chess kind of position, I believe, because if white is capturing on f6, takes rook back, then rook f8, short castle will happen from the white.
Reminds me of this game between Fabiano and Sindarov. Actually, Sindarov was white against Fabiano when he was completely winning the playoff, and then it was this miracle escape with this knight endgame. It featured the same structure, but now after bishop f6, rook f6, this is, in a classical game, we would say very drawish, no?
What I want to point out that, look at that, they started out with 10 minutes and both of them has more than 10 minutes this time because they play fast and they are mirroring each other up to this point. And while the other game is going very differently and we can jump to the other game to switch, they are there only in move 4.
Yes, let's get the bird's eye view. So there we have Arjun Erigaisi against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Also, it featured the same symmetrical c4, c5, b3, b6 business, but then white decided to break in the center with d4, very much in Magnus' spirit. However, then the white queen got activated. Now the bishop captured back on d4, and seemingly this was a strategy of Team Nepo and Team Vasila Graf, yeah, that they will play with f5.
So let's go and see what's going on there with Arjun and Nepo, because they are not as fast as in the other game.
Well, knight c6, now the game heats up. Knight c6, bishop b2, e6. I'm expecting Nepo also to set up the trading idea with bishop f6. And if those bishops are traded, I would recommend from white's perspective probably not to do that, because after rook takes f6, black will have a very comfortable short castle. Yeah, I don't think that Arjun wants to let that happen. Wait a second. Arjun was white against Nepo. They played very similar position, and Arjun castled all the way to the long side, to the queen side. This feels to me kind of natural. Bishop f6, knight c3. You don't want to allow black to comfortably solve this problem of castling. It makes sense. On the other hand, the bishop on f6 will be a very powerful piece. Black might be able to play rook f7 castles anyway. But there is a hole on d6. Yeah, so if black moves the knight from c8 to e7, that probably is a bad idea. Then white can try to land the knight on d6. That would be kind of unpleasant.
Nicholas, what are your first impressions of the position? Because in one hand, the pawn structure can be familiar to us. At the same time, the pieces are standing very differently. For example, that bishop on d1, where is it going to go?
Yes, there's still some awkward pieces for both sides. The bishop on d1, the knight on c1, they still need to find their places. The knight on c8 will probably go to e7, the bishop will go to c2. But honestly, the opening did not impress for either Arjun or Nordebeck here with the white pieces. They have not really been able to put a lot of pressure or objectively obtain any advantage. And black has some choices here, knight e8, e7. Also f4 is a very interesting move, but a committal move to push the pawn forward, control some squares, but you also give some squares. You can move the queen to f7. I'm sure Nepo is happy with his position here out of the opening. It feels pretty harmonious. Of course, you still have to solve the question with this rook. Now he goes f4 actually.
Wow.
And this is creating a strong threat. In fact, bishop d4 is a very powerful threat now to give a check to the king, and white is in a lot of trouble. In fact, Arjun needs to play knight b5 now, otherwise he is already worse. So let's see if he can find this move.
Well, it's a question, what is this f4? At the same time, we should not forget that now it's not a classical time control, but we are back into the format where the players were playing in the first and second day, where the qualification phases of the event. And of course, the time is different. 10 minutes for each player, with 10 seconds extra per move, which means that intuition makes a much bigger role in this time control. What do you think? F4 is objectively can be good, or it's only because Nepo played it because, okay, short time control, it's an interesting move. Let's try to make a move which eats up the opponent's time.
I think it's a very interesting move and also objectively fine. Yeah, White played the move knight b5, which Niklas said that computer mentioned as best. Yeah, White needs to trade the dark square bishops because of this bishop d4 check problem. What I want to highlight is when I look at Jan, that now he's in his zone and he looks like a completely different person for the playoffs than against Vincent. There, he was visually very nervous before the first game. Yeah, and now he's just like he has settled. He actually lost today already a classical game, but he's so ready and so determined to grab the initiative right from the start with black. Very energetic play by him.
But we were also talking about it, that before the game they have the opportunity to analyze with each other. And when he played against Vincent, they were the only ones to have a playoff. So actually they were both on their own. And for Nepo, he's a character and personality who might be someone whom it helps if you can discuss it before the game with someone, the ideas. And actually here, they were teaming up, the two players playing with the black, Maxime and Nepo, and it seemed like they had a lot of energy discussing, talking about the actual position, and it seemed like it fitted him very well.
Yeah, I think this is often not even chess-wise so important, yeah, because who knows, nobody knows this position, but just that you get rid of this tension, this pressure, enormous pressure when you are sitting alone there and you have no one to talk to. And yes, Jan is a person who likes to communicate. He gets a lot of energy out of it. He has many interesting ideas, always coming up with creative ideas, ready to share them. It should help him, and this is exactly what I feel, that he came with a much better mood. Yeah, just completely refreshed, very happy to play this game, not thinking about the result.
Yes, and it is a very interesting game, especially because black has a pawn on f4, and this way white is not so easily playing e4. So I'm curious what will be the piece placement for white, for Arjun. How is he going to be playing? Because for now, of course, the d4 square is well protected, but I can visualize, for example, if white capturing on d6 takes, and then we have it that on the board. Now the d4 square already can be occupied with the knight, even sometimes exchanging the queens, but I don't think it's necessary. And black can also bring up rook f5, then castle. There are quite some opportunities for black.
Yeah, but now with the look f1 to e1, Arjun signals that I want to castle as quickly as possible. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that I'm going to go castle, and then depending on the situation, maybe break with e3. Clearly now the knight is hanging, so maybe first to play the move bishop c2. Jan, true to his style, he wants to be very energetic. He also opens up the bishop. Well, the bishop doesn't do that much because white actually has this super safe construction, but if that knight ever lands on this e3 square somehow with knight f5, knight e3, then white will be completely boxed in.
Yes, this is what I wanted to highlight also, that probably knight d4 is not the final destination of the knight. Knight f5, knight e3 regrouping would give quite an opportunity for black, and it paralyzes completely white's position, and then white cannot be able to castle at all. So maybe the g1 king can be vulnerable. And we see knight f5.
We see, of course, yeah, knight f5 played instantly by Jan. He's trying to dominate. Now white will play c5, I'm pretty sure, because white played b4, also opening up the possibilities for the d1 bishop that we talked about, that it was so unfortunate.
But it's also possible maybe for white to go queen e5 instead, try to eliminate and get rid of the queen and then go back with the knight, and then to play bishop b3, king f2,
you think
g3.
You will be in time, yes? So queen e5, for example, let's just show it there also. Example, takes, d6, the knight falls back to d3, black jumps with the knight to e3, white plays bishop b3, and then slowly you will undermine, yeah, king f2, maybe g3, against g5 you will always have this h4. The knight on d3 is also a monster piece, very interesting idea. But yeah, Arjun goes for c5. He wants to say, if I already played b4, I want to But queen e7, he had to go back queen e5. Exactly. How is black defending the f4 pawn? Okay, g5 is kind of obvious, but are we so happy? Because after g5, whenever we move the knight to e3, then white will actually undermine. So I'm expecting after g5, white not to castle, but to activate the bishop, bishop b3, and then try to maybe play king f2, g3, and whose king will be more weak?
No, now the queen on e5 looks amazing, and it's not so easy to kick it out, right? Maybe black can go knight e3 and play rook f5.
Well, I would like to praise Arjun. Yeah, it's so easy to get under Nyepo's influence. He's playing quickly. He makes all these active moves coming at you, and then he's reacting the way how he's reacting. Yeah, it's like a wall where the ball is just jumping back. Yeah, it's not reaching anything, and to understand from distance that actually there is nothing to worry about a black knight landing on e3 because we will be undermining it with g3. That's quite stunning, quite something.
And now Nepo stopped for a short time to think it over, whether is he going to be playing g5, is it a must to protect the pawn on f4, or he is able to do something else, though the f4 pawn is crucial in this position, and he goes g5.
He goes g5, yeah. Even maybe bishop a4, maybe I can not even put the bishop on b3, somehow try to target that pawn on d7, because that's another weakness. I think maybe bishop a4 is a super strong move. How to react to that, because nothing moves in black's camp. Okay, Arjun goes bishop b3, it was the more natural one, but suddenly I also spotted this bishop a4 and I got carried away. Bishop b3.
Bishop b3 is also very logical,
Yes.
because the king on g8, the e6 pawn can be vulnerable if at some point white has a good opportunity to push c6, which obviously we are far away from that yet. But maybe white will go rook c1 and somehow to push c6.
Well, now the knight jumped to e3. Now we might be seeing some of these breaks that we talked about
What
on
about
the king's side.
h4?
Yeah, h4, then rook f5, your move. Yeah,
Queen d4.
Yeah, queen d4.
Though after queen f5, queen b8 check is also possible.
Yeah, but then I go back rook f8 and I'm sacrificing it. That's why bishop a4 then was hitting d7. It was one of the lines that I calculated, why I also mentioned bishop a4.
Wow.
But yes, all eyes on Arjun. How will he react? He has many different options. Everything seems quite good now for white, because, okay, if black gets rook f5 and short castle in, it will be a different story, but right now it's still far away. Can he play? Can I actually play rook c1 and rook f5, queen d6? Queen takes d6, cd, is that a good idea? Or probably not, because you will anyway be able, no, forget about it. I'm not impressed. But Arjun goes queen d6 immediately.
Strange decision at first.
Yeah, but basically it means that he doesn't mind the endgame and he thinks that, yes, I will undermine. And this knight on e3 wants to be trapped. What a concept.
Yes, of course. White wants to go king f2 in a later stage and connect the rooks, and those will show up on the c file probably. Also, not to forget about h4 possibilities, so the f4 pawn is going to be shaking, which actually gives the stability for now for the e3 knight.
Well, takes rook f5. If now rook c1 happens, it's the same position as what we were discussing before. Because actually there are some tactics, yeah? This rook c7 is coming. All this rook takes this and bishop e6 hanging in the air.
And actually the bishop on b3 is defending and attacking at the same time very powerfully. Because the e3 knight is more looking great than actually it's not doing too much, right? Because it's not attacking really, it's just a fantastic spot, but there's no helper for it.
White can just play around that knight, yeah, and even target it, yeah, with king f2, g3, rook c1 is coming.
But rook c1 is the most inviting right now.
Yeah, very promising position.
Nicholas, what is the position right now here? Why rook f5 is a mistake? Is it true?
Yes, as it is true. G4 was just played. Yes, the bishop should have been activated, go to b5, put some pressure on this knight on d3, and then black would be fully in the game. After rook f5, rook c1 was natural and strong to activate the rook, bring it to c7, and you cannot even stop that because of the bishop c6 is rook takes c6, pawn takes, and bishop takes e6 check, and the whole black position falls apart. Instead, we see g4 by Arjun, also a good move, saying, I'm happy to let you play en passant. I just take back. Your knight is not protected anymore. I activate my rook on the h file. So this will not happen. Black needs to move the rook. The question is where to? a5, b5, back to f8. Just seems like rook f5 was not really doing much for the black position because there are no targets for the rook to attack. The white pieces are all very stable, nicely protected. White can bring the rook to c1, can think about h4 at some point. This is a very nice position for Arjun, and he has a great chance to take the lead in the first game.
Well, it seems like things were happening too fast because Nepo had a very nice position, it seemed, and he made all these knight moves coming into the center on d4, and then he thought, I can even optimize it further with playing knight f5, knight e3. At the same time, I think the queen from a1 was underestimated, which came into the center by queen e5, and the bishop also from d1 became very active on b3 and very powerful, so that bishop will still some sayings in this game, I believe.
Yeah, the supposedly dead bishop on d1 came to life, and it's beautifully cemented. Yeah, this is this lovely construction. Pawn on a2 protects the pawn, protects the bishop protects the pawn. Nothing can dislocate. Black will probably need to try to trade this bishop somewhere with bishop d5 if he will have time, because bishop d5 can probably be met by g4. Well, f takes g is also a strategical move that you don't want to play, you simply feel that you have to.
Yes, it was kind of tricky because to give up the outpost, the stability for the knight on e3, for now it's not dangerous for black because after king f2, black can go knight g4 because of the pin and the rook on f5. But rook c1 finally on the board, which was expected already because the rook is very much invited to go to c7 from white side. And the d6 pawn, we could say that in some cases it could be a weakness, especially if the rook would be not on f5 and knight f5, grabbing the pawn would be a possibility. But for the moment, rook on f5 is very active, but actually it does not have so many opportunities. Because of this b3 bishop, it cannot go to rook d5, while white is approaching with the rook to the 7th rank, rook c7, just looking the a7 pawn that it can be grabbed, but more importantly, there is a very strong attack against the d7 pawn, plus there is the pin because king g7 was just played, so bishop e6 is possible. And look at the d3 knight also, how powerful it is. It's just controlling some important squares like the c5, e5. It can show up at some moment.
Yes, I'm actually thinking from black's perspective that maybe I want to play something like rook f8, rook c7, okay, let me rook f7, protecting that pawn, and somehow setting up this bishop takes f3 sacrifice, e takes f3, rook f3, to try to get closer to white's king, because then at least the knight on e3 could be a powerful force. I don't know if this is dreaming or speculating, but in any case, I feel like black's position is so dangerous that he needs to think about drastic measures.
I understand what your feelings are, and I think probably rook f8, or at least it seems to me that it's kind of probably the best move. At the same time, immediately white can go rook c7, rook f7. The big question is after that, I believe, can white take on a7 to start with?
Yeah,
is bishop f3 something that it gives already enough counterplay for black, though I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure either, but also the problem that white can always include this g4, yeah, exactly. Also with the rook on f7, and then you decide what you do. Bishop c6, g4 happened. I think black's position is falling apart.
Well, bishop c6 is understandable, by the way, because you don't want to see that rook going to c7, because it looks so dangerous.
Yeah, but it stepped into this bishop takes c6 idea, so it was interesting that Nepo probably felt like against bishop takes c6 he has some very special move, but now after rook a5, knight b4 happens.
Well, it looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, he
Very
the
dangerous.
bishop.
And already the e3 knight can get in trouble easily.
Absolutely.
Because where the bishop is going from c6, which was played 2 moves ago, right? So now knight b4 attacking the bishop, if it moves away to b5, the rook on a5 is not standing well at all. So after bishop b5, actually rook c5 would be very powerful. So if bishop a4, probably still the best. But
he goes bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
Okay, this is horrible. This position is horrible. Maybe I even don't know. Do I want to calculate rook c7? Yeah, it's rook c7, bishop b6, rook takes d7, check. There's also this intermezzo, and it's played by Arjun. Yeah.
Wow, rook h6.
Rook
is
h6
possible.
just wins the.
Rook
And
h6,
knight c6
and
wins
then
the
knight
rook.
wins the game.
But what about rook knight c6 now?
Also good.
The threat of
You can
rook
choose.
h6.
King f6 was just
Because
a blunder.
It's stepping into this mating construction.
And Arjun even has to choose how he wants to win the exchange on a5. But it's just game over.
Well, he goes rook h6. Yeah, let's just collect the. Yep. Wow, black's king gets to g3, rooks, but he cannot get the rook to c1, and even that doesn't help because the knight will protect from b3. It's a whole rook. If he sacrifices the bishop.
Well, bishop takes a2 will be on the board, I think, or bishop d5.
Bishop d5. I think bishop d5. Already it's not time about picking pawns, yeah? We lost so much. But white can also just play king f2, and if black's king is not reaching g3, there is no intrigue. That's the point, yeah? It's just dead lost after king f2.
Yeah, that was a great run for the king, but one tempo is missing.
Yeah, Nyepo takes the pot. Okay, now king f2, and it resigns.
Very upset, Nepo already laying back on the chair. He knows he does not have much practical chance in this game. And this is crucial that he is seemingly losing the first game of the playoff.
Yeah, it will be the second game that he loses today, and both after 1 c4, yeah, the same structure. So king already escaped to e1, the knight on e3 does absolutely nothing. Okay, if black can activate the rook now, rook c1 check would be good news for black, but rook c8 is always bad by rook c7, and it's anyway white to move. White can play knight c6, making sure that that rook can never be activated, taking away the b8 square. But Arjun just takes the pawn. Why not? Then the two rooks will take care of all the open files.
Yes, rook c8, rook c7.
But there's also the H file.
Yeah, there are 3 files, exactly. Yeah. So this strategy of Arjun gives the check.
Just gives the check and goes d7. And says, you can give 1 check on c1, and then you will resign.
Because the knight is not protected anymore. Yeah.
But hold on,
On a3.
knight g3, knight e3 draw. Look at that, if d7, rook c2.
What?
What?
D7, rook c2. Wow, that's a stunner, setting up knight g2.
But I have rook h3 maybe, yeah?
Yes, but okay, let's look at Arjun's body language. Will he go for d7, or why do you go do d7? You can just play king d2 or rook c7
Rook
first.
c7 followed by d7 is much simpler.
It's very, very much more natural. Just
but a nice find, Judith.
amazing fun. Back in business, yeah? Rook c7, of course.
Yeah, it's the safest road to victory.
Just covering everything.
Rook b8.
Rook b8. Now also with knight b7, you can just cement everything if you want. But do we want to cement? Then bishop d5. Okay, everything wins, of course.
Everything wins, but you should still win the game.
Yeah, for example, king d2, knight f1 check, king d7 runs into bishop b1 check. All of a sudden, even
Still
that is
winning.
yeah, that is also completely winning. King d4, yes, it's crazy. Poor Nyapo. Yeah, king d2 played. By the way, why would white play king d3? Of course, white plays king c3. Playing on the dark squares.
Knight d5. Of course, the rook will be not let into the second rank. Rook c2 was also kind of practical. But okay, it's...
Okay, knight c6 and...
Knight c6
Oh,
and
rook
resigns.
f7.
Yes.
Also not bad.
As you please, yeah. Resignation.
And Arjun won again. So let's go to the other game.
What a performance.
Oh,
by
it's a draw.
Arjun.
They agreed to a draw in the other game. Perpetual check.
Probably.
Yes, apologies that we were not following that game. I think maybe we will start with that in
Well,
the
or
next.
we can also now quickly have a look.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can do a recap.
Let's take a look
I
at the
kept
game.
an eye on the game.
Mhm.
So, in fact, even though it looked really symmetrical, actually it was Maxime who spiced things up, similar to his game that he lost against Fabiano Caruana, going g5 here, bit unprovoked, bit unnecessary maybe. So d4, g4, quite aggressively. And here queen g7 apparently was not a good move. Instead, black should have taken on d4, follow up with d5. But yes, by pushing the g pawn forward, of course, you weaken your king safety. Now, Norbek found a strong continuation going d takes c5 and e4, and he's taking over here. Maxime played g3, maybe a bit out of desperation. This should not really work. F takes e4, queen e3, and knight g4. And now, shockingly, in this position with 7 minutes on the clock, Norbek took on c5, which is just a blunder. He only took 20 seconds to play this move, just rushing things here. If he takes on e4, he actually has a winning position. Material is equal, but the white pieces are better placed. The king is weak, the pawn
No,
is weak.
white is pawn up.
White is even a pawn up, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. White is even a pawn up. It's just horrible for black. After queen takes c5, this was the one trap in the position. Black goes rook f5, and the queen is not able to defend the square on e3, where the knight will land. But now, Norbek found some great defensive resource. Queen d6, knight e3, threatening checkmate and threatening the rook. White has to defend, of course, against the checkmate, goes g3. And black should probably take the rook on d1, but white has some compensation, has chance to hold. Instead, Maxime, of course, true to his spirit, goes for checkmate, which looks very, very good. But here, Norbek used his time wisely and found the only defense, rook to f1. Brilliant save here. The rook goes from one unprotected, one attacked square to another. The point is that after knight takes f1, now queen takes c7 happens, and white is threatening different moves. And if you bring the knight back to e3, you will just not be in time. After queen takes e6, rook f7, let's say, white can even take on e4, and there's no checkmate, and white has a lot of pawns for the exchange. So after rook f1, instead of taking on f1 and maybe allowing a perpetual, instead, here Maxime once again spiced it up, going knight e5. Going knight e5, you cannot take this knight because the rook takes f1 checkmate. And in this position, actually, even white would be better if he plays knight d4. But yes, it's very messy, of course, very difficult. Knight takes f1, knight takes f5, knight f3 check. We would get to something like this, and who knows what's going on. Computer says white is a bit better. Instead of the knight e5, Norbek played rook f2. This is a mistake. We see the double question mark. But after knight f3 check, king h1, here knight takes h2, Maxime up to the task, double exclamation mark for him, knight takes h2, wonderful move. I need to even figure it out myself. Ah yes, queen f3 check and checkmate, and if the king takes, then the rook will join the party, and this will be also checkmate soon. So after knight takes h2, Norbek tried queen takes d7, and now Maxime only having 2 minutes on the clock. He missed the winning move here, rook f7, which should give him a big advantage instead of the knight f3. Now it is actually perpetual, because if you play queen g6, let's say, there's even rook h2. What kind of move is that? Rook h2, knight takes h2. I'm trying to understand. Now trading on g6 and going king takes h2, and white has a lot of pawns for the exchange. Is actually better, because if you trade on g6 right away, king takes, you still have to deal with this checkmate threat, rook h5. Very messy game, very complicated. In the end, it ends in a draw. Both players will probably be a little bit dissatisfied. Both had chances, but great game to watch, and it's a draw.
Well, it was quite something, ups and downs, and what kind of move. Norderbeck's saving move, rook f1, was quite amazing, but even after that, there were some spectacular ideas out there. So how can someone recover from this, what Nepo has been going through?
Yeah, he lost 2 games in a row. Okay, the consolation is that both were with black. Could that be a consolation? Because it means that now in the decisive second game, he has the white pieces, yes? So and we know that he's very energetic, very determined. He wants to grab the initiative, and that was the reason why he lost this first game, right? Because he got carried away with this f5, f4, and then knight d4, knight f5, knight is sort of like, yes, I'm going to go after my opponent, but in fact, it turned out that this was a complete mirage. The knight had nothing to do on e3. The whole position just simply collapsed. I also still feel like the composure that Arjun showed, yeah, not getting affected by all this, that the pieces are flying and Nepo is coming after me, keeping his calm and understanding, actually, where are you coming, my friend? I'm the one pushing, and that knight on e3, it was a wonderful performance by Arjun.
Yeah, things were kind of escalating, not in the right direction for Nepo. But actually, we have a short interview with Arjun before the match of today.
Very good start, Arjun. How do you go about now defending in the second game?
Yeah, obviously, like in normal chess, like there are no solid openings as such, so it can get wild. I think the best is to like try and forget the situation that just draw is enough, but play whatever the position requires.
Nepomniachtchi seems very frustrated. Do you notice that when you're sitting on the other side of the board?
Yeah, obviously it was quite visible.
And does that affect you at all when he gets that frustrated?
At least in that position, no, because it was quite easily winning.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Well, he's a very stable player. He's not getting affected too much on things, right? And what a bounce back today after his loss yesterday against Nepo. And in the playoff, right? He just goes there and plays, and whatever happens, he's focusing. And as you said, that yeah, this knight on e3, we thought it can be very dangerous, but it's just bad for the eye, but actually not for the position that much.
Yes, basically the only purpose of this knight in the game was that white is unable to play short castle. But actually the king does not need to castle at all. That was the problem. The f2 square was so much more safer and beneficial, also helping the break. Well, Nepo needs to calm himself down, because sometimes he is also rushing too much. For example, in this game, yeah, he did all these committal decisions, f4 and then knight d4, almost a tempo, just instantly, and it heavily backfired. Actually, the position probably required something else.
But it's also interesting that I feel when I was playing long time ago that sometimes
Nordivek, we are not sure where the other players are. I'm sure they are not far. In game one, Nordivek against MVL was a draw, while Arjun Erigaisi won his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So Nordivek, I hope you are ready. We have Prague as well as a backup in case something goes wrong. But for now, it's time to draw the next position. And I would like to welcome to the stage the tournament director, Sebastian Siebrecht.
16-2-1-6.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. The players get 10 minutes to prepare. So good luck and back to studio.
Bishop here coming.
Yeah, Bishop connects. That's a good one. Out of position now.
Yeah.
Not be on d4 anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see d45, let's see knight b3. So this again. Here we play some long, no?
I guess it's an option.
Like c3, no c3. And c3 if not take c3 if you're not so smart. knight b3. So I think d5. D5 maybe I can take, yeah. c4, knight e5.
You don't have to knight f6, for instance.
But here I can go maybe before, maybe it's a bit d4. And here it's a bit more smart, yeah, with my knight on g1.
Could be, yeah.
Tiny bit. And if we go just knight f3, let's see.
Knight
So also needs like to do something, yeah.
if you got here.
Knight e5. Principle. Okay, e4, can I go? Okay, let's say e4. This means I can have d4, yeah?
Yes.
This is better case, this is unclear. Rook takes d5, knight c4, rook c5, yeah?
But rook d5.
d3.
Yeah.
A bit loose, but...
Yeah. Maybe that's what we want.
Okay, some of us. Let's see if you can also see.
Yeah. Not d4.
If he does knight 94, and what happens? Okay. So if now d6, it maybe your Lewis idea works, yeah? Finally.
Yeah, I think it should.
Yeah, no, it's good, yeah? Bishop d7. Okay, just now. Like, maybe queen g5, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, queen g5 takes and nothing, yeah? But this is a little bit different, because maybe it takes on g7, queen g5, cd. Maybe cd mid, okay.
Yeah.
Would it work? No, it wouldn't, yeah. Oh, maybe it would. It should be okay. This is dangerous, like, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he goes e5, I go e3 anyway, yeah. So.
Hey, I have three.
Yeah. So.
Like here,
yeah.
It's a good book, huh? Probably. So let's see. 6 and d4, yeah. So e4, always c4, yeah.
Yeah.
2 minutes to the start.
And let's see if he goes d4 here. Just trying to be very smart. Oh, okay, maestro.
No,
why not?
Could be, but 94.
Because if you take, then it's also extra check on b5, yeah, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah. But okay, let's say.
Okay, so if you go c4.
No.
Because here c4 is a bit.
Yeah.
A bit ugly.
Nothing, yeah.
Maybe it's c4, c5, knight f3 this time.
Yeah, maybe.
So now if we fight, we can maybe roll like to knight c2, knight f3 in some point.
And if you go knight f6?
Knight f6, knight b3.
And then go
d5, d5 then d4. Because c4 is not hanging anymore.
What?
No, sorry, e3, yeah?
e3.
Yeah, I mean like c4 is not hanging. Okay, so like it goes like d5.
d5, d4.
d4, knight g5, I'm okay, yeah? Because I'm happy.
Yeah.
And b6, d4, perhaps it works. Oh, just he takes and check, yeah? Maybe castle for now, yeah?
Ah, yes. h6. No, but.
20 seconds to start the round.
Looks like some trouble with queen g4, queen g4, knight g4, yeah? Looks like he's here because of it.
You can start.
And we are witnessing the second game of the playoff for the 5th place. This is Maxim and Nadirbek. Let's see how it unfolds. Started with c4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, which I think it was the best possibility for white c4.
Well, and e5 novelty, because in the other game, d5 was featured. Arjun played d5, so up till move 3, it was the same position. But now the game gets completely different dynamic.
And Nadirbek is looking back, probably spying on the other board.
Yes, that's what happened. Did I meet a novelty or not? Is it a surprise? Because they also know that, yeah, MVL and Nyapo were discussing very deeply all this.
And before this game, also Nadirbek and Arjun was together, because in the first game they were separately
Yes, exactly.
thinking, but this time they teamed up and they were curious about each other's thoughts. And let's
Interesting.
see. E5.
This e5. It's an anti-positional move, yeah, because it's a bit strange. At the same time, it wants to stop d4. Black maybe in long terms wants to go d5, of course, and get the Maroczy bind structure. So white has to be energetic here, not to allow black what he wants.
Nicholas, is the starting move c4? Was that the best move? And these first 3 moves, what can you tell about that?
Once again, we see c4, and indeed it was the best move. However, after c5, by both black players, knight f3, here actually the direct e5, which does look anti-positional, as Peter said, but would have been strong because you stay flexible with the development of the knight on g8. For example, now after knight b3, you can also put the knight on e7, and you can play f6, you can play with d5, and actually knight is just much better placed on e7 than on f6. So e5 directly would have given black already a better position in move 2. Instead of the knight f6, knight b3. Now e5, the computer is not a very big fan of. White should be better. You have to castle. Instead, we saw bishop f5. And now, believe it or not, the best move is to go back to g8 and then go to e7. But this
What?
well, this might happen. What do you guys think? If he finds this idea, it would be amazing.
No way.
It will not happen. I want to say that bishop f5 is also my kind of move. I was looking for it because I want to play something like d3, but with the bishop on b1, it's buried. Black has also weakened his construction with e5. So it's a very natural kind of reaction, activating the bishop, avoiding any kind of d5s as well, because we are pinning that queen. It all makes sense. But if black plays the move knight g8, then I don't know what I should be doing.
I don't know, but it will be a candidate of the move of the day a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. At least
It's
the move of the
impossible.
playoff. Move of the playoff.
But
then.
it's impossible that he will play that. Do you think any chance?
Never say never, as they say, but...
No.
No, yes, b6. Okay, after all, these are human players. By the way, b6 makes a lot of sense that it sets up this idea of eventually going with the knight to e6, but knight c7 runs into knight takes e5, so it isn't exactly working out the way I wanted.
But it's a smart thing to play bishop f5, because now already playing d3, so the bishop is out.
Yes, now
Not
queen b7.
on
This
b1.
feels slow. This really feels slow. I don't know what I should be doing. Bishop c3 looks like a very natural move, no? Activating that bishop. Attacking the pawn, because now probably black is trying to play d5 next. e4, yes, also makes perfect sense, just cementing an advantage. The big question is how much of an advantage is this in symmetrical position d6?
Though the knight on b3 is pretty awful for white, so
Yes.
probably it will go to d2, b1, c3, all the way to d5. But maybe bishop d2 first to regroup it to g5?
Well, but black has this very thematic knight c7, knight e6. In this regard, bishop d2 makes perfect sense.
But the bishop on b8 is awful.
Yes, exactly. And bishop d2 played. Bishop g5 was a threat. Black plays with h6. The computer
G4.
hates it. And g6.
Bishop h6.
But finally, there will be too many bishops hanging in
Really?
the air. I guess, no?
G4. I just go.
Close your eyes. Yeah? Yeah, the tension is getting also to us. It's not so easy to stay calm. We are rooting for all players. We understand what a heroic effort they are making. Also, there are ideas just to go short castle and then knight away and f4. Vamos.
Very classical, Peter.
F4 is classical. Mating attack.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm attacking and then it's classical attack,
yes,
right?
H4. Look at that.
Okay, but I'm not liking this. Why? When we are better, why do we need all these brilliances?
He wanted to stabilize the bishop on f5, but maybe he didn't need it.
Yes, he wanted to cemento this bishop.
Though
Knight
that
e6.
still, what I want to point out that the b8 bishop is really very bad.
But we don't care about it. At least the knight reached his destination. Black got stability. And also white will have to make up his mind that where does he castle. I kind of agree with the evil bar that black has somehow stabilized.
Well, h4, h5. In the meantime, the black knight got to e6.
The good news for MVL is that he's not in a must-win situation. Yeah, so if black just stabilized, that's not the end of the world. But no, there was so much more to get from that position. By the way, white's queen on c1 is also a bit strange, yeah?
Yeah, but it is kind of useful because on that diagonal looking towards the h6, it's not useless.
Yeah, but I will never ever castle short. Yeah, that's absolutely clear, and everything is logged. The knight on b3. Are we going to see knight a1, knight c2, knight e3? Because what do we do with this knight, and what do we do at all with our position?
Well, I'm expecting that that knight will be transferring to somewhere better location.
Yeah, but it takes time, and the knight came from a1. Yeah, it hurts. Yeah, to go back. Logical would be to play king g2. Yeah, exactly. That's what Maxim does. And black castles all the way to the other side. But okay, I'm not that afraid of this because compared to Vincent's game, now white has a much more stable construction on the king side. So this long castle is not a game changer, just a solid good move.
Maybe actually white will try to play knight h4. I don't know if the h5 pawn is takeable.
Yes. It is. That's why I was telling you that the queen on c1 is unfortunate, because with queen on d1 we would have played knight h4 long ago.
Yeah, knight on e6 is really great, but maybe white will go knight a1 and b4.
Yes, he needs to do something.
Yes, because actually black might just go rook g8 and g6.
On the board, bravo Maxim. It's often the most difficult thing is to correct ourselves, right? Because you already moved the knight to b3, but the position is locked, so white has the right to lose a couple of tempis in order to get that knight to e3, just as Nodiabek did with his knight from a8.
I'm also wondering if white wants to play b4 maybe as well.
Yes, that's another story. If we want to do that, rook dg8, it's a nervous kind of move. Yeah, black wants to break with g6, but g6, is this really possible? Because then the h6 pawn, as you highlighted, this queen c1 bishop d2 battery is eyeing the h6 pawn. Don't want to touch
Well, this
that.
is a big question whether black is able to play g6 or not.
Yeah, otherwise everything that he has done made no sense. And also, knight takes h5 is not even possible because bishop e6. And all of a sudden, computer loves white's position. I don't know, should we check out on Nyepo because he's in a must-win situation, he needs to win. Here there is some safety margin for the moment. Of course, the reason we started with this game because we didn't do justice in the previous round to this pair. But Judith, you are the boss, so you should decide, you should take responsibility.
I think it's a good idea to switch for some time at least to the Arjun Nepomniachtchi game, because Arjun scored a full point in game 1. So Nepo is in a must-win situation with the white pieces. And what do we see? Question mark there. Nicholas, what can you tell us right here immediately in this position? What is going on?
So currently black is up a pawn. Earlier there was a4 and Arjun took this pawn. Now knight e5 was played, and black apparently has a very strong response here, knight h5, which is not obvious at all, to bring the knight to h5, to go to f4. Also maybe having the option to play f6, pushing this knight back. This is quite counterintuitive, I would say. If white takes on c4, black takes, let's say the knight takes, and this knight comes in to f4. You also have bishop b5 as an option, and the black pieces are becoming very active and very powerful. But it would be a big surprise to me, even bigger than if knight g8 appeared earlier, if Arjun finds knight h5, and he has played bishop b5. This is the more human move, protecting a pawn on c4.
But now white gets the chance to play f4. This is Nepo style, yeah?
For sure, he will play f4. He needs to do something. He's down a pawn, and he needs to launch an attack, and reminds one of Catalan in a way, except for that the bishop is on b1, not on g2, as usually in the Catalan, but the white pieces, white definitely has compensation for the pawn. However, objectively, black is still quite fine, but I think this is exactly the messy game that Nepo is looking for, but he doesn't go for f4, he goes knight df3, and again the computer wants to see this knight h5, knight f4 idea. Not an easy position to navigate for Arjun and Phil.
I think that Nepo wants to set up queen e3, bishop c3 kind of setup, yeah? He wants to activate that bishop from e1. That's why he did not play with f4. Or, okay, he activates it with bishop d2. But, well, okay.
e6 black played.
e6 was played.
And bishop d2.
This is Vichy's bishop. I remember that Vichy had a bishop on b5 with c6, a6, c4, a4 against Ponomarev in Kapda 2003, I think. And Vichy went on to win the game. That's why it remained in my head that, yes, if Vichy does that, it works. For no one else, it would have worked.
And white's position is becoming quite strong. Actually, white wanted to go bishop d2, rook e1, so the queen can move, I think, because otherwise c3 was somewhat unfortunate. But that was clear. I mean, the idea, what you mentioned, Nicholas, with knight h5, maybe objectively is a great move, and that's the refutation of white's play, but it's a completely unhuman move, especially when we play in a short time control where intuition is the primary leader for the players. It was almost an impossible.
Yeah, and look at this. Yeah, he's not fighting against the e5 knight. The computer hates this move, knight b7, but it's so natural that the knight from b6, which has nowhere to go, is trading the powerful knight. However, does white have now some e5?
E5,
yeah,
queen
exactly.
c2.
So black has to go rook f8, knight f8 very quickly, if he's still in time, but maybe white can just sacrifice something on h6.
Maybe knight h4 will show up.
Yeah, very dangerous.
That is a move, and then the queen swings to the other side, to g3, but of course it's extremely tempting to go to queen to c2.
Yeah, rook f8, setting up the knight f8. And maybe there is this idea, queen c1, bishop takes h6, like in many of these positions, just the sacrifice.
But even d5 looks quite amazing. And if e takes d5, knight d4, attacking the d5 bishop, and then f4.
Also, yeah, there are tons of possibilities. Yeah, this queen c1, bishop takes h6, also very typical and also very much Nepo style. Yeah, you just
very
eliminate.
tempting.
Very tempting. It might just win on the spot.
Yeah, the queen on c8 is out of the far away from defense.
Because normally what it said, against queen c2 you have to have knight f8, against queen c1 you have to have bishop f8. But the bishop is too far away on b8.
Extremely dangerous moment for Arjun. He's also behind in time, but that's very normal against Nepo, right? Jan is always very fast, faster than his opponent.
And Queen C1 played, bravo, wow. Yeah, Nyepo is bouncing back. Yeah, bishop takes h6. I just don't see a defense. There is no bishop f8 or no queen f8 to protect against the sacrifice.
Yeah, what can he do, right?
And then it just made. And the bishop is on b1, not on f1. Yeah, this even with in the Catalan with pawn g3 and bishop g2, normally the sacrifice could maybe win. But like this, it's almost certain.
Well, and also on the third rank, the rook can come up sometimes.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the g3 pawn is not there. It can only help white's attack.
Yeah, so f5 only move to try to create some luft. I'm expecting now, yeah, ef, knight f6, bishop h6 should just work, yeah. Nyepo closes his eyes and booms, just crushes.
Yeah, very unpleasant to deal with black. Probably black cannot capture it, but it means that a very important pawn is gone from the defensive king side.
Yeah, that bishop on b8 and queen on c8 just too far away. If the queen would be on b7 or the bishop would be on d6, it would be a different story, but the king is just way exposed.
Dilemma, what to do? Should I take on h6 Argent thinks, or if I cannot, what else to play? Because it seems incredibly painful for the moment. We have equal number of pawns on the board, but what kind of pawns?
Yeah, queen b7 played. Well, what to do? But yeah, now white is already not even pawn done, and he has a winning position and free attack. Do we go bishop f4 or that slows down everything?
Well, it's a question whether would you exchange the pair, the bishops, black square bishop, and then control the black square. Probably that's the most technical way
Yeah,
of
but
doing.
some bishop c6. Yeah, I'm worried. Yeah, I don't want to slow down. And Nyepo tries to stay energetic. He goes queen g5.
Though there is no straight threat.
Okay, bishop c6. I love this bishop c6 business. That bishop is horrible, and then we set up some counterplay.
What will be white's next move? Knight e5? No, rook d5.
Also kind of human, yeah, to touch this queen on g5. Where does it go? If queen g6, queen f7.
Absolutely. And if knight e5, maybe just rook e d8? And then capturing on e5 next?
Yeah, this queen on b7 is nicely
It's exceptionally well placed.
Yes, protects the pawn, sets up some ideas on the long diagonal, gives stability. We do see the evil bar says that white is clearly better, but now it's a battle.
Yeah, I think your bishop f4 was a smarter decision.
But then bishop c6 was bothering me. It was not, I wasn't sure if...
It was not so obvious, you think?
Yeah, no, not.
Again, we are witnessing that, I mean, it looks really awful for black, right? At the same time, with concrete measures, maybe black is hanging on and, of course, fighting back.
Yeah, also the question that maybe just to get an advantage, it's possible. We are looking for a knockout blow, which we don't see. Black has stabilized for that. Because the queen g6, queen f7, maybe we are just having a nice endgame, and Jan goes for queen g6. After all, maybe just long terms. Yeah, queen f7 will be played, yeah, on the board.
It is not so simple for white. I mean, I think it's a great achievement for black to eliminate the queens. At least black is not going to get mated.
Yes, exactly. Now maybe I should just fall back with the bishop. The big question, where? Is bishop g5? But then the knight always, yeah, he falls back with bishop to d2, yeah. It's logical, yeah. He just wants to control this pawn structure, the horrible pawn structure, but you never know. It has also some dynamic if you don't take care of them.
Actually, it's a powerful move, no?
It's a nice move.
It's a nice move because also bishop b4 can show up at some point. Now black has to keep the control defense over the e6 pawn.
Yes, rook e7.
So now the question is, does bishop b4 make sense and exchange the black square bishops?
Yeah, do we want to do that? Yeah, then bishop b4, bishop d6 takes, then suddenly e6 pawn is protected.
And knight d5
appears.
shows up. Yeah.
Wow, and Maxim is winning. I do see the other bar. I don't know what should we, because this is not an endgame. It's slowed down. Maybe let's check out, because then he knocks out.
Yeah, maybe we ask Nicholas, what have you been discovering in this game? What was going on? Just a quick recap.
Oh, okay.
It's not over yet, but let's see the current position, no?
Yes. All right. Let's just see the current position. So here, Nordbeck should have taken on g3. It would be still very messy. Instead, he went for h5, but this seems to be just too slow. He wants to open up the white king in this way. He already has sacrificed in exchange, by the way, a rook against bishop. And now knight d5 or rook d5 are both very powerful, because you introduce ideas like queen a8 into a position, and it is the black king which is actually unsafer, and rook d5 has been played, and it seems that Maxime is on the brink of victory, and this would mean he would advance to the fight for 5th place. He would win this match against Nordbeck, who, well, maybe he wanted too much from this game, sacrificing the exchange, taking a lot of risk.
Well, Nordbeck is a player who can do these things, right? Taking risks, sacrificing pieces. The first game was also quite interesting, and maybe we can go back to the other game, because they're a must-win situation for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And he seems to have a fantastic position, because it seems in the meantime, while we switched, the bishop from b5 was transferred to h5 by Arjun. Hitting on the f3 knight, trying to exchange and take the d4 pawn, but there are too many weaknesses in the position for black. Don't you think so, Peter?
Yeah, and Jan very smartly, quietly played the move bishop d1. He's not collecting the pawn, because that pawn does not run away. He wants to grab it with the rook. White has the better pawn structure. It's very important not to allow any damage to our king side, and that's why bishop d1 is perfect.
Very nice move. Very nice move, because the a4 pawn seems that it cannot go away and cannot be protected, so it's going to be falling off in any case. And if that falls off, then the c4 pawn also very near to fall off, and the e6 pawn is very weak as well. e5.
Yeah. Black goes for the e5 break. He feels that if he just stays passive, then he will lose the game. He has nothing to lose. He tries to change the character of the game. Whether it's a objectively good move or not, he's also under 2 minutes. Nyapo plays simply bishop c3. He rushed with this, but probably he's super happy with his move. Puts pressure on the clock.
And Arjun is under 1 minute and 20 seconds. What can black do? If e4, then it would be knight d2, attacking the c4 pawn.
Yeah, e4 played, knight d2.
The amount of weaknesses black has, that's kind of very sad for him.
Yeah, now everything is falling apart. The big question is, will black get dynamic? Yeah, the white couldn't really take back rook ed1, because then probably e3 was creating counterplay. So rook a d1. At least the rook moved away from the a4 pawn. Is he able to set up some dynamical possibilities for himself?
He needs to try a3.
To disbalance, yeah? To dislocate things, yeah. a3 b takes, and then white's bishop loses its... and he goes for it. Brilliant sacrifice, and bishop f4, knight takes c4, rook c7.
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic play
nice
by
practical
Arjun.
Resource.
He's in the game.
Defense.
He's in the game. Jan will be very upset rushing He should have never let this happen. Knight takes c4, rook c7.
But actually, he could also play take back with the e.
Yes.
E1. That's what I thought he will.
Yeah. Okay, there was this e3 counterplay, but probably losing counterplay.
And we see Nepo's heart rate is rising.
Of course, rising, because so far he thought like, okay, that's it, I'm already technically winning, and all of a sudden there are problems. If black is able to eliminate that knight, then suddenly those pawns will not be weaknesses. We will be talking about potential knight landing on d5 with compensation.
Wow. A3, bishop f4. What a beautiful defensive idea with 1 minute on the clock by Arjun.
Incredible.
Very unexpected for Nepo. And because after a3, the c3 bishop is not protected, this is very important. This is why bishop f4 was possible.
Yes, exactly. And now Nepo goes for this g3 takes. Well, if that knight could fly to d5, it would be fantastic. But also rook b7, rook b3, counterplay is coming.
And in the meantime, we have a final result. Maxim proceeds to the next stage, and he will be fighting for the 5th and the 6th place with the winner of this match.
A5, very strong, and the position is already equal. Bishop c5, knight d7.
Knight d7. Wow, it's so easy to miss because you're thinking that that knight should not land on d5, and then suddenly knight d7 traps the bishop. Bishop e7, knight e5. Is that the trick? And then the pin.
And you win.
And you might win.
Knight d7, and the rook in game is forced. If he finds knight d7, he has great chance to hold.
And Jan is in a must-win situation. He had it there. He had a beautiful, almost winning position. And Arjun finds knight d7.
And plays it. So should white play rook c2? I think white should play rook c2.
Only chance.
But okay, black will be very active with this c-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Well, luckily for white, at least there are chances. But yeah, rook c2. Very disappointed, Nepo. Takes rook e4. So king will be moving towards the c-pawn. But as we know, in double rook endgame, we can never win that pawn, yeah? Because whenever the king gets to d3, then black gives a check and kicks you back. And black has this active rook behind the pawn. White is staying passive.
So is rook c7 the best move or rook b3?
Big question. Probably rook c7 is safer, but I have no idea. It's so special.
It seems you don't want to allow h4 by white, so rook b3 followed by g5.
Okay,
it's
good luck
difficult.
with 30 seconds to figure that out. Yeah, it's just impossible. Rook bc7, it was the human move, yeah. Rook bc7 and knight h4 should be played, yeah. And then you just go slowly, king g2, g4, king g3, h5, f4, g5, king g4, like this. But I don't know where it leads, because rook c4, rook c5, I will be always spinning that f4 pawn. I will never let that pawn to advance further.
a4 to start with.
Okay, so basically, based on the common knowledge, then g5 would be a move.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure that white is not able to stabilize.
But actually, it's a logical move. It's a human move.
Yeah, here it's, but rook bc7 was also so human to defend the c3 pawn like this. g6, that's a surprise. Okay, Jan is even not bothering with this h4. Yeah, he's trying to get towards the c3 pawn, but we talked about this, that king d3 will always be met by a check, or maybe you can even fall back. No, if you fall back with the rook,
but he
rook
wants
e5.
to go king e4 and king d4.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I wanted to be behind, but and then you might target the
But
a5
okay,
pawn.
after king d3, you can just move rook c6, then rook e4.
Then rook e5.
Or rook e5.
Yeah, king f6, covering the e5 square. Okay, rook e4. So white is setting up king d3, rook d4 kind of.
But now rook d5.
Arjun down to 12 seconds. How do you defend this with so little time? Rook d7, same idea. King e3 will be played. But then rook d1. King is maybe rook d1. No, h4. Okay, finally.
H4
yes.
finally.
Nepo plays h4.
Black starts to just make moves on the d file.
And king is still rook d1. Exactly. This defense was there. Rook d4 runs into rook e5 check, winning the game.
Winning the game.
Yes, be careful. Yeah, Nepo comes back, kicks away the rook.
Rook d6. So eventually white will start push his pawns. g4 or playing f3,
Yeah, he
g4
goes
very
f3.
slowly.
But I don't know, somehow this f3 g3 construction is...
Black is provoking. Okay, come, go, 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 go.
There's rook g4, rook g5 now.
Wow, rook g4, king f6, rook g5. But Nepo needs to spot this tactic.
This seems to be winning, or close to winning maybe.
Wow. Daria, rook g5, and after king f6 also rook g5, because after takes is a check, king g5,
I'm not
rook
sure.
takes is
He will
3.
go rook g5. Rook e5 check is possible.
Yeah.
King f2, you have to go. Rook d2 is not okay because takes, and rook d4.
Misses it.
Yeah, of course. Rook g4 was very computerish. But now black got everything. Black has an active king. Yeah, g4 check. Okay, that active king is pushed back.
Arjun is under a minute.
Yeah, for a long time already. But thanks to the 10 seconds, he actually regained a lot of time.
Black also maybe wants to go king e5.
Now he will give a check and go back. White plays king g3 then.
And black is just going to wait.
Black waits. Rook c7 or rook c5?
Or king e5.
Active move, yeah? King e5.
Why not?
Yes, why not?
Nepo's heart rate 143.
Of course, he knows that he needs to win this game, and he was winning. He will never forgive himself if he does not win this.
Until now, it's definitely not his day. He lost 2 games already today. He had a winning position now in this game almost. King f7. Passive, but it does not seem how white can punish black.
Exactly, that's the problem. There is no real way to make progress.
Rook e3.
You can play king f6, yeah, back or rook c7. Yeah, he goes rook c7.
Yeah, it's tricky because the pawn on a4 is hanging, so white rook on the 3rd rank is tied there, because otherwise rook a4.
Yes.
So there are limitations for white's options. Probably he will bring his king again to d3.
But it doesn't really do much.
Arjun again on 32nd. While Nepo is still 3.5 minutes. But will it be enough for him to create something that Arjun would be blundering? Because there is a blunder needed at this point.
Yes, but the problem for Nepo is that black's play is very easy. Yeah, he's just moving back and forth his rooks. He relies on this very powerful pass pawn on c3. White's rook on c2 is passive. And this g6 idea turns out to be a very good practical idea. It blocks all the pawns on the king side. White is unable to advance. And how do we even intend to make progress? So finally f4, king f3.
Isn't rook f6 possible?
Mm-hmm.
Rook f6, rook e4.
And back.
And back. No, okay, no, but this will never happen because you are not sure if you want this to happen. Yeah, he waits with rook c7. Anyway, Nepo will play rook e4
But
at some
maybe
point.
white will play g5, sacrifice the pawn on h5 and f5.
Well, or g5, king g4, rook f3. We keep an eye on the c3 pawn, and then we go h5, we trade and come back. That's actually a very nice kind of idea. With little time on the clock, it will be horrible for black to defend or adjust to new circumstance.
True.
Missed opportunity.
Well, he can still do it later, right?
Well, it depends. If the rook will be active and g5 is met by rook f5, for example, but Arjun goes rook c6, so white can play g5 again.
Then rook c5 from
Then-
c6.
Yes, then king g4,
Rook f5.
rook f3, and then you just sit, yeah? No, it's not so easy to sit. But again, Nyepo gives a check. Ask a very unpleasant question. Actually, it's a very practical.
Probably
because-
king e6. King
F8.
f8?
Yeah.
That's scary.
Very scary, but maybe I can afford it. Jan is looking, what? This is possible? I can't believe that.
That's a scary move.
But how to make progress? Still the same issue. Yeah, Jan, 146. Yeah, one can just look at his face and see that he is extremely nervous.
Yeah, king f8 looks ugly because the white rook is cutting off on the 7th rank, the black king, and it's scary because I can visualize the checkmate with rook b8. But the c3 pawn is very strong, not allowing the c2 rook to come out from there and threaten the checkmate. What will Napo do? Rook d3 back or what else? Because otherwise black is going to be taking on a4.
King g3, smart little move.
Why? Rook a4? What's the idea?
Ah, he gives the pawn.
Does he want to go h5, takes, and rook h2 possibly?
Arjun grabs the pawn. Did Jan actually miss that this pawn was hanging? He might have just missed. He just forgot about this pawn. Yeah, the c3 pawn was always hanging, so this pawn was... Black was never able to capture that pawn. The
Very
nerves.
Unexpected.
Yeah. The nerves, yeah.
He's also going down in time.
Well, what can he do now? h5.
Yeah, he has to go all in.
And rook h2, right?
No, but rook h2, c2.
Rook h2 is not working.
There won't be a checkmate.
gh5? Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, because h6 is not even a threat.
Well, rook e4, let's say. Rook b4.
Rook b4, yeah, very natural.
Rook b2 is a threat. Certainly.
h6.
King g8.
Just like this, yeah?
No, but rook king g8.
Rook b6, very
rook g6,
precise.
super precise, yeah.
Oh, now you can take.
Now you can take, yeah. There is no rook c3, and look at Nyepo. He is just so upset.
Well, understandably.
And rook back to c6.
Or rook f6, not bad either.
Yeah,
Rook c4 is also playable.
Rook f6 looks very convincing.
Rook f6 takes on f1, and rook f7, Cemento. Nyepo just cannot believe. Arjun even protects the pawn, playing for a win?
Yeah, that seems unnecessary, honestly.
Yeah, completely unnecessary. Why do you continue the game? Just force a draw. Now,
Yeah, kind of a strange decision.
yeah, who knows? Nyepo is very tricky if he finds a chance, but where is the chance?
How can you come out with your rook from c2?
Okay, f5, rook g1 check, king f6, rook c6 check, and rook e1 check. This is...
And they can go around in a circle. king f4.
Rook c5 check. Yes, this is it.
This is it.
You cannot escape with the king.
Rook e1.
King f6.
Rook c6, king g5, rook g4,
Rook g1.
circle around.
Yes, king f4, rook c4.
Or rook f1. Isn't rook f1?
Oh, rook
this
f1, yes. On the board.
And now check, check.
Actually, king g5 runs into rook c5.
Yeah. Moment of drama.
Nepo just cannot believe what I have done to myself. I had all the chances.
He did not spend enough time in the critical moments. He had so much time.
Yeah, rook c4 check, king d5, rook d1 check.
And you can't even take on c3 without allowing a trade of rooks.
And the handshake. Total disappointment for Jan. And of course, incredible save by Arjun, using his a3, bishop f4 chance.
That was an amazing saving opportunity because, I mean, in the middle game, it was kind of completely hopeless at that point. Seemed to be that after queen c1,
Yes.
Yeah, start at 2 and go to 1.
And the photographers and reporters.
Arjun, congratulations on what was a magnificent win. It's quite a defense you put up there at the end.
Yeah, I know that.
What an amazing save. Maybe we can recap on that specific moment where Arjun made an incredible defensive idea when already Nepo thought, okay, I had a great attack, I missed it, but now technically I'm going to be finishing you off.
Yeah, let's maybe start a few moments earlier where his position was full of weaknesses. All of the black pawns are isolated and they're about to fall off, basically. And he decided to complicate matters going e5, which is not the best move in the position, but it is a move that poses practical questions. And Nepo first responded somewhat correctly, going bishop c3. He could have also just taken on a4 because due to the pin on the e-file, black is not really threatening anything just yet anyway. So he played bishop c3, e4. Once again, he could have taken on a4. The knight, the pawn is pinned because of the undefended rook on a4. Instead, knight d2. So two moves which were already a bit inaccurate. Still, after bishop takes d1, if Nepo took with the e-pawn, he would be still ready to collect these two pawns on a4 and c4 and would maintain a clear advantage. Instead, another inaccurate move, a third one in a row, and this allowed black to give up this pawn, which was doomed anyway on the a-file, and changing the pawn structure a little bit so that now suddenly black has a pass pawn on the c-file as well as maybe potential counterplay along the b-file. The bishop is not as stable anymore. And now bishop f4 was a great move, trying to get rid of this strong knight. And while it's not in time to take on c4 because there's rook to c7, hitting the knight and the bishop, actually, white could still play this, could play bishop d2, but after bishop takes h2 check, king takes h2, rook takes c4, also here, black would have fantastic drawing chances. Instead, in the game after g3, bishop takes d2, rook takes d2, rook b7. Also here, white is still better, but obviously the advantage has decreased a lot, and the only move, or you need to put some pressure on the c-pawn here. Instead of the bishop b4, the whole advantage is gone, and we ended up in a rook endgame that Arjun, even though he was a pawn down, he was able to hold because of his active or his strong pass pawn on c3. Amazing performance, defensive performance here by Arjun, who gets the draw he needs to win the match against Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, he is the winner of this match, and of course a full disappointment for Nepomniachtchi, where it was really not his day what he performed. In the classical game, he was unfortunate, and we can only praise Arjun. I believe that the way he won his classical game, and also the way he played such a calm way, and he was just focusing on the moment. If he made a mistake, he went on and played and fought out, and whenever he knew he needs a moment where he can show his skills and brilliancy, and he showed in his defensive skill in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been so easy to give up after Queen C1 that, oh my God, what I have done, I'm getting checkmated with Bishop takes H6, coming up with F5, then coming up with this Queen B7 defense on the 7th rank, already reaching an endgame looked like a moral victory, yeah? Because let's not forget that he was leading the match. Yeah, so getting an endgame, not getting checkmated by Nepo was already the right, the step in the right direction. And then Nepo in a great endgame, he understood that it's a great endgame, but somehow he couldn't control his nerves. He couldn't slow down. Yeah, he did not sense the critical moment that, okay, wait a second, yes, it's more complicated than it should have been, but I'm still having 4 or 5 minutes against 1.5. Let me spend 2 minutes, I will find the right direction, and then I will convert. He was unable. We have also seen his heart rate reaching 150 almost. Just couldn't keep his nerves.
Well, maybe indeed he was impatient with himself. He thought he's going to win, and okay, let's play the blitz phase of the playoff already. But now we have a short interview about Arjun's feelings after he won this match.
Ready.
Arjun, congratulations on what was a magnificent win. It's quite a defense you put up there at the end.
Yeah, I know that the pawn on c3 in general is very strong, so even if you stay passive and pawn down here, it doesn't matter often. And
how proud are you that you managed to fight back in positions like this and come back to beat Nepo today?
Yeah, I'm definitely quite happy. Like in general, in such situations, I have done poorly, so I'm quite happy with this.
Tomorrow you play Maxim. How do you feel about that matchup?
It will be a tough matchup. Like there's no easy opponent here, and it's a tough opponent.
And do you think you're the favorite against Maxim now?
I mean, he's also very strong and very tricky, so I wouldn't say that.
We wish you the best of luck tomorrow, Arjun, and thank you for what was a really entertaining game.
Thank you.
Yes, amazing performance by Arjun. And let's see the brackets first before we go on for the move of the day. Let's see the results, how it ended up today, and what were the results of the matchups of the semifinals and also on the lower brackets. But it was here we see the finals are going to be played between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus, while for third and the fourth place will be played between Vincent and Fabiano. And we're going to see for the fifth and the sixth place, Arjun playing it out with Maxim, and Nepomniachtchi, who suffered a heavy loss today, very painful one. Together with Abdusattorov, they are going to be playing for the 7th and 8th place. And we see Pragnananda won 1.5 half against Rapport. Yeah, this was the day of today. Incredible matches, incredible fighting spirit, incredible number of decisive games. For example, it was the first day in the Grand Slam history that 5 games were decisive in the classical portion of the day. But now let's ask Nicholas about what is the move of the day. Is there a debate or it's very clear to us?
I think there were many candidates for the move of the day, as we had brilliant games, brilliant surprising moves, but the move that really stood out was in this position when Arjun Erigaisi against Jan Nepomniachtchi played the queen, which is attacked on d2, played it all the way up to d8, completely unprovoked, putting it on an attacked square, and the point is that black cannot take this queen because rook takes d8 is a back rank checkmate. However, the queen is very dominant, and you could see that black is not really able to develop his pieces here, and also there's the threat of maybe going bishop a3, forcing black to take on d8, or maybe to even sacrifice the queen on f8, bring the next rook in on the back rank and collect both rooks. In the end, Nepomniachtchi played g6, but after queen e7, the white queen was too strong, too powerful, and Arjun never looked back and won in a powerful fashion. Brilliant game, and then took the match to the tiebreaks. We just saw it. He won it, then 1.5 to half in the tiebreaks against Nepomniachtchi, and can be very proud of this special game and this special move, Judith.
What an incredible move. We were phrasing this several times while it was made also. And Arjun, what an incredible player. We are going to be seeing him again playing for the 5th and the 6th place in tomorrow and day after tomorrow. We had an amazing semifinals. Today, both players who are in the finals, Magnus and Nakamura as well, they could save energy by winning their classical portion of the game. Last thoughts. Peter, what are your thoughts and feelings right now about this day?
Yeah, it was a wonderful day, and basically how it went guarantees us the final between the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru had a wonderful strategical masterpiece today against Vincent. He outclassed or outsmarted him with this long castle, the other candidate move of the day, changed the character of the game. That was the move that Vincent hadn't seen coming and paid a heavy price for it. Hikaru played then also very convincingly. Magnus was dominating throughout against Fabiano. Fabiano was finding incredible resources to stay in the game, but then also clock ticked down and he wasn't able to save a bad endgame or a difficult endgame. And then this crazy comeback from Arjun, with this queen d2 to d8. I remember that Anish was here with us in the studio, and we were discussing Vincent Hikaru's game about finesses, and then I suddenly look at the screen and I see the queen on d8. What happened? Breaking news. And yes, it was the move of the day, the turning point. Arjun bounced back, then he went on to win the playoff. Jan had the chance to bounce back at the end, but he couldn't manage, and also MVL made a heroic comeback. So basically both comeback kids won their match and will fight out for the 5th place.
Well, today we had an amazing fighting spirit here in Paris at the Grand Slam of Freestyle Chess. And tomorrow we are continuing for the finals. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. What a final it is, and it's going to be the first game of their final match. Classical time control. We are going to be here waiting for you. Join us because it's going to be epic. I think there are a lot of actions going to be happening. See you tomorrow, same place, same time. Bye. I couldn't ask you because they said, Brett.
When I'm with you, it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my freestyle chess masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely, I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out? You know I'm always worried about. If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible. did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had a doubt. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get